At a time when the Eastern Kingdoms had united into a single great alliance, a dark prophecy foretold that 10 years from now, that union would be shattered by the 5 great sins. A tremendous explosion shook the entire royal plain, unleashing a terrifying wave of destruction. To prevent that catastrophe, the protagonist chose to stand with them. He never imagined that this decision would grow into something so immense. This is his story, the struggle to stop the devastation that would be wrought by the 5 great sins. Now, the scene shifts to a lavish room. The protagonist, once a corporate slave who worked 78 hours a week without rest, has awakened in the body of a noble in a fantasy world. At first, it feels like a stroke of luck, but the noble he inhabits turns out to be talentless, and in this world, he is even illiterate. Gathering information is difficult. Still, he enjoys the leisurely life of a young master who does nothing but eat and lays about every day, a life that feels like paradise to him. All except for one thing. He has no idea where he actually is. A servant gently scrubbing his back smiles and tells him that his 2 brothers will be returning tomorrow, urging him to go to bed early. Only then does he realize that he has siblings. The servant mentions their names, Leo and Tonio, then lightly scolds him, thinking her master is joking for acting as if he doesn't know the Palatio family. Hearing those names, he fell silent. A strange sense of familiarity stirred within him. Then, at last, something clicked. His body stiffened, and in a panic, he clutched his head and plunged it into the water. Now he understood. This place was Psychedelia, a turn-based RPG he used to play during breaks from work. In that game, no matter which route the player chose, once the 5 great sins appeared, kingdoms, nobles, and cities were all doomed to destruction, including the family of Count Palatio, the very place he was in now. The head of the family had 2 sons. The eldest was Leo Palatio, known as the King of Wickedness. The second son, Tonio Palatio, was infamously nicknamed the King of Narco Boys. The Palatio family was notorious as a clan of immoral nobles, appearing in the game only as a side quest before the main story even began. The protagonist knew this place all too well. He never imagined that, out of all possible outcomes, his new life would begin in the Palatio family, the first to be wiped out by the 5 great sins. The character he now inhabited was Elon Palatio, the 3rd son of the family. Lying in bed, Elon couldn't close his eyes. He lay there clutching a blue moon flower to his chest, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt that being a corporate slave working 78 hours a week would be better than enjoying a luxurious life destined to vanish 10 years from now. In fact, it felt even worse than hearing the news of a full month's salary being delayed. Sorrow weighed heavily on his mind as he realized he had become a character with no advantages whatsoever. Even though in the stories he'd read, transmigrators always received extraordinary bonuses. Still, he quickly snapped out of it. He had one remaining edge: his knowledge of the many events that would unfold over the next 10 years. That meant he only needed to eliminate the cause of the destruction ahead of time. From there, his resolve took shape. He would reform the 5 great sins to preserve a peaceful, noble life. Since the great sins were still children, he believed it was still possible. But a harsh reality soon followed. He himself possessed no special abilities. 2 months passed. In the same room, Alon received a report from his guard, Evan, stating that he had rescued a group of orphans from what had once been a human experimentation laboratory. Among them, Evan had already entrusted the management of the newly established orphanage to a girl named Utia. Alon gave a small nod, saying his instincts had been right, and praising Evan for the precision of his actions. However, the guard only looked at him uncertainly, tilting his head as he asked whether that had truly been a compliment, because his master's expression remained flat, unchanged. Suddenly, Alon curved his lips into a hopeless smile, a faint expression that looked more like a complaint than happiness. He resolved that from now on, he would rely on Evan more often. The guard merely nodded in response, admitting that he still wasn't used to his master's crazy smiles that appeared without warning. Alon found himself feeling strange. In the game he used to play so often, there had been an expressive feature that allowed characters to display emotions with ease. Now, standing in front of a mirror, he tugged at the corners of his lips, trying to form a natural smile, but the result was still stiff. He muttered softly that expressing himself in this world was far more difficult than he had imagined. Glancing at Evan, who still looked awkward after the earlier praise, Alon reflected inwardly that Psychedelia was a game where betrayal was practically a built-in feature. Evan, however, was a rare exception, one of the few supporting characters with extremely high loyalty, someone who could truly be trusted. Evan lifted his chin, now beginning to understand why Alon had saved Utia. As a seasonal mercenary, he knew the girl was exceptional. When he had first found her imprisoned, he couldn't understand how someone so strong could have allowed herself to be captured so easily. After explaining this, Evan asked why Alon hadn't brought her back to the estate. Alon merely murmured inwardly. It did look like he was neglecting Utia's potential, but leaving her behind was actually part of his own plan. Utia Bludia, a blood-born being who had formed a contract with a mysterious entity from another world, was destined to become one of the 5 great sins. Wrath, a monster responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands. But to Alon, if the girl could grow up without hatred, that calamity would never come to pass. A sense of relief washed over him, as if he had successfully disarmed a landmine. Even so, Alon did not reveal his true intentions to Evan. He simply replied calmly that this was not the right time to bring the girl to the estate. Evan fell silent, slightly taken aback by the explanation, then began to think it over on his own. Alon added that this matter was to be kept strictly confidential, and that Utia must be given proper support. After that, he handed Evan a letter to deliver to the girl. A letter he had written with great care, hoping it might ease at least a little of the emotional wounds she carried after the horrific experiments she had endured. Evan bowed respectfully, assuring him the letter would reach Utia, then quickly set off toward the orphanage. Leaning against the window, Alon gazed outside with tired eyes. He knew the word comfort wasn't quite right, but it still felt worth trying. In truth, hidden within that letter was a familiar greeting, a message he had seen dozens of times across hundreds of playthroughs. More precisely, it was a spell from the Archbishop, one that allowed the caster to form a bond with a blood-born being. The incantation read, "O sin of wrath, be at peace. Suffering of darkness, emptiness of light. Talent and one's sense of belonging. Let them merge into one." Those were the words that appeared in the Wrath-Sin storyline. In the original game, however, the spell was delivered too late to the sin, and that failure forced the characters to fight her instead. But now, because these events were unfolding 10 years earlier, Alon had a chance to stop her rampage before the catastrophe ever began. He slowly stretched his body, feeling his bones crack softly. Relief washed over him. One of the 5 flags of destruction had been successfully erased. Now, it was time to move on to the next plan. Alone let out a long breath. To him, befriending a monster with a single sentence sounded ridiculous. But that race worshipped entities from another world, so perhaps this method would work after all. He thought that those who lived in fanatic devotion always followed a logic that was difficult to predict. The scene shifts to the orphanage, where Yutia receives Alone's letter. Evan stands nearby, visibly uneasy as he watches the girl. The amount of mana flowing through her body is utterly absurd. Yet what is even more frightening is the emptiness in her eyes, completely devoid of emotion. Yutia stares at the letter and asks whether the sender is named Alone. When she receives confirmation, her anger explodes. She shouts furiously, demanding to know why Alone did not summon her to meet him in person. Cold sweat instantly breaks out on Evan's back. He can feel the surge of mana manifesting tangibly, something only true masters should be capable of. For a brief moment, Alone's face flashes through his mind. He quickly steadies himself and calmly says that now is not yet the time for them to meet. Hearing that, Yutia's emotions gradually settle. The spell woven into Alone's message has taken effect. She clutches the letter tightly, a strange sense of peace enveloping her. Only she and her master understand the meaning of that oath, and now she truly understands Alone's intent. Evan was already poised to draw his sword, standing guard in case the situation took a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, Yutia looked positively radiant, hugging the letter as if she had just received her very first love letter. Elsewhere, Alone lay comfortably on his bed. He felt satisfied, having successfully extended the luxurious life he was now enjoying. Even the moonlight outside the window seemed to cheer him on that night. The next day, chaos broke out. Alone was buried under a pile of books while searching for something in the library. He groaned in frustration when he still couldn't find the book he needed, muttering that looking for clues about the third boss was giving him a headache. Before long, Evan arrived with a report, saying he had rescued the second child Alone had mentioned. With a lump on his head, Alone quickly turned and asked whether Evan had made sure the child was being treated well. Evan nodded firmly, saying he had done his best. Suddenly, the library doors slammed open. A man strode in with rough steps, Tonio Palazzo, the second son of the family. He approached Alone with a scornful gaze, laughing as he mocked how an illiterate like Alone dared to touch books. When Alone remained silent, Tonio pressed him, demanding an answer. Inwardly, Alone muttered that his older brother was truly irritating, making him want to punch that smug face. Yet, instead of retaliating, Alone politely dropped to one knee and asked for permission to leave the library. Before he could get far, a knife suddenly shot through the air, slicing past Tonio's face before embedding itself in the wall with a sharp crack. Someone emerged from the doorway, Leo Palacio, the eldest son. In a flat voice, he remarked that his younger brothers were being too noisy. He warned them that he didn't want to see blood spilled in the morning. Tonio and Leo immediately grabbed at each other, trading insults as a tense, hostile aura filled the room. Meanwhile, Alone slowly crawled his way out, careful not to draw any attention. As he moved cautiously, he muttered to himself that the Palacio family disappeared quickly in the game, but their power was far greater than he had ever imagined. In short, those two bastard brothers were fighting over the position of head of the family. The first candidate, the king of prostitution. The second candidate, the king of narcotics. Alone knew that once those two were involved, he couldn't afford to provoke either of them. So he was more than happy to play it safe, acting as the weak, incompetent bastard son. Alone was soon back in his room. He looked exhausted, slumping weakly against the sofa with half-lidded eyes. Evan stood before him and delivered his report, saying that the second child he had rescued was no ordinary child either. Evan's gaze was filled with disbelief as he looked at the frail man in front of him, someone who seemed utterly unreliable, yet had somehow managed to locate an illegal slave market and uncover secret experiments in another territory. Alon could only slump weakly, his body nearly devoid of strength. He let out a quiet complaint, saying how utterly exhausted he was after the day he'd had. Evan, in turn, voiced his own thoughts, remarking that Alon was a strange man, someone who sent abandoned children to orphanages instead of taking them in himself. In his mind, Alon murmured softly that the children he had saved were no ordinary children, but individuals who existed on a completely different scale of power. Within the Allied Kingdom, made up of several nations, the Central Kingdom was their place of origin, and the child Alon had just rescued from the illegal slave market turned out to be the second boss in Psychedelia, Deus Makalian. After being sold as a slave and tortured wherever he was taken, the boy eventually became the embodiment of one of the 5 great sins, the sin of sloth. He would go on to destroy entire kingdoms in ways more horrifying than anything humanity had ever conceived. That part of the story left many players speechless, unable to say a word in the face of his brutality. Yet, contrary to his title as the Sin of Sloth, Deus was known as a tireless worker, someone who repaid every debt and mistake many times over. That was precisely why Alon had instructed Evan to treat him with the utmost care. Once again, Alon reaffirmed his reason for sending the boy to the orphanage. For now, the timing simply wasn't right. Evan gave a small nod. He had already anticipated that answer. Still, he asked whether the letter Alon had sent to Utia had anything to do with the second child. Recalling the contents of the earlier letter, Alon answered casually that it was indeed related, though padded with a bit of small talk. In the letter, he had asked Utia to look after the second child, who was somewhat sickly, with special care. The scene now shifts to the orphanage. The second child, named Deus Makalian, stands alone in a corner of the courtyard, separated from the other children. Dusk slowly settles in, the sky darkening, yet Deus remains outside, motionless and silent. Soft footsteps approach from behind, followed by a gentle yet piercing voice that calls him by a name. Broken Deus. The one who appears is Utia Bludia. With a sharp gaze, she concludes that the one who tortured Deus was none other than Black Goat. Still, she says that Deus is fortunate because he has been chosen by the Great Moon. She then looks straight into his eyes and asks him to feel the power that has been bestowed upon him, to prove the potential that still lies within. Utia slowly extends her hand, her voice calm yet resolute. If Deus remains loyal and follows the will of the Great Moon, she says, the vengeance he harbors will one day be fulfilled. An intense aura begins to pour out from Deus's body, the air around him trembling faintly. He clutches his head tightly, breathing hard as he struggles to contain the power surging up from within. Utia, however, remains composed, holding 2 sheets of paper in her hands, feeling that this is the perfect moment to send a reply to the Great Moon's letter, one written with a sweet greeting and proper reverence. The next morning, the scene shifts to Alon's residence. Evan suddenly rushes in, shouting with a panicked expression that there is urgent news. The second son is dead. Alon is taken aback. He never expected Tonio to die so soon. Soon after, a somber atmosphere settles over the Palazzo family's grand hall. People gather before the coffin, offering condolences with faces full of feigned sorrow. Meanwhile, the father lounges comfortably with two women at his side, even complaining that the ceremony is dragging on and boring him. Alon knows this family is thoroughly broken, but that is simply the nature of a dark fantasy world. Still, he frowns in confusion when he hears that Tonio supposedly died from a fall. That explanation is far removed from what he remembers from the game. In the game's version of events, it was the eldest son who killed the second, then collapsed into hysterical sobs, screaming in relief at having finally eliminated his own brother. Alon even remembers how radiant Leo Palazzio's face looked in that moment. Because of that, Alon is certain this death, too, is the work of the elder brother. He spares a brief glance at Tonio Palazzio's body in the coffin, then quickly turns away without a trace of pity. To him, only one thing matters now: finding the remaining 5 great sins before everything truly falls apart. In short, a year passes. After the issue of succession is resolved and Leo Palazzio successfully absorbs all of the narcotics business left behind by his younger brother, the territory of County Palazzio finally becomes far more peaceful. During that period of calm, Yutia Bludia and Alon gradually formed a bond as pen pals. Through the letters they exchanged, Alon began to realize one thing. If this relationship continued, sooner or later, Yutia would inevitably pull him in a direction that benefited him. That afternoon, Alon sat in his study, reading through the stack of letters from Yutia one by one. A faint smile appeared on his face. He could sense that the children at the orphanage were truly growing into better people than before. While sipping his warm tea, Alon remarked to Evan that more and more sponsors were now stepping forward to support the small orphanage. Evan simply nodded, though he looked slightly puzzled. Such developments felt a bit suspicious to him, but they were still good news nonetheless. Not long after, Evan delivered the report Alon had been waiting for all this time. In a firm voice, he stated that the guild had finally found the crucial lead they had been searching for. Alon looked at him with satisfaction, praised Evan's hard work, then murmured quietly to himself. The lead undoubtedly pointed to the book concerning the third boss. A small smile spread across his face. At last, one more step closer to the next target. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. That afternoon was unusually peaceful, as if the world itself were indulging him in a calm lull before the next storm arrived. The scene then shifts to Margot's narcotics distribution site. 2 ringleaders of a drug syndicate are in high spirits after the Palazzio family's eldest son pays them a generous reward, swelling their organization to hundreds of members. However, when they arrive at their headquarters, both men freeze in shock. Their entire force has been slaughtered to the last man. Several bodies lay strewn across the floor, while those still alive screamed and began stabbing themselves, as if controlled by something unseen. A man beside them raised his knife as well, driving the blade straight into his own throat. The sound of blood echoed throughout the room all at once. From a nearby dark alley, a hooded figure watched in complete silence. Then Yutia Bludia stepped forward, praising Deus's puppet show, calling it highly entertaining. She remarked that this alone would give her plenty to report. Deus Macallian looked at her and calmly asked what the true purpose behind all of this was. Yutia countered by asking whether Deus felt pity for those who had died. Deus replied that he did not, because they had done nothing but oppress others to produce narcotics. Still, he wanted to know whether this would truly help fulfill his revenge. With a casual wave of her hand, Yutia answered that of course it would. Everything she was doing was meant to prepare a place for that person to return, because she did not want them to see somewhere this filthy. A moment later, Deus and Utia leapt into the air, accompanied by whispering winds and softly shimmering light. From above, Utia murmured that everything was proceeding exactly as that person desired. The slaughter site then erupted in a brilliant glow. When the light finally faded, every corpse was gone, replaced by a moon-shaped mark carved into the stone ground. In a flat voice, Utia declared that from this moment on, they would become the sword of the great moon. 2 years had passed since Elon became Utia's pen pal. Inside the grand estate, a weary Evan searched for Elon until he finally found him in the backyard, practicing magic. Soft, magical light shimmered in the air as Elon swung his hand. Lying on the grass, Evan raised a thumbs up and said that the 5th child had been safely delivered to the orphanage. Elon froze instantly. His hand flew to his mouth, leaving him unable to speak from sheer shock. At last, the remaining 3 sins had all been saved. Elon crouched down and tossed some food toward Evan, who was sprawled on the ground like a lazy animal. With quick reflexes, Evan sprang up and snatched the food mid-air, one piece after another. To Elon, tracking down the sin of greed had indeed been difficult. But thanks to his gamer's knowledge and Evan's hard work, everything was finally resolved. Elon praised Evan for completing the grueling task of traveling from place to place, then granted him permission to rest for a while. Still curious, Evan asked whether the orphanage mission was truly over. Elon nodded, confirming that it was finished. Hearing that, Evan lay back down in relief, though he remained puzzled by his master's expressionless face. Elon replied calmly that he was happy, pointing to his lips that struggled to form a smile. Beneath the blazing sun, he stretched his body and then lay down on the grass as well. He hadn't expected everything to go this smoothly. The bosses in the game Psychedelia, known as the 5 Great Sins, had once been nothing more than humans with dark pasts. Even though this was happening before they fully became great sins, the chance of saving them completely had never been certain. He had even worried that he might be forced to help them only after they had already fallen into total chaos. Staring up at the sky, Elon asked about the state of the orphanage. Evan handed him a letter, replying that everything was still the same, running normally. The children who had once been like broken dolls were now beginning to show faint traces of cheer on their faces. Hearing that, Elon felt there was no longer any need to hire additional caretakers. He slowly opened the letter, his eyes tracing Utia's neat handwriting. He hadn't expected her to manage everything so well, perhaps because her very character setting was deeply tied to the orphanage itself. Elon told Evan that after reading this letter, anyone would know Utia was a good child. The letter said that everything was going smoothly. Several children at the orphanage were developing remarkably well. Utia also asked Elon not to worry too much, including about the new child who had just arrived. After finishing the letter, Elon lowered his head in quiet relief. It felt as if a weight on his chest had finally been lifted, seeing the children grow up healthy and well. More than that, the 5 great sins were now living normal lives, making him realize just how crucial one's environment was in shaping who they became. Evan, still clearly curious, asked again when Elon planned to meet them. He complained that he was tired of hearing the same answer, that the time would come eventually. Elon turned his gaze away, murmuring quietly that, in truth, he had no intention of meeting them in person at all. He knew it would be better to stay close to them, but the process of becoming a great sin in the future was too tragic and horrifying. Their personalities, just like in the game's flashbacks, had been shaped since childhood. Now, Alon had saved them before they ever awakened, so things should turn out better, though a lingering fear still remained in his heart. After a brief pause, he answered that he might meet them in about 5 years. Alon let out a long sigh. Under his breath, he muttered that in this dangerous fantasy world, what he needed most right now was at least some ability to protect himself. He was grateful that he possessed a small amount of magical talent, even if it was weak. The air fell silent for a moment, before Evan suddenly asked whether his master had ever heard of Blue Moon. Alon shook his head slowly, admitting he had never heard of it. Evan then explained in a serious tone that Blue Moon was a group that had recently gained notoriety for hunting down criminal organizations across various regions. Alon wasn't surprised by the news. In his view, the organization was actually doing something commendable, and he didn't feel the need to worry. After all, it wasn't part of any game setting he knew. He assumed the group would probably fade away soon, just like many other insignificant events in the game. Evan's expression turned grim as he continued. He said that not long ago, that organization had even dared to kill a noble, which was why he felt compelled to report it to Alon. Hearing this, Alon stared ahead in silence before firmly stating that starting tonight, Evan would sleep in the room next to his to stand guard. Day soon gave way to night. The scene shifts to the orphanage, where Utia Bludia sits calmly, presiding over her group's weekly meeting. Her voice is gentle yet firm as she asks for reports from each member. First, from the northern sector, Seolong, the Sin of Pride, cheerfully reports that she has taken care of the slave trader ringleaders. She even hops in excitement, saying no one recognized her, proudly showing off the outfit designed by Rene that she adores. Next is Rene, the Sin of Greed, who calmly reports that all the bodies have been buried safely. Then, from the southern sector, Radan, the Sin of Purity, states that he has completely eradicated the illegal laboratories conducting human experiments, along with the disgusting group known as Avalon, leaving not a single trace behind. Utia nods in satisfaction, a faint smile on her lips as she praises their outstanding work. In the end, everything is unfolding exactly as she intended. She declares that they all live for the glory of the Great Moon, and that the organization formed by the 5 children is known as Blue Moon, the devotees of the Great Moon. In the midst of it all, Deus Makalian spoke up in a serious tone. He reported that there was a small problem. Utia Bludia's expression instantly hardened. She disliked that tone. In a cold voice, she demanded an explanation, because under her will, everything was supposed to proceed flawlessly. Deus raised a single sheet of paper. The leader of the Avalon organization was the eldest son of a count's family. During the Southern Purge operation, however, he had discovered a dangerous order that pointed to a looming threat. From its contents, it became clear that the Count's eldest son was now targeting the Great Moon. The news made Utia's face stiffen, her aura surging with fury until the air in the room felt heavy and oppressive. Everyone grew tense at once. Even Seolang, usually so arrogant, now trembled visibly. In her shaking hand, the letter bore a single chilling line. After Count Palacio dies peacefully, that person will be eliminated with poison. Reading those words, Utia's rage exploded. Her eyes flashed sharply, and with a snarl, she crushed the piece of paper in her palm until it was reduced to scraps. 2 more years passed. Count Palacio, Alon's father, had died. The official cause was listed as a heart attack, but Alon knew the truth. Drug abuse had claimed his father's life. At the Palacio family estate, one of Leo Palacio's subordinates arrived with a report saying that a sudden nighttime attack had been carried out by Blue Moon. Alon overheard the conversation and could sense it clearly. Leo and his men had finally begun to regard Blue Moon as a very real and serious threat. The funeral of his father was held swiftly and without grief, ending in a silence that felt almost suffocating. Amid the expressionless crowd, Leo Palacio cast a sharp glance toward Alon as he walked away from the burial grounds. Once back in his room, Evan asked about his young master's plans, knowing that the family title would be inherited by the first son. His curiosity soon turned into confusion when he saw Alon busy packing his belongings. Calmly, Alon told Evan to prepare his things as well. They would be leaving the house soon. Evan didn't have time to ask about the reason behind this sudden decision and immediately hurried to pack. Before they departed, Alon briefly explained that their destination lay to the south. Quick to grasp his intent, Evan guessed that they were headed for Rodmill. That very night, the two of them stepped out of the Palacio family estate. Dressed in simple clothes, suitcases in hand, they boarded a horse-drawn carriage that would take them to a small village in the southern region, Rodmill, where a new chapter of their lives would begin. From the balcony of the Palacio estate, Leo stood watching the carriage slowly disappear along the stone road. His gaze was dim and cold. In short, Alon and Evan soon arrived at their new residence. The atmosphere there was peaceful. Alon casually prepared his toasted bread, while Evan cheerfully walked around with sweet jam, ready to spread it on top. Yet that morning's calm did not last long. 3 days later, sudden news arrived, forcing them to return to the main estate to attend the funeral of the first son, Leo. Alon never expected to return to a place so steeped in the scent of blood and family intrigue. Yet a vague sense of foreboding, like a faint death flag, crept into his mind. He was genuinely confused by how suddenly the first son had died. The cause of death was said to be a sword piercing the heart, but the identity of the culprit remained a mystery. When Alon tried to ask one of the servants about it, the servant suddenly turned deathly pale and hurriedly apologized, their voice trembling. The reaction left Alon both puzzled and suspicious. Without pressing further, he decided to leave. However, before he could go far, Evan rushed over and called out to him. Seeing the seriousness on Evan's face, Alon quietly asked what was really going on. In a low, cautious whisper, Evan told him the horrifying rumor spreading through the estate. Everyone believed that Alon was the one who had eliminated Leo Palacio the night before. Time rewinds briefly to some time earlier, when Alon had been on his way to Rodmill. Inside the carriage, gently rocking along the stone road, Alon and Evan were engaged in a serious conversation. Seeing his master choose a rural life, Evan suggested that they should stay in the city instead, arguing that life there would be far easier and more comfortable. But in his heart, Alon flatly rejected the suggestion. From the very beginning, Rodmill had been the final destination of all his plans. He had saved the 5 great sins from their tragic fates, and, in doing so, prevented a future where the world would be destroyed. To Alon, Rodmill was not merely a remote place. It was a region completely detached from the original storyline. There even stood Villa Palazzo, a place he considered perfect for starting a new life as a noble, where he could finally savor a peaceful and sweet existence. Gazing out the window, Alon replied calmly that there was always a reason behind every decision. Evan, his lips slightly puffed out, responded with mild irritation, knowing his master always said the same thing whenever he didn't want to explain further. Meanwhile, from the balcony of the grand estate, Leo Palacio watched the carriage depart in the distance. A question crossed his mind. Should he eliminate Alon? To Leo, his younger brother had already become useless. He had even planned to poison him after their father's death. But now that Alon had quietly left for the borderlands, that plan had lost its purpose. Even so, the irritation he felt toward his brother's continued existence still lingered heavily in his chest. In a cold voice, Leo ordered Alaman, his personal guard, to follow Alon's carriage. Instead of immediately carrying out the command, Alaman looked at his master and asked in a flat tone, did he want him to execute Alon? Leo turned sharply, his face stiff with shock. He knew Alaman as a soldier who always obeyed without question. Confusion crept into his eyes as he tried to understand why his guard would suddenly dare to ask something like that. A sharp sound tore through the air. A sword pierced straight through Leo's chest, blood pouring out and soaking his prized garments. His body convulsed violently, eyes wide with disbelief, lips trembling as he weakly asked, why Alaman would dare betray him? Calmly, without a hint of hesitation, Alaman replied that he was simply enjoying the war unfolding before him. Yet within his flat tone lay a shocking truth. Alaman was nothing more than an alias. His real name was Haidan, a covert member of Blue Moon. His gaze sharpened, cold as tempered steel. He declared that his faith had been inherited from Red Moon, and that Blue Moon was its blade. He and his comrades moved like the hands that wielded that sword, all for a single purpose. If anyone dared attempt to harm Great Moon, he was granted full authority to act on his own. With brutal force, he slashed the sword still lodged in Leo's chest to the side. Blood sprayed violently, filling the air with the thick stench of iron. In a heavy voice, Haidan spoke to Leo Palacio, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. He said that he had waited for 2 long years just to hear those words. Leo's desire to kill the Great Moon. And now that Leo was dead, the Avalon organization would vanish from the continent forever. After those words, he turned away without a trace of emotion, leaving behind Leo's lifeless body. Morning arrived slowly. Alon awoke in Rodmill, the place he called his paradise. His days there were peaceful, waking whenever he wished, eating without haste, savoring life as a true noble. As he leisurely chewed on a piece of toast, he even considered adding more jam, the taste so perfectly satisfying. But that tranquility did not last. Evan soon appeared, carrying a letter and handing it to Alon. The moment he opened it, Alon's expression darkened. The warmth in his chest slowly faded away. The letter contained news of Leo Palacio's death, along with an order demanding that he immediately return to the main estate. Just like that, his small paradise ended after only 3 days. Now, Alon stood before his own brother's corpse in the Palacio family residence. His heart was still shaken, especially after Evan told him that he was suspected of being the mastermind behind the destruction of Avalon. He understood then he had once again been dragged back into an endless vortex of trouble. In a quiet corner of the room, Alon sat with Evan. His eyes glistened, though he held back the tears, refusing to let them fall. In a low voice, he asked whether Evan could explain everything in a simple way so he could understand. How it was possible that he was suddenly being accused as the one behind it all. Gently patting Alon's head, Evan explained in a careful tone that only Alon stood to benefit from Leo Palacio's death. He said that Leo had been killed shortly after Alon left the estate, making it the perfect circumstance. One that indirectly turned Alon into the legitimate heir in an instant. Hearing that explanation, Alon froze. His face stiffened, his body feeling as though it had been struck by lightning in broad daylight. Evan continued, his tone growing firmer. Since Avalon had been completely wiped out, there was no one left who could cause trouble regarding Leo's death. Suddenly, Evan stood up, swiftly changed his clothes, then proudly declared that Alon was the mastermind behind everything, and that he himself was a master assassin working under Alon's command. Alon merely looked at him with a blank expression. He pressed his fingers against his temple, trying to calm the sudden headache pounding through his head. He was utterly confused, unsure where to even begin. To him, it made no sense that any organization could erase a group as large as Avalon in such a short time. In the tense silence, a thought crossed his mind. Alon turned toward Evan and slowly spoke the name Blue Moon, the mysterious group that had recently been hunting criminals. Hesitantly, he asked whether all of this had anything to do with them. Evan shook his head, replying that according to reports from the Intelligence Guild, the incident had no connection to Blue Moon at all. They claimed that the group never left corpses behind, only a mark. However, Evan added one unsettling detail. Every member of Avalon had been killed by a sword, and witnesses described the scene as resembling hell itself, torn open before their eyes. Alon's body began to tremble violently. He swallowed hard, struggling to accept the fact that all of this had led to him being branded as a grand mastermind, one who supposedly commanded a sword master as his subordinate. He knew better than anyone that in the original game's storyline, Blue Moon never even appeared. That small group was meant to disappear long before the main story ever began. So who exactly was pulling the strings behind all of this? The scene shifted to the orphanage. Yutia stood at the center of the room, her sharp gaze sweeping over each member in turn. She asked whether any of them had left behind traces. Ryan answered calmly that there were none. Silong echoed the same, only adding, almost casually, that the number of corpses had been overwhelming. Deus then reported that Avalon's forces had been reduced to just 486 people. Meanwhile, Radan chimed in with a faint smile, remarking that just as the boss had said before, they had split everything cleanly in two. Yutia smiled softly, rubbing her face as she praised their work, her voice gentle yet brimming with satisfaction. The narrator spoke in a heavy tone. Avalon, the massive organization that once ruled the kingdom of Asteria, had vanished in a mere 5 days, its entire might reduced to ashes. Radan then stepped forward, approaching Yutia with a set of documents in hand. Calmly, he reported that the purge was not yet complete. At that, Yutia frowned slightly, looking at him with curiosity as she asked what he meant. Radan explained that he had uncovered the names of other nobles directly tied to Avalon, and that the region of Altia appeared to be deeply entangled in that network. A powerful aura slowly seeped out from Yutia's body. With a sharp gaze, she declared that her companions surely already knew what she wanted next. In an instant, tension gripped the room. The members of Blue Moon responded with burning fervor. Badan even wore a faint smile as he calmly suggested that they deal with all of them thoroughly, yet quietly. Yutia let out a long breath, forcing herself to settle down. Her smile gradually returned as she asked in a softer tone whether the Intelligence Guild was also secure. Ryan replied that everything was under control. They harbored not the slightest suspicion toward Blue Moon. Deus added that every guild was spreading the same story. They believed the incident was nothing more than a hellscape created by a single swordmaster. Ryan then suggested tightening surveillance. Yutia nodded slowly and emphasized that this matter must never reach the ears of Great Moon. Hearing that, Deus spoke quietly. In his view, all of this had happened because a relative of that person had tried to kill Great Moon first, so their eradication had been inevitable. However, Yutia did not seem fully convinced. She looked at them coldly and stated firmly that this time, the action had not been ordered by that person. Her voice rose slightly as she said that Blue Moon was a sword, and a sword should never think for itself. She ordered them to remember that well, because that person knew everything, and they must never disappoint them. Those words left Dea silent for a long time. In his mind, he could not understand why someone as powerful as Yutia could appear so restless and uneasy, merely out of fear of being discovered. Yet after a moment of reflection, he answered firmly that he would act exactly as ordered. Everything he did, he said, was for the sake of Great Moon. Before long, the day changed. Alon could be seen slumped over his desk, asleep amid scattered books and loose sheets of paper. Slowly, he lifted his head. Tears slid down his cheeks as he muttered weakly that he could not endure it anymore. Since the funeral, he had been relentlessly busy for an entire month. All he had ever wanted was to relax and enjoy life the way a noble was supposed to. Yet despite the resentment directed at him, Leo's death was something that should not have happened for another 6 years. Now, the flow of the game's world had been completely thrown off. With no one else left, all the family's responsibilities had fallen squarely onto his shoulders as the sole heir. The servants entered the office carrying stacks of books. Alon lowered his head wearily, puzzled by how hard they were working. Back when Count Batalio was still alive, those same servants often lazed around and cut corners. Now, everything was different. The reason was obvious. They were working themselves to the bone out of fear. None of them wanted to offend Alon, the cold-blooded heir rumored to have disposed of his own brother. Alon was well aware of it. He knew the rumors surrounding him had made everyone tense. In his heart, all he wished for was that they would simply handle their duties properly, without causing him any more trouble. Time continued to pass. Inside one of the rooms, Evan was grilling meat while watching Alon with a serious expression. He said there was something he needed to tell him. With clear admiration in his voice, Evan admitted he was astonished that Alon had reached the 2nd tier in just 2 years through self-training alone. Normally, it took people 4 years to get that far, and without an innate blessing from birth, magic could not be used at all. Calmly, Alon replied that he was simply talented. Yet, deep down, he knew the real reason. He had been training defensive magic relentlessly, driven by an anxiety that never truly faded. That technique demanded extremely delicate mana control, and although he had come this far, he was painfully aware that his strength was still insufficient. He had only mastered about half of it. When he first arrived in this world, Alon had never imagined he would actually be able to use magic in a fantasy realm. Just realizing that fact had made him happy. He believed that if his plans went smoothly, no danger would ever threaten him again. All he needed to do was study calmly and train on his own. Lately, however, with survival becoming his top priority, he had come to realize a bitter truth. His mana core was incredibly small. That realization filled him with despair. A person's mana core, something determined at birth, was much like an athlete's physique. It was decided from the very beginning, and his own was painfully small. So limited that no amount of harsh training could ever compensate for it. Even so, he still had one final plan left to strengthen himself. Not long after, Evan took out a letter and informed Alon that an invitation to a ballroom party had arrived. Alon could only stare at it in confusion. He had no idea where such a sudden invitation had come from. The scene shifted. At the luxurious residence hosting the ball, Alon and Evan appeared in elegant, noble attire. Alon let out a long sigh, worn down by the mountain of work that had piled up on his shoulders. The party was a regular social event meant to strengthen ties among the nobility, held in the southern region of the Kingdom of Asteria. Since he would soon be formally appointed as a noble, Alon intended to use this opportunity to build connections. To him, maintaining good relationships with other nobles was essential for securing a peaceful future. Yet the moment he tried to mingle, a problem arose. Everyone began to avoid him. Each time he greeted someone, they stiffened as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, then quickly found an excuse to move away. Seeing this, Evan merely chuckled and tried to calm him down, telling him not to get upset. Alon had already expected as much. With a composed expression, he replied that he would simply head back soon. Deep down, he understood the reason. He was being ignored because he was considered lacking in prestige. Unlike the era when his great-grandfather's name had once been revered, the Patalio family had now become nothing more than an embarrassing name from the eastern regions. Still, he had not come unprepared. Alon picked up a glass of wine from a nearby table, resolve settling in his eyes. He intended to break the awkward atmosphere using the social skills he had been quietly honing all this time. Raising his glass, he approached a young woman and spoke with a gentle smile, remarking that the wine's aroma was truly unique, especially its soft, distinctive fragrance, which made him want to purchase a few bottles for himself. Alon wore a gentle smile, one he believed would surely ease the atmosphere. Yet in the woman's eyes, that smile looked less comforting and more like the grin of a madman, sending a chill down her spine. Her face turned deathly pale as she fled in a panic, shouting that she would tell her father to prepare the wine immediately. Realizing the misunderstanding, Alon could only let out a helpless sigh. From behind him, hushed whispers spread among the nobles, gossiping that he was a man who enjoyed threatening women. Evan, who had witnessed the entire scene, merely chuckled in satisfaction, patting Alon on the shoulder as he struggled to hold back his laughter at the spectacle. Alon, however, refused to accept that reality. He tried to convince himself that the girl had simply been shy. Not long after, Evan, still grinning broadly, teased him again, announcing that the young master's spoils had increased once more. A fine horse, citrus tea, vilanda, and a bottle of special Malentino wine. Still gloomy, Alon had not expected the Patalio family name to be far more infamous than he had imagined. Because of the dark rumors claiming he had killed his own brother, everyone now chose to keep their distance. Exhausted, he excused himself from Evan and stepped outside in search of the cool night air. From afar, a red-haired woman watched Alon quietly. Alon leaned against the balcony railing, standing beneath the silent night sky. He gazed up at the stars, wondering where he had gone wrong. As his thoughts drifted, a soft female voice suddenly called out his name. Alon turned around in surprise. His heart stirred. At last, someone was willing to speak to him. Yet he did not recognize the woman at all. She introduced herself as Loria, the third daughter of the Duke Altia family. The moment he heard that family name, realization struck him. The Altia family was one of the 3 great villains in the game Psychedelia, and the woman standing before him was known as a disgrace from the eastern region. His expression darkened at once. In his mind, he muttered that anyone willing to approach him now could hardly be normal. What puzzled him, however, was that he had no memory of this girl at all. He had never even seen her in the game. With an anxious look, Loria finally spoke honestly. She begged Alon to lend her his strength, because in the near future, she would be killed. For a moment, Alon fell silent, his eyes fixed on Loria as he weighed her words. What he knew was that Loria had always lived under the protection of her father, Duke Altia. But now, the Duke was suffering from a chronic illness that was steadily consuming him, leaving the girl without her shield and turning her into a target for her ruthless siblings. Only then did Alon realize why he had never encountered her before. Because in the game's original storyline, Loria had died even before the main story began. After considering this, Alon slowly shook his head and refused her request for help. At his rejection, panic flashed across Loria's face. She hurriedly spoke again, her voice trembling, insisting that she was not asking for free. If Alon was willing to help her, she would give him half of the Altia family's fortune. Alon walked away calmly, asking Loria to stop pleading. In his heart, he muttered that no matter how pitiful her situation was, he himself was already struggling just to survive. He had no intention of being dragged into new trouble, especially when he lacked any real power to help anyone. Contrary to the rumors painting him as dangerous, he was, at his core, nothing more than an ordinary man with almost no ability to speak of. A moment later, Alon glanced back. Loria stood there with her head lowered, frustration weighing down her slender frame. He let out a long breath, stretched his stiff neck, and spoke briefly, saying that something good would surely come her way. Then, without waiting for a reply, he returned to the ballroom, hoping she would truly find a trustworthy ally. Meanwhile, on the balcony overlooking the hall, two members of Blue Moon watched Alon's movements from afar. Deus looked down and remarked to his companion that someone from the Altia family had approached Great Moon. He added that perhaps Red Moon should be informed. After all, it seemed that something good was about to happen to Loria. Rhine, however, refused calmly. There was no need, she said. If their information was correct, Loria was the only member of the Altia family with no direct ties to Avalon, which meant she was not one of Raidan's targets. To Deus, that fact only made things easier. The rest of the Altia family would soon become Blue Moon's prey anyway. Rhine nodded in agreement. By Red Moon's order, their focus remained unchanged, to sever every line of information, ensuring that the Avalon incident would never, under any circumstances, reach Great Moon. Alon trudged through the center of the hall, his steps heavy. The nobles around him deliberately kept their distance, some even refusing to meet his eyes. Then, from one side of the room, a woman's gentle voice called his name. For an instant, Alon's heart stirred. A small hope bloomed. Perhaps, at last, he had found someone willing to speak to him among the nobility. That hope faded the moment he turned around. The woman standing there carried a suspicious aura, her presence oddly familiar, like a character he had once seen in the game. With a blank expression, Alon immediately concluded that anyone bold enough to approach him first at this party was certainly not a normal noble. Still, he greeted her politely and softly, calling out her name, Zenonia. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected Alon to recognize her so easily. Calmly, he explained that Zenonia was the name of a noble house well known throughout the kingdom of Asteria. In that kingdom, 3 great forces of evil were said to exist. In the north, the Altia family. In the east, the Palatio family. And in the west, the aberrant figures of the Zenonia family. And now, standing before him, was Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. If the Palatio family was known as a gang, then the Zenonias were more like a corporate-style syndicate, organized, calculating, and treacherous. Anxiety crept into Alon's chest. All he wanted was a few connections to live a peaceful life, not to be dragged into another dangerous web of power. His life was already half in ruins, and for the sake of what little peace he had left, he knew one thing for certain. He could not afford to get involved with people like them.
Alon bowed with practiced elegance, offering a refined noble's compliment on Kalia's beauty. She responded with a sweet smile laced with cunning, then asked if he would speak with her privately for a moment. Maintaining his courtesy, Alon agreed in principle, but declined for now, calmly explaining that there were too many eyes watching them. Hearing his cool response, Kalia's lips curved into a faint smile. She remarked that Alon truly was exactly as the rumors described, then turned away and left, abandoning him with a lingering sense of confusion over her words. From a distance, Rhine continued to watch Alon with sharp, unblinking eyes. She reported that all information related to the Avalon incident had been completely contained. Deus, standing beside her, replied in a heavy tone. There was now something new they needed to worry about. Beyond the hall's windows, someone was watching Alon relentlessly, their gaze never leaving him. Rhine and Deus moved at once. In a flat voice, Rhine stated that there were still no direct orders from Red Moon, so for now, the best course of action was to monitor the stalker from afar, and if necessary, eliminate them without hesitation. Deus gave a brief nod, signaling his readiness. Several days passed. The scene shifted to a quiet, mysterious valley, shrouded in thin mist that coiled between towering cliffs. Alon and Evan arrived at its edge, their steps halting before a dark abyss that seemed to swallow even the daylight itself. Unease was clearly written across Evan's face. He swallowed hard and asked softly whether this place was truly the location Alon had been searching for all along. According to him, even with the sun still high overhead, the valley felt like a starless night. Deep, suffocating, and utterly lightless. Alon's eyes were dull and shadowed from exhaustion, dark circles etched deep beneath them. Yet the light of determination still burned within. He clenched his fist. At last, he had found his true objective. They advanced along a narrow path wedged between jagged cliffs. Every stone they passed was carved with ancient, magical scratches that glimmered faintly, giving the eerie impression that the place itself was still alive. Alon murmured under his breath, recalling how effortlessly this location could be found in the game. In truth, there was only one reason he had gone through the trouble of disguising himself and traveling this far. The Labyrinth of Whispers, a labyrinth hidden in the southern region, infamous for the complex riddles scattered across its 8 chambers. Those who solved them all would be rewarded with a priceless artifact. Alon still remembered every single step of the guide by heart. And now, it was time to enjoy what he fondly thought of as Level 1 grinding in the real world. Before long, they reached the end of the path. A colossal gate loomed before them, sealing the entrance to the labyrinth. Alon stared up at it in awe. He never imagined he would one day see this door with his own eyes, the very door that once existed only on a game screen. Back then, he had grown sick of exploring this place over and over. But now, it felt entirely different. As if this valley had been created solely for him. Evan fixed his gaze on the massive gate, curiosity filling his expression. At last, he asked how Alon could possibly know about a hidden place like this. Without thinking, Alon replied quietly that he used to come here often. Evan froze in confusion. Realizing what he had just said, Alon quickly waved it off with an awkward cough, claiming it was only a joke. Then,
In a calm voice, he added that he simply had his own ways of discovering places like this.
A swarm of monsters circled through the darkened sky above the valley, their wings slicing the air with a shrill whine, only to be met by a sudden dwar. A colossal hand rose between the cliffs and slammed into them with brutal force, sending blood and shattered bodies spraying into the air. Evan looked up, his face taut with tension, and muttered under his breath that if his master filled in even a single answer incorrectly, the two of them would be crushed like insects by that hand. Elon, meanwhile, remained calm as he faced the massive stone tablet before him. His fingers moved with steady confidence, inscribing symbols across its surface as he unraveled the riddle carved into the stone. Evan could only stare at his master in disbelief. How could someone stay this composed in the midst of such danger? They had been together for 4 years now, yet Evan still couldn't understand the man. None of the missions they had undertaken ever seemed connected, delivering trivial messages, rescuing orphans, and now venturing into this bizarre valley. What baffled him even more was how Elon knew of this place's existence when he had scarcely ever left his own home. Before long, Elon pointed toward the massive stone door and allowed himself a faint smile. He had solved the puzzle. The next moment, the door slowly creaked open. From the widening gap poured a warm, golden light, revealing heaps of gold, glittering jewelry, and radiant artifacts spread across the stone chamber. Evan stood frozen in awe. Elon, however, fixed his gaze on only one thing: a stone hand adorned with rows of rings, and among them, a single black ring hanging stiffly in place. That was his true objective. Evan, already carrying several gold bars, asked in confusion whether his master was really only after that small ring. Still staring at it, Elon replied that taking anything else would only invite trouble. He told Evan to put all the gold back where it belonged. The ring was called Constraint, the object he had been waiting for all this time. As they walked out of the chamber, Elon calmly said there was nothing to worry about on their way back. Yet as he followed behind Evan, he murmured under his breath that everything felt too easy. And right after that, Evan's face stiffened. He stared straight ahead, his body trembling, and asked his master if he could see it too. A swarm of gigantic golems stood in their way, completely blocking the exit. Evan hurriedly drew his sword, his entire body tensed. He knew the enemy could attack at any moment, and his thoughts narrowed to a single concern: how to get Elon out of this cursed place alive. But amid the tension, Elon stepped forward instead, utterly calm. He looked straight ahead and told Evan to leave everything to him. Before them stood a line of massive golem knights, their towering forms clad in stone armor that emitted a faint glow from the magic runes embedded within. The golems began to draw their enormous weapons. The heavy scrape of metal and stone grinding against each other echoed through the air. Evan shouted in panic, warning that second-tier magic would never be enough to deal with monsters of that caliber. But Elon did not flinch. He slowly raised his right hand, and black light shimmered from the ring on his finger. Constraint. In an instant, the air around them trembled, and the world itself seemed to stop moving. In an instant, Elon's consciousness was torn from his body. He found himself drifting within a strange space, endless darkness, as though he were floating among the stars beyond the void of the universe. Amid the silence, an unfamiliar voice echoed, deep and weighty, calling him, a fragment that had inherited the will of Nayar Lala. The voice then demanded that he declare 2 constraints, 2 limitations he wished to impose. A chill ran down Elon's spine. In the game, this moment should have appeared as nothing more than a selection window. But the voice he heard now felt real, vivid and overwhelming, as if it belonged to a primordial entity reaching across space and time. He understood then. This was no game illusion, but the true power of the artifact itself. Constraint was an absorption-type artifact, capable of granting immense power in exchange for the user's freedom, bound by limitations of their own choosing. The alien voice resonated again, calm yet absolute, demanding his answer. Alon drew a long breath and declared his first restriction. In all magic, the Babylonia hand seals must be used without exception. The mysterious presence asked what power he desired in return. Calmly, Alon replied that he sought the ability to slightly bend the laws of the world. The voice did not refuse. Instead, it felt as though the universe itself acknowledged his words, granting its consent, sanctioning Alon's first step beyond the limits of humanity. Then he spoke his second restriction. In all magic, only the sacred words of Babylonia may be used. And once more, the power he requested was the same as before, the strength to defy the laws of the world itself. For a moment, the being fell silent, its gaze fixed on Alon with an unreadable expression. On the other side, Alon's face tightened with confusion and tension. Doubt slowly crept into his mind. Had he made a mistake? He had carefully replicated every skill icon, setting two constraints, seals and words, in pursuit of the highest form of magic. After endlessly training each hand movement and memorizing every phrase to perfection, he had been certain this time would be different. All his efforts should have borne fruit. The silence lingered, until at last the being spoke. Its voice echoed softly, yet carried undeniable authority, accepting Alon's request. It called him a human who remembered the seals and mysteries of a great god long forgotten, and expressed its gratitude for Alon's continuation of that god's will. Alon frowned, unable to fully grasp the meaning behind those words. Before he could ask anything further, the black ring on his finger suddenly trembled and vanished, as if it had been absorbed into another space. He stared at his now empty hand, realizing that constraint had begun to function in earnest. Just before his consciousness was pulled back into the real world, the being's voice echoed once more through the formless darkness, declaring that it had always been watching over the heir of that desire. In the next instant, time began to flow again. The air shuddered, and the heavy rumble of golems thundered through the space. Evan screamed in panic, warning that second-tier magic would never be enough to stop them. The golems continued their advance, raising their massive weapons high, ready to strike down anyone who dared trespass into their domain. Evan rushed forward at once, gripping his master's shoulders in panic and begging him to retreat. But Alon did not move an inch. His gaze remained calm, deep, and unwavering. In his palm, a sphere of lightning no larger than a marble began to glow, emitting a pale blue light. Electric currents crawled along his arm, growing stronger with every passing second. The glow of the sphere intensified, dazzling enough to seem as if it were devouring the air around it. Alon knew this well. No matter how hard he had trained, this was the limit of what he could reach on his own. That was why now was the moment to test constraint, and to pay the price it demanded. Alon began to chant. First, refraction. The waves of lightning magic around him started to spin violently, creating ripples of electricity that tore through the air. Second, repulsion.
causing the flashes of lightning to surge even more fiercely, colliding and clashing in midair. Third, blue light, the final compression spell, condensing the raging energy into a massive, wildly pulsating sphere of lightning. The fourth spell, line of diffraction, left his lips as he formed a precise hand seal, forcing the magic to overflow beyond its natural limits. Elon raised his hand and fired the lightning sphere straight at the golems before him. A deafening explosion shook the entire valley, sending tremors through the ground as chunks of rock were blasted into the air. Evan staggered, barely able to believe the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. The lightning surged forth like a blue dragon, crashing into the golems' bodies and freezing them in a storm of rampant electricity.
For a brief moment, silence fell.
Stray arcs of lightning drifted faintly through the air. Then, in an instant, the golems' bodies detonated, torn apart as the electric current burrowed straight into the cores of their stone forms. When it was over, nothing remained but scattered dust and rubble spread across the ground. Evan stared at his master with eyes wide open. Unable to wrap his head around what he had just witnessed, he asked if Elon had been hiding his true strength all along. Elon answered calmly that he had not. That only left Evan even more baffled. In 15 years as a mercenary, he had never seen anything like that. Hesitantly, he asked again, "Was that really just second-tier magic?" Elon nodded. Yet inside, Elon himself was confused. This was clearly different from the system in Psychedelia. In the turn-based battle system of the game, spells could be strengthened each turn through hand seals and incantations. This time, he had reinforced Chain Lightning with 4 incantations and 5 consecutive hand seals, something that should have produced nothing more than a large-scale lightning spell. But because of the constraints he had imposed, all of his magic was now required to use both seals and chants. He suspected that his power had multiplied several times over, without him even realizing it. Even so, Elon had never imagined that the limitations he chose would elevate second-tier magic to such an extent, so much so that even he himself was taken by surprise. By then, Elon and Evan had already made it out of the valley. Evan looked utterly drained, as if the journey itself had been more exhausting than a fight to the death. He grumbled under his breath, wondering just what kind of lunatic had created such an infuriating place in the first place.
Elon fell silent for a moment, his thoughts drifting. He recalled that the Labyrinth of Whispers actually went by another name. In the map outplays and strategy guides that once circulated across the game's community sites, the dungeon had been known as the Labyrinth of Palon. Having reached that conclusion, Elon told Evan that the creator of the valley was a man named Palon. Without further explanation, Elon lifted Evan, who was barely able to walk on his own, and said that they would be returning to the east. There was something he needed to do there. That night, darkness swallowed the land as a cold wind swept through the valley. Elon continued to support Evan's limp body as they made their way back. In his mind, he began analyzing the outcome of the battle. If he chose hand seals that matched the attributes of his magic, its power could increase several-fold. If the incantations were precise, the very properties of the spell would change drastically. By the logic of Psychedelia, the mechanism should have been simple. The visuals would remain the same, only the numerical values would rise. But reality was different now. He could clearly see tangible transformations in the form and behavior of his magic each time a chant was spoken. Although his mana pool was still small and severely limited, Elon suspected that his exceptionally fine mana control allowed him to perceive those changes directly. Once his mana had fully recovered, he planned to test it again, quietly grateful that, for now,
everything had gone smoothly. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching from the shadows of the hills. That figure was Rhine. After confirming that Elon and Evan had left the area, she quietly descended into the valley. Her steps were light yet cautious, until she came to a stop atop an ancient stone artifact rising through the mist. Rhine scanned her surroundings and murmured that this place was a relic from the age of the long-forgotten Outer Gods, its stones carved with ancient symbols of the Alanef Empire. As she lowered her hood, her gaze settled on a faint inscription etched into one of the massive stones. "For my friend, left behind alone by Palone the coward." Rhine stepped closer and brushed her fingers across the cold surface. She knew the truth well. The one who halted the Black Thing's invasion and emerged victorious against Ala Kulika, the heart-devouring abomination, was the brilliant emperor Palone the Great. She possessed that knowledge because she had been born with the ancient library, a rare blessing granted to her when she was chosen for a grand mission. Earlier, she had overheard Elon telling Evan that the creator of the valley was Palone. Rhine had already known Elon was extraordinary ever since Bloody Queen Utia began following him, an event recorded only in historical texts. Even so, she had never imagined that Great Moon was a friend of Palone. Elon's casual remark had not appeared in any record within the ancient library, and that realization stirred her curiosity. Just who, exactly, was the Great Moon?
Rhine fell silent for a moment. Her cheeks flushed as embarrassment welled up. She realized how blindly she had followed orders until now. But before she could sink any deeper into thought, she sensed another presence. Instinctively, she turned and found Deus standing nearby. In a calm voice, Rhine asked whether he had brought any new information. Deus shook his head and replied that the Dark One was already dead, its head severed mid-air, without leaving a single trace behind. Rhine frowned slightly and suggested that the incident be reported immediately for further investigation. The scene shifted to the territory of Zenonia family. Inside her private chamber, Kalia lounged casually, yet her thoughts were consumed by the image of Elon. She was now certain. The man was far more than just a rumor. His cold, emotionless gaze, eyes dark like the abyss, everything about him had been real. She recalled Elon's remark about her family being well known. That much was true. Count Zenonia was undeniably powerful. And yet, it made no sense. Elon knew of this despite the fact that Kalia herself had never once participated in any social gatherings. Kalia rose from her seat and turned toward the desk where her father sat in silence. In a low whisper, she reminded herself that the man before her was the count of this family. With a casual snap of her fingers, black mist shimmered into existence. Her father's eyes went blank. His body stiffened, then froze completely, like a lifeless statue. Kalia stared at him without emotion. No one knew the truth, that she had already turned her own father into a puppet, allowing her to rule the Zenonia family as its true head. A faint smile curved her lips as she wondered how Elon could possibly know so much. She even began to suspect that he might already be aware of the agents she had sent out. As Kalia stepped out of her chamber, a guard suddenly came running toward her in a panic, calling out her name. She frowned, her voice flat yet sharp as she demanded to know what was going on. Gasping for breath, the guard begged her to come at once. There was something she needed to see in her room immediately. The moment the bedroom door swung open, the stench of blood rushed out to meet them. One of Kalia's servants lay sprawled on the floor, lifeless, their body soaked in crimson. The guard explained in a trembling voice that, judging by the servant's inactive seal,
The victim had likely kept an important secret until their final breath. Kalia fell silent, her eyes narrowing. She had not expected the killer to be bold enough to act inside her private chambers. A smile slowly returned to her lips, this time crooked, laced with both amusement and caution. She murmured softly to herself, wondering how they had found out. That man, alone, had seen through her greatest weakness from the very first moment they met. Meanwhile, Alone was completely unaware of what was unfolding elsewhere. He was resting quietly alongside Evan, finally calming himself after the long and exhausting battle in the valley. The scene shifted to the lands of Altia. Inside a gently rocking carriage, Loria sat in silence, frustration etched across her face. She had known from the start that Alone was not someone to be taken lightly. A shadowed noble with a gaze as cold as her father's. Now she understood that making an enemy of him had been a grave mistake. Even so, though he was her last remaining hope, she also knew he would never agree to a deal that put him at a disadvantage. Loria herself had already been cast out of the family line by her siblings. With nothing left to her name, she survived only by her father's mercy. Confusion weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her unsure of what steps she should take next.
The moment she stepped into the mansion, a servant's panicked scream stopped her cold. The servant came running, shouting frantically, "Lady Philene and Lord Kig! They've committed suicide!" Loria's face drained of color. Shock coursed through her veins. Those who had been ready to betray their own family had instead chosen to end their lives, something that made no sense to her at all. With a trembling voice, she urgently asked about her other siblings, Timalian and Maria. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from one of the rooms deeper inside the residence. Loria broke into a run, heading straight toward the sound. When she arrived, a horrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. Timalian and Marianne were stabbing each other. Their blood splattered across the floor. Loria froze, her breathing ragged. She could not comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, atop the Altia estate, a shadow streaked swiftly through the darkness of the night. It was Radon. The man in black robes wore a faint smile as he completed his task, leaving the estate without a sound. When Loria tried to question the servants, they were already fleeing in terror, their faces pale, footsteps frantic and uncoordinated. Amid the chaos, Elon's words suddenly resurfaced in her mind, that good fortune would come her way. Only now did she understand. That man was no ordinary human. He was someone who hid his fangs, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. A figure standing behind the shadows of the Count's family, whose true power was never openly revealed. As the meaning of Elon's words fully sank in, Loria's body began to tremble uncontrollably. That night marked the beginning of the end. She was now the sole surviving heir of the Altia territory. Standing by the window, bathed in the pale glow of moonlight, Loria stared into the distance with empty eyes, silently wondering what kind of terrifying devil she had crossed paths with. She knew there was no turning back. Anyone who dared to betray Elon always met the same fate, erased without a trace. All she could do now was move forward and bear the consequences of her own choices. 2 months later, an envoy from Altia arrived to meet Elon. With deep respect, he announced that he had come under the orders of Duke Altia. The servant presented an intricately carved box. Standing beside Elon, Evan's eyes widened in awe the moment he saw what lay inside.
a bottle of Cernak's wine, a legendary wine worth thousands of gold. Elon was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined he would see such an item with his own eyes. He unfolded the letter enclosed within the box. As he read it, he immediately realized that the sender was not the Duke himself, but the youngest daughter of the Altia family, Loria. Confusion crossed his face. He couldn't understand why she would send a gift of such immense value, and a faint sense of guilt surfaced as he recalled how he had once refused to help her. Elon then asked the envoy whether the gift was truly meant for him. The man bowed respectfully and nodded, explaining that the Duke himself had prepared the wine and ordered it to be delivered directly into Elon's hands.
Hearing that, Elon was stunned. Only then did he realize Loria's youngest daughter had now become the new Duke of Altia. The focus shifted to Loria, who was buried in her work. She leaned over her desk, then straightened her back with a quiet groan of fatigue. The past 2 months had felt like a relentless storm. After her father succumbed to illness, she was proclaimed the next Duke Altia, a position she had never even been allowed to step close to before, let alone claim. Although the sudden deaths of all her siblings shook the territory, Loria escaped suspicion thanks to her alibi at the night banquet. She still remembered the moment her own secret organization had been crushed by her siblings' hands. By the time she returned home, she had already lost everything. A chill crept up her spine as she realized how perfectly Elon had taken advantage of that opening. Back then, Elon had rejected her request in public. And yet, after that, everything was resolved with unsettling precision, as if it had all been planned from the start. Loria couldn't help but wonder how far that man's reach truly extended. She hadn't even informed him of her father's death, yet Elon had already moved ahead of her. From that moment on, she understood. Elon needed Altia for his own designs. Even after consolidating every underground organization within Altia, her power still fell short of that mysterious man's influence, which meant Elon wasn't seeking strength. What he wanted was something else entirely. The reputation of Altia, the great name that ruled the political world from the shadows. Loria lifted her gaze to the portrait of her father hanging on the wall and drew a deep breath. She resolved to focus on her new responsibilities, convinced that her savior would contact her again soon. Quietly, she hoped the gift she had sent would be enough to please him. The focus shifted to Elon's room, where the envoy from Altia had just taken his leave. While Loria regarded Elon as her savior, the man himself was anything but at ease. The woman who had once lived under constant threat had suddenly become Duke Altia. To Elon, something about the entire situation felt deeply wrong. Time passed in a blink. Several months slipped by, placing them 5 years before the beginning of the original story. Evan came running down the corridor, calling out to Elon as his voice echoed through the halls. He wanted to confirm whether his master had officially become a count yet. Elon turned to him casually and replied that not yet, but starting next year, he would be able to use the title legitimately. In his thoughts, Elon muttered that becoming a count sounded like more trouble than it was worth. Still, there was nothing to be done. Even so, he felt cautiously optimistic. Once he got used to it, things would probably become easier. Behind his flat expression, Elon did enjoy the many privileges that came with noble status. Evan then handed him a sealed letter. "A letter from Utia." Elon accepted it and, with quiet curiosity, asked whether Evan had found any information about Leo's killer. Evan shook his head. Not yet. However, he added that the Intelligence Guild had begun their investigation. If all went well, Elon would soon receive their latest report. As soon as they reached the library, Evan finally gathered the courage to ask whether Alon's true goal was to find Leo's killer and take revenge. Alon fell silent for a moment, his thoughts drifting. He felt that the drastic differences he was sensing now might be the result of his own interference with the flow of this game. After some reflection, he answered calmly that he simply wanted to be prepared for the worst possible outcome. Hearing that, Evan smiled faintly. To him, those words made Alon sound every bit like a true count. Letting out a long breath, Alon opened the letter from Utia, his curiosity undeniable. In it, Utia asked how he had been and reassured him that everyone at the orphanage was doing well, just as always. Deus had become skilled at handling puppets. Xialong often played with friends. Rene remained quiet, but diligently worked on crafting things. And Radan had recently taken a liking to gardening. After finishing the letter, Alon stared at it for a long time. He realized that these monthly letters from the orphanage had become a warm routine for him. Even though he couldn't meet them in person, reading about the children's growth brought a gentle smile to his face, as if he truly had become their father. After dwelling on those thoughts, Alon asked Evan about the children's approximate ages. Evan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question, then replied that they would soon be reaching adulthood. In fact, some of them had already left the orphanage to live independently. He added that most of the children Alon had once saved were now at that age as well.
At the end of the letter, Alon read a series of warm words of gratitude from the 5 people he had always worried about, the ones once known as the 5 deadly sins. After hearing Evan's explanation, Alon fell silent for a moment, before quietly saying that it was probably time to let them go. Evan looked at him in surprise and asked softly whether he was truly sure. After all, it had been Alon himself who chose those children to be raised under his personal care. Alon answered calmly that it was no longer necessary. They had grown up, and now it was time for him to think about each of their individual futures. In his heart, Alon murmured that since he had already ensured they would never again rise as the deadly sins of the past, they were now free to live their lives on their own terms. His thoughts drifted back to the characteristics of each of the 5, just as they had been described in the narration of every boss battle in the game he once knew. Utia, gifted in matters of faith and religion. Deus, a master of the sword. Rhine, possessing extraordinary brilliance in scientific research. Xiaolong, resilient and exceptionally talented in combat. Radan, born with the natural qualities of a leader. Alon believed that if each of them were guided onto the right path, they would grow far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Having reached that decision, Alon immediately moved to his desk and prepared his writing tools. He paused in thought. Perhaps he should give them a farewell gift, something that could serve as encouragement at the start of their new journeys. He lingered there for a long while, carefully considering what that gift should be.
Several hours passed until the sky slowly turned orange. At last, Alon rose from his chair with renewed energy and let out a satisfied shout after finishing all the letters, so loud that it jolted Evan awake from his nap. With drool still clinging to his cheek, Evan hurriedly took his leave to deliver the letters. Meanwhile, Alon merely smiled faintly, hoping that one day he would receive an unexpected bonus from the investments he had sown. Through those letters, he urged his children to reveal their talents to the wider world. In time, the letters finally reached Utia. She immediately gathered her companions and announced that a new order had arrived from the Great Moon. This time, each of them had been given a different assignment.
They all stared at the envelopes in their hands with curiosity. Some wore looks of quiet intrigue, while others could not hide the excitement spreading across their faces. Before anyone opened their personal letters, Yutia reminded them of an important rule. Before unsealing the final letter, they had to read every preceding one first. She emphasized that the commands of the Great Moon always required understanding on a higher level. At those words, Seolong's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. After all, until now, only Yutia had ever been permitted to read the Great Moon's letters.
Yutia explained that since the Great Moon was now issuing orders to each of them directly, it meant Great Moon had decided that every member must read all the letters that had been sent before. She then opened the first letter, which read, "How have you been lately? It seems you've gathered quite a few talented companions. If you ever need anything, just let me know." After hearing it, Solong and the others looked confused, wondering if that could really be considered an order at all. Rhine, in her usual flat tone, assumed it was nothing more than light small talk with no hidden meaning. Seeing their reactions, Yutia let out a small chuckle. She explained that the Great Moon had always concealed its commands beneath casual conversation from the very beginning. She then showed them the letters that followed. After the greeting letter, the first true order appeared. Great Moon designated assassination targets, laid out mission instructions, and commanded the Blue Moon organization to report the situation immediately afterward. Another letter stated that Great Moon had fully entrusted Blue Moon to Yutia, while also emphasizing that Great Moon had personally chosen each and every one of them. With visible enthusiasm, Yutia broke down the meaning behind each letter for her companions, making sure no detail was overlooked. At last, Deus grasped the pattern. He surmised that the letters had been deliberately structured that way to prevent information from leaking outside. Yutia nodded in agreement, adding that for this very reason, they had to understand every order precisely and carry out their missions without a single mistake. Deus suggested that they should meet the Great Moon in person, or at the very least, use communication magic. Raiden agreed, arguing that if their greatest fear was information leakage, then relying on letters was far more dangerous. Hearing their suggestions, Yutia's gaze abruptly turned flat and razor-sharp. In a calm yet unwavering voice, she reminded them that regardless of personal opinions, they were all required to follow the Great Moon's orders, without exception. Faced with the icy resolve in her expression, Deus shuddered slightly, captivated by the unshakable conviction radiating from their leader. Just as Deus was about to speak again, Solong suddenly exclaimed cheerfully, urging everyone to open their individual letters. At once, they broke the seals and read their contents carefully. Deus discovered that he had been ordered to head to Caliburn, the land of knights. Solong, on the other hand, slumped dejectedly upon seeing the word colony written in his letter, openly admitting that he hated deserts. Raiden received orders to go to Raxus, while Rhine was directed to Larthania, the infamous city of labyrinths. As for Yutia, the bloody queen herself, her destination was the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Wearing a gentle yet commanding smile, she ordered her companions to carry out the missions assigned in their respective letters. Deus admitted he couldn't understand why the Great Moon was sending him to become a knight. Xiolong added that the Great Moon had instructed them not to worry, assuring them that support would still be provided. Rhine mentioned that the Great Moon had even informed them of the locations of their rewards. Radan concluded calmly that whatever awaited them, everything would become clear once they arrived at their designated destinations. Seeing her companions begin to grasp the meaning behind the orders, Yutia reinforced the final message. Unless the Great Moon personally permitted it, the name Blue Moon was never to be spoken. Anywhere.
Beneath the blazing sun hanging high above the orphanage, the 5 great sins quietly departed the place they once called home, stepping toward new lives shaped by the great moon's will. 3 months passed. The scene shifted to Elon's study, where he sat absorbed in a book. He was researching magic, carefully studying spells and incantations. After a while, he lifted his gaze toward Evan, who stood nearby, and asked about the progress of the investigation into Leo's killer. Evan replied that the Intelligence Guild had yet to uncover anything. Elon fell silent in thought. He realized that the butterfly effect he had triggered was no longer something he could control. It had all begun with his impulsive decision to save the 5 great sins. Even Loria, who was supposed to die in the original story, had instead become the Duke of Altia, expanding her power and influence in the underworld at an absurd pace. After weighing the situation, Elon finally instructed Evan to halt the investigation into Leo's murderer. In his mind, this was clearly a case where ignorance was safer than knowing too much. In the game, no one could escape the Intelligence Guild's web. But this was reality. The deeper he dug into matters he was never meant to touch, the worse the outcome might ultimately be. A sense of unease crept over Elon. If his preventive measures against unforeseen events were instead leading others to their deaths, then all of his efforts would amount to nothing. He also understood one thing clearly. An organization of that scale would not harm him as long as he did not interfere in their affairs. For now, they had no reason whatsoever to target him, unless he himself stepped too close. Having settled his decision, Elon explained to Evan that continuing the investigation would only waste energy. Hearing the order, Evan bowed respectfully and said he would contact the Intelligence Guild immediately to halt it. Suddenly, Evan recalled something else. He informed Elon that there was important news. Deus had just been appointed as a knight in Caliburn. Elon showed no sign of surprise at all. He merely offered a quiet word of thanks, his tone flat, as if he had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Another 3 months passed. Once again, Evan arrived with fresh news. This time, far more shocking. He reported that Deus had formed his own Knight Order. Elon could not conceal his surprise. If that information was true, it meant Deus had reached at least the expert level, or perhaps gone beyond it. He found it astonishing. Not long ago, Deus had only just been knighted, yet his growth had already become this drastic. Evan added that people everywhere had begun talking about the achievement. Some were saying that the world might witness the rise of a 5th Master Knight in less than 10 years. Elon pictured Deus in his mind and muttered that if Deus had truly become a Master Knight, then what Evan meant must be the title Sword of Caliburn. Evan replied with open admiration, admitting that Deus truly possessed extraordinary talent. Another 6 months passed, marking 1 full year since the 5 great sins had left the orphanage. While Elon was buried in his duties as a count, Evan arrived with new information. His expression was grave as he reported that Deus had officially become the Sword of Caliburn, a position that also made him the 5th Master Knight. Elon froze in shock. He immediately asked how it was even possible for Deus to reach the rank of Master Knight, considering that only sword masters were supposed to surpass that threshold. After all, Psychedelia, a sword master, was a superhuman who had broken through the limits of blade aura and awakened a unique ability known as derivation. Evan went on to explain that Deus was indeed walking the path toward becoming a swordmaster, but he had yet to create his own derivation. Even so, the nation of Caliburn had granted him the title of Master Knight. Not only had Deus won a duel against the fourth Master Knight, but Caliburn had also lost one of its Master Knights in battles against the northern barbarians. That explanation made sense to Alon. After all, the war against the barbarians had dragged on for more than 10 years, claiming countless lives along the way.
Even so, Evan still sounded skeptical. In his view, sensing mana and learning to wield it properly took around 15 years, while forging one's own derivation usually required several decades. Even the first Master Knight, Reinhardt, had only reached that title at the age of 32, earning him the distinction of being the youngest Master Knight in history. At the mention of Reinhardt's name, the image of a very familiar game character surfaced vividly in Alon's mind. He was the legendary powerhouse, portrayed as someone who had been swinging a sword since the age of 5, constantly urging the player to place their faith in the strongest swordmaster of all time. Inwardly, Alon agreed. Reinhardt truly was exceptional. Even with his overwhelming talent, it had taken him 20 years to reach that level. Because of that, the idea of a boy with no formal sword training becoming a Master Knight felt utterly irrational. Still, Alon quickly brushed aside his doubts. If Deus simply waited for his derivation to awaken, then in the end, he might even surpass Reinhardt as a true swordmaster. Alon lingered on that possibility for a moment, before remarking that perhaps he could make use of Deus sooner than he had originally anticipated. However, when his gaze shifted to a letter resting on his desk, he admitted that Deus would probably have no intention of helping him. Evan agreed at once, saying that it was obvious Deus would never consent. For an entire year, Alon had received letters only from Utia. In those regular letters sent from the Holy Kingdom, she always wrote about the growth and progress of the 5 great sins who had been raised together under her care. Reading each line, Alon felt as though they were still connected. Although the 5 children had never once seen his face, at the very least, they were able to express their gratitude for the gifts he had sent them. Still, the fact that he had never received even a single return gift left Alon feeling faintly disappointed. Plaque. He slapped his own cheek, snapping himself out of it. He should be grateful. After all, the 5 great sins had not gone on to destroy kingdoms after reaching their full potential. Letting out a slow breath, Alon muttered that as long as they were safe and well, that alone was enough to make him happy. The scene then shifted to the capital of Caliburn, the heart of the Kritham region, where high-ranking nobles resided. Within a vast mansion belonging to the renowned Solar Eclipse Knights, soldiers could still be seen training even as the afternoon wore on. Inside one of the rooms, a man stood quietly by the window, gazing outside. It was Deus, now the captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights and the youngest Master Knight in history. From where he stood, Deus watched a young girl walking alongside her escort. She looked up, beamed brightly, and cheerfully called out to him as her older brother. The man, who was usually known for his cold demeanor, let a gentle smile slip through before hastily clearing his throat, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. In his heart, Deus murmured to himself, recalling that a full year had already passed since he left the orphanage. Even now, those memories made his face burn with shame. Back then, he had lost everything to Black Goat, leaving him with nothing but uncontrollable rage and a hatred so deep it consumed him. The fact that Great Moon had saved his life was still not reason enough for him to swear loyalty. Yet, when Great Moon promised him the chance to take revenge with his own hands, Deus accepted the order, under the name of Blue Moon. From that day on, he lived as part of Blue Moon, carrying out dangerous missions and enduring training so brutal
that he eventually stopped caring about the state of his own body. For years, he kept moving forward, amassing strength and forging it into the foundation of his vengeance against Black Goat. And when the time was finally deemed right, he received his very first personal order. When he read the letter, there was only a single short line written within it. A small hotel south of Caliburn. I've left a gift there. The word gift did not excite him in the slightest, but his curiosity was sharply piqued. He made his way to the small hotel, slowly pushed open the door, and was met with something he had never once expected. Behind that door, the gift left by Great Moon was not gold or power, but family. Those he had believed lost forever, something far more precious to him than his own life.
His younger sister, whom he had believed to be dead all this time, was alive. With a trembling voice, Deus called out her name, Silly, and asked what had happened to her after he disappeared. For a moment, Silly looked at him with eyes brimming with emotion. Then they moved to a small room, sitting across from each other with cups of tea resting on a wooden table between them. Silly began to tell him everything. She said they had taken her to a dark place, where all she could do was waiting for her turn, in a stretch of time that felt endlessly long and suffocating. When the moment came for her to be killed, someone suddenly appeared, and she managed to escape amid a burst of light that tore through the darkness. Several years later, just as she was about to be sold to a slave trader, someone cut down the monsters who had captured her. That person was a mercenary named Evan, her savior, who carried her away from that living hell. After that, she was given precious medicine from a benefactor she didn't even know. Silly then took out a single letter and showed it to Deus. Written inside were the words, I will continue to send medicine and my support. You are safe under the name Palatio, so you don't need to worry about your sibling. Beneath those words was a single name, Alon Palatio. With a bright, heartfelt smile, Silly said that she was truly grateful for everything Alon had done for her. Of course, Deus was stunned when he realized that the letter had come from Alon Palatio. Countless questions began to whirl through his mind. How could Great Moon possibly know all of this? He had never told anyone about his family, not even once. Even Utia only knew that he had been attacked by Black Goat, nothing more. Then, like a blade flashing through his thoughts, Utia's sharp warning from the past resurfaced. The words she had spoken with absolute conviction, that Great Moon knew everything. At the same time, Deus flinched as well, recalling that same warning. In a fraction of a second, every doubt within Deus linked together like scattered pieces of a puzzle, finally snapping into place and vanishing. Back then, he had never truly understood Utia's unease, nor her insistence that a sword could not think for itself. Now, however, he realized just how foolish he had been. When Great Moon once told Loria that good fortune would come to her, Deus had felt nothing but skepticism. Yet, as he reflected on everything that had happened, he finally understood. Those words had not been idle reassurance, but a subtle hint. Proof that their leader had known the truth from the very beginning and had quietly guided the children he would one day leave behind so that they could survive on their own. Xia Li, who stood before him, grew anxious when she noticed how long her brother had fallen silent. She softly called his name. Deus responded with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat her head. Inside his mind, regret weighed heavily on him as he reflected on his past actions. A sword that acts on its own,
without considering the consequences, truly deserves punishment. Yet he, the great moon, had chosen to show mercy and generosity instead. While Deus had been endlessly chewing on hatred and nurturing his desire for revenge against Black Goat, the safety of his family had been granted to him as a blessing far more precious than vengeance itself. Only now did he truly understand why Utia had chosen to devote herself to Elon Palladio. She was not merely a fanatic, nor did she follow him blindly. From the very beginning, she had understood that Great Moon was no ordinary being. Within Deus, a new resolve took shape. He would repay the Great One's kindness. With the power he now possessed, his mission was clear: to rise to the very summit of Caliburn as a master knight, and to build his own order of knights, composed of the finest swordsmen. And so, time began to flow back toward the main course of events. One of Deus's subordinates approached and delivered a report with a deep bow. Deus stepped forward and made his way outside toward the courtyard, where his troops were already assembled, waiting for their commander's arrival. In his mind, Deus reaffirmed his resolve. The expedition he was about to lead would become the first stepping stone for the solar eclipse knights. He did not care what kind of obstacles awaited him on the battlefield. He would confront them one by one, patiently waiting for the day he could offer his gratitude, along with what he deemed appropriate compensation, to the Great One. Beneath the light of the moon, he swore to prove himself. With that determination, the solar eclipse knights under his command set out on their expedition against the barbarian forces. Meanwhile, at the Palladio estate, Elon Palladio leaned casually against the wall of the courtyard, stacks of open books scattered around him. The day felt unusually peaceful. The children he had raised were growing well, and that alone was enough to soothe his heart. But the calm did not last. Suddenly, a book beside him flew open, its pages flapping wildly as the wind scattered his carefully kept notes. With a tired yet practiced reflex, Elon snatched the loose pages out of the air one by one before they could be carried farther away. As he gathered them back together, he complained inwardly about how disorganized his notes were, and how that messiness always seemed to make his life more troublesome than it needed to be. From that moment on, he resolved to finally put everything in proper order. His gaze then shifted to the research summary he had completed after returning from the Labyrinth of Whispers. His focus had been on phrases, special incantations and mantras he had studied for a long time. After countless hours of work, he had finally managed to systematize and consolidate the results of his research. In his notes, Elon Palladio recorded that each phrase produced a different transformative effect. The first was refraction, which amplified imperfections within a spell and caused its range to spread wider than intended. The second was repulsion, which disrupted a spell's form and altered the transition of any projectile that was released. The third, blue light, enhanced parallel magic, particularly elemental spells such as lightning. The fourth was line of diffraction, which granted increased penetration, or in simpler terms, a critical effect. Elon also wrote down several strict rules regarding the use of phrases. First, a phrase could not be used unless it properly matched the spell. Second, phrases could not be repeated. Third, the total number of phrases was limited to 4. If even one of these conditions was violated, the spell would fail instantly. With the small mana core he currently possessed, Elon realized he could only cast a single spell per day. Because of that limitation, it had taken him a long time to fully grasp each rule that constrained his abilities. During his research, he uncovered another crucial fact. According to the world's setting, Babylonia hand signs and sacred phrases had long since been lost. No one alive understood them anymore. Not a single magic tome even mentioned them in detail, forcing Elon to piece everything together on his own. Although his original goal was merely to study magic for self-defense,
he couldn't deny that the process itself carried a quiet sense of excitement. At last, Alon prepared to release his first spell. It was time to see the results of 2 months of experimentation. He formed the first hand seal, erasing the focal point of the manosphere. The balance collapsed, and faint sparks of lightning flickered into existence. The moment those sparks appeared, Alon Palacio realized that the magic which had once been weak, borderline useless, was finally beginning to take shape. It now had direction. He began chanting his first phrase, fixation. The lightning sphere spun in midair, dancing wildly as arcs of electricity coiled around it. The second phrase followed, compression. The lightning condensed inward, surging upward as if drawn toward the sky itself. The third was breakdown. A violently intense flash tore through the air, as though all the accumulated energy had been forced into a single point. Then came the fourth phrase, fleeting bloom. The gathered lightning began to blossom outward, and Alon swung his arm, guiding the overwhelming power with the phrases he had refined over months of study. From the heavens, a colossal bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the ground and obliterating the tree before him with a deafening roar. As he watched the aftermath, Alon fully grasped just how critical the order of magical phrases truly was. He vividly recalled how, in the past, attempting to use breakdown at the very beginning had caused the spell to fail instantly. While he was still lost in thought, a sharp gasp sounded behind him. Alon turned swiftly. Standing there was Kalia, accompanied by a man who had witnessed the entire demonstration. Both of them stared wide-eyed, their breath caught in their throats as the same 2 words escaped their lips. Origin magic. Alon froze, utterly confused by Kalia's sudden appearance in his residence. Meanwhile, the man beside her shuddered visibly, his body trembling as he processed what he had just seen. Witnessing someone wield origin magic was proof of power on an entirely different level. Magic that signified the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Of course, Alon himself was equally stunned by the word origin. He had never imagined that his magic, once so weak it was nearly useless, could evolve to such a lofty level. Silence fell over the courtyard at once. Confusion lingered in the air, leaving the 3 of them simply staring at one another, unable to speak. Not long after, Kalia and her companion were escorted into the Palatio family's reception room. In her heart, Kalia clearly understood the 2 reasons she had come here. First, Alon Palacio possessed a card capable of dealing a decisive blow to Zenonia. That fact alone made him a threat she could not afford to ignore. She needed to personally confirm Count Palatio's intentions. There could be no room for misjudgment in a situation this fragile and dangerous. The second reason was no less important. She needed to identify the mysterious organization protecting the Palacio family, the force that granted Alon control over the entire territory. Yet what she had witnessed today far exceeded her expectations. Never had she imagined that the arrogant mage seated beside her would be reduced to trembling in fear, simply from witnessing a single lightning explosion created by Alon. The figure standing beside Kalia was Viankle, a 5th-rank mage who had once been expelled from the magic tower for conducting inhumane experiments. Known as a man capable of wiping out an entire battalion with ease, he had always looked down on others, even Kalia herself, despite having supported her for many years. Yet this time was different. Kalia sensed a faint trace of fear radiating from him. She had never seen Viankle in such a state before, to the point that she found herself wondering whether the magic she had witnessed earlier truly was origin magic. When the door opened, Kalia turned sharply, her breath hitching for a moment. Alon entered the room with calm, measured steps, his movements steady as though untouched by the tension saturating the air.
He walked closer and stopped in front of them. In a flat tone, Elon asked what business had brought them to the Count's residence. Soon after, Elon was seated across from the two of them, engaged in a serious discussion. Kalia offered an apology for the sudden visit and for their improper conduct. Carefully choosing her words, she explained that she had lost her way while trying to locate the Count. Elon replied that he would not take offense at that. However, he made one thing unmistakably clear. What he had used earlier was not origin magic. If it had to be ranked, its power was no more than that of a second-rank spell. Kalia responded that any mage with sufficient perception would feel it, that the magic in question did not truly possess a concrete function, nor a form stable enough to be called complete.
In his mind, Elon muttered that the magic truly was useless, ineffective for both defense and offense. It was nothing more than an experimental byproduct that had coincidentally resulted in a large explosion. Hearing Elon's words, which only made the atmosphere grow heavier, both Kalia and Viankel felt anxiety creep into their chests. They understood all too well that Elon had just delivered a subtle warning. Whatever they had witnessed today was something that should never be spoken of to anyone. In a faltering voice, panic barely concealed, Viankel admitted that it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Kalia glanced at him in confusion, surprised to see Viankel display such deference, something he almost never did. Noticing the shift in Viankel's attitude, Elon murmured that this was good, feeling slightly relieved. He nodded, then asked them, now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, what their true reason for coming was. Kalia explained that they had merely been in the Palazzo territory on other business and had wished to pay their respects to the Count. Elon pressed once more, asking if there truly was no other pressing matter. Kalia answered that there was not. Elon then stated that, unfortunately, he had work that required his immediate attention, and thus could not spare much time for further conversation. Kalia rose from her seat, saying that she fully understood. She thanked him for allowing them this brief meeting, and politely took her leave. Before Kalia could fully turn away, Elon offered a brief piece of advice. If what she needed was someone to talk to, it might be better for her to visit Duke Altia. He had a hunch the two of them would get along surprisingly well. Kalia continued to look at Elon with lingering unease, yet she maintained her composure and grace. After a short pause, she replied that, having heard his suggestion, she might indeed pay the Duke a visit. Elon and Evan then escorted Kalia and her entourage to the front gates, where the Zenonia family's carriage slowly departed from the Palazzo estate. With a tone of genuine confusion, Evan asked why the Zenonia family, a Western house whose reputation had already been ruined, would choose to come all the way to Palazzo. Elon answered flatly that he had no idea. There was nothing that came to mind that could explain such a decision. Yet, in his own thoughts, Elon felt a headache brewing. He grumbled inwardly that this was truly going to become a problem. If rumors spread that he had used origin magic, those who thirsted for power would undoubtedly swarm toward him, harassing him without end. More than that, Elon hoped Kalia would understand the subtext of his words. In his view, there was not the slightest reason for Zenonia to approach Altia, their rival in the underworld. Whatever the motive, he sincerely hoped that troublesome family would stay far away from him. The focus then shifted to the carriage carrying Kalia. Inside, she sat facing Viankel. Kalia opened the conversation in a low voice, laced with caution, asking whether the magic Count Palacio had used earlier was truly an origin. Still drenched in sweat,
The fear in his eyes not yet faded, Vienkel answered quietly that it was not. Kalia pressed further, asking why his reaction had been so extreme if that was the case. Vienkel let out a trembling breath before explaining. Origin magic, as he understood it, was a power that drew the laws it created onto an immutable canvas of absolute principles, a privilege reserved only for high-tier mages. But Count Palacio was different. When Kalia had asked him to examine the spell, he activated his observation eye and witnessed something he had never imagined possible. That canvas, the canvas of absolute principles, was torn apart. Count Palacio appeared to be twisting the absolute laws themselves. As he recalled the moment Elon held lightning suspended in the air, Vienkel shuddered. Elon had overturned and shattered the laws of the world, yet the spell had still manifested. With a quivering voice, Vienkel concluded that what they had seen was a miracle so utterly unreasonable that it defied every principle of magic he had ever known. Kalia's expression stiffened at the explanation, while Vienkel's body continued to tremble violently. In a broken voice, he went on, saying that beneath that phenomenon he had sensed a trace he could not possibly be mistaken about. A remnant of the work of a great god long since forgotten. A sudden wave of pain struck his head, forcing him to clutch his temple as he staggered. Even so, he pushed himself to deliver his warning to Kalia. He said he had to stop thinking about it, because going any further would be exceedingly dangerous. In the past, he had been praised for pursuing ancient knowledge and researching magic from lost eras. Precisely because of that, he was absolutely certain of one thing: never oppose Count Palacio, and never make him an enemy. Kalia let out a breath and smiled bitterly, recalling the advice Elon had given her earlier. She murmured that there was no point in trying to understand Count Palatio's intentions. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it really would be better for her to visit Duke Altia. Now, she felt she had truly become nothing more than a single piece on Elon's game board. 5 months later, 2 years after the children had left the orphanage, the moment Evan entered the room, Elon immediately called out to him and asked for the latest news, especially anything concerning the children. Evan replied that he had no news about them, but he did bring word of an alliance that had been formed between Count Zenonia and the family of Duke Altia.
Alon was utterly stunned. Cold sweat instantly soaked his face as he questioned how it was even possible for two pillars of the underworld to unite. Evan nodded and explained that this was simply the way the underworld operated, something utterly unpredictable, hidden from the eyes of outsiders. Still, he assured Alon that the information was completely reliable. Inside, Alon was genuinely at a loss. He felt that he had done everything he could to raise those little sinners, and yet now a shadowy alliance this insane had suddenly emerged. For a fleeting moment, he even wondered whether the kingdom of Asteria itself might collapse because of it. To him, that seemed impossible. And yet, he could not stop himself from thinking back to Kalia, and whether she had truly taken his offhand words that day to heart. The suggestion that she visit Duke Altia. Of course, Alon had never imagined that Kalia would actually go through with it. He muttered to himself, convincing himself that the alliance was probably nothing more than a temporary cooperation. With Kalia's cold, arrogant, and utterly unpredictable nature, an alliance like that could never last long. Even so, the shadow of the worst possible outcome lingered in his mind, urging him to prepare, if only as a precaution. In front of Evan, Alon forced himself to remain calm, though his thoughts continued to churn as he began writing a letter. The letter contained an apology to Kalia, in case he had come across as rude or emotionally inept during their brief meeting. He chose his words carefully,
weaving them together so that the intent of his apology would be conveyed, subtly, yet unmistakably.
After finishing the letter for Kalia, he handed it to Evan, saying that he was entrusting everything related to the letter entirely to him. Hearing that, Evan responded with a firm nod, stating that he would deliver the message to Lady Zenonia through the Mercenary Guild, while continuing the operation to search for the children's whereabouts. Elon then read the letters that had arrived from Utia and murmured softly, wondering what Radan and Solong were doing at this very moment. Even in Utia's report, the two children were said to have gone missing after reaching their destination. Anxiety slowly crept in, making Elon question in his heart whether Solong was truly all right. If they followed the clues written in the letter and found the intended reward, they should be able to become symbols among rank 1 fighters, perhaps even rise to the position of a Baba Yaga. Elon's thoughts were then drawn to a certain item, essence of the Gone Main tribe, a piece of equipment in the form of golden gauntlets that radiated a sharp aura. When equipped, the item increased the chance of a critical hit by 20%. According to the item description in the game, if Solong were to obtain that item, she would not become a sinner. Instead, she would become a wolfkin. Recalling that item description, Elon murmured to himself once more. He had already informed Solong about the hidden treasure that could be used as emergency funds when circumstances grew dire. With the extraordinary talent the girl possessed, she should be able to survive. After all, the land she was in now was a place where one could seize the world through sheer strength alone. And Solong had the potential to do exactly that. The scene shifted to the desert region, Colony. Somewhere within a cave carved into the side of a hill, dimly illuminated by pale moonlight, a young girl moved deeper inside with light steps, careful yet steady. Solong raised her hand in pure delight, declaring that at last, the long trial she had endured was truly over. Her gaze fell upon her own palm, upon the golden gauntlet now tightly wrapped around her wrist. A broad smile bloomed across her face, born from pride and relief blending into one. She offered her gratitude to the great moon for the gift, admitting that she had once believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe to be nothing more than a legend. However, the sparkle in her eyes suddenly faded. Her voice dropped into a low murmur. She realized that what she had heard since childhood was not an empty fairy tale, not a bedtime story, but a truth that had long been hidden. Memories of her childhood surfaced, of sitting at home with her siblings, asking her mother about the Lord of the Golden Mane tribe. Her mother had gently stroked Solong's head, as she explained that the Wolfkin tribes were descendants of the Golden Mane tribe, the great king of all beastkin. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe was a legendary heirloom passed down for hundreds of years, a sacred artifact that not only granted overwhelming power, but also carried divine authority, recognized by every clan. Solong now understood everything. She spoke of how she had obtained the essence and faced every trial within her inner world, and every single moment had felt utterly real, as if she were truly living inside it. Yet once the trials ended, the surging energy erupting from the gauntlet quickly subsided, as though the item itself had chosen its master. She declared that there was one thing she could never forget. On the day she was dying as an experimental subject, the Great Moon had intervened, saving her life and granting her the power to take revenge on the Black Dragon who had taken both of her parents' lives. That bitter memory shook her heart, and energy began to seep from Solong's body, trembling softly like the breath of an ancient creature newly awakened. She stated that she must repay that blessing, no matter the risk. With unwavering resolve, she began to swing her arm, feeling the rotation of power from the item she wore flow through her muscles,
like pulses of gold merging with her very body. Solong believed that the true meaning of that gift was not to turn her into an ordinary gladiator. She had to become the strongest gladiator who had ever lived, to gather the Golden Mane tribe that had been scattered for centuries, restore their lost glory, and ultimately use that power to kill the black dragon that had long loomed as the dark shadow over her life. With a single blow, Solong shattered the cave wall. Dust and fragments of stone exploded outward as she stepped through the newly opened hole, her body bathed in the cold glow of moonlight. Once outside, she lifted her gaze to the sky, staring into the night wrapped in moonlight that seemed to be calling her name. Solong declared that everything she was doing was for her savior. She affirmed that this was only the beginning. The Golden Mane tribe, the greatest among all beastkin, kings among their race, would rise again under the blue moon after 500 years. As that resolve echoed within her, even the desert wind seemed to stir, drawn by the weight of her ambition. The narrative then shifted to a room where Alon and Evan were in conversation. Evan suddenly recalled something and mentioned that the Intelligence Guild had obtained new information regarding the children. He had intended to inform Alon earlier at the training grounds, but it had slipped his mind. Hearing this, Alon responded calmly, asking what the information was. Evan then explained that Solong had shown outstanding performance in Colony, earning herself the nickname Golden Flash. Alon scratched his cheek and murmured, feeling as though he had heard that nickname somewhere before. After thinking it over for a moment, he replied with clear relief, saying that he was glad to hear Solong was doing well. Evan nodded in agreement, adding that in that land, one could become anything, as long as they possessed strength.
Alon then asked about Raydan, noting that he had not heard any news since the boy said he was learning to work in Raxus. Evan explained that there was indeed some information regarding Raydan, but all of it was still in the verification stage. Alon merely murmured softly, accepting the explanation, then asked again whether Evan was not supposed to be busy at the moment. The question made Evan tense up instantly. He replied nervously, asking why Alon was suddenly looking at him like that, and insisted that he had already carried out everything he had been instructed to do. However, Alon's next words made Evan jolt. Alon reminded him that he needed to prepare, as the journey to the magic tower would take at least 1 month. Startled, Evan responded reflexively, admitting that he had never heard anything about such a magic tower. Alon touched his chin, looking puzzled as he said that he might have forgotten to tell Evan. Evan simply let out a sigh, as if already accustomed to dealing with things like this. Still, he could not believe the length of the journey. According to him, traveling to the Green Magic Tower would only take 1 week. Alon then explained that their destination was the Blue Magic Tower, not the green one. Upon hearing that, Evan immediately understood, since the Blue Magic Tower was located near the Labyrinth City, and the distance truly was far. After the conversation ended, Evan left the room, stating that he would begin making preparations at once. Once Evan left, Alon immediately lay back on the sofa and let out a long sigh. In the near future, he would have to remain inside a carriage for an entire month, and just thinking about it already made his body feel weary. But he had no choice. The item that could help repair his small mana hole existed only in that place. Alon lay there, propping up his head. A faint sense of nostalgia surfaced as he recalled the Labyrinth City he was about to visit. Back when he was still inside the game, he had spent an enormous amount of time grinding in that city. The Labyrinth sat at the very center of the city, marked on the map as the primary level grinding area in the game Psychedelia.
players could obtain high-quality items by leveling up and pushing through its deepest layers. Yet, despite countless players entering and leaving the labyrinth every single day, not one of them had ever reached its very end. Someone once claimed to have broken through to the 150th floor using cheats. Even so, other players continued to complain to the developers because the deeper one went, the number of floors kept increasing, and the labyrinth grew more and more insane. So much so that it was impossible to imagine what the labyrinth on the 150th floor even looked like. Just like in the game, relics and artifacts could always be found there. Because of that, the job of official magic appraiser had become extremely popular and was considered a profession that guaranteed a comfortable life. Ryan herself had once mentioned that she would soon take the exam to become an official appraiser. With the natural talent she possessed, Alon was confident that Ryan would pass the test without any real difficulty.
Even so, Alon still felt that the gift he had given to Ryan was too little compared to what he had given the others. All he had provided was equipment for item appraisal. A thought crossed his mind that he should send additional support later on if the gift proved to be insufficient. The focus then shifted to Larthania, a city ruled by no one. It was a hub for explorers and mercenaries, its southern district packed with endless rows of buildings and shops. Among those countless stores, one could find a secret appraisal shop known as Merd. The shop had quietly gained fame through its unique services, catering mostly to nobles and A-rank explorers, some of whom were even the lords of Larthania themselves. Now, we step inside the shop called Merd. A man could be seen arriving with an item, waiting as the appraisal process was carried out. A masked shop attendant appeared and announced that the appraisal was complete. He then explained that the item was capable of igniting flames using mana. The attendant added that it was a relic that could be imprinted, and with only a small amount of mana, the flame produced by the item could be sustained for at least 1 hour. Upon hearing the explanation, the man smiled in satisfaction. He judged that the item's efficiency was now far better than before. With a polite word of thanks to the shop attendant, he then left Merd with light steps. The focus now shifted to the shop attendant inside his private room. He slowly removed his mask, and as the cover was lifted, the true figure behind it was revealed. Rhine. She glanced toward the shelf behind her, then picked up an item while murmuring that this one could be given an imprint as well. In her thoughts, Rhine explained why Merd, despite being tucked away in a corner on the outskirts of the city, had managed to gain such extraordinary fame. It was all because of imprint, the rare ability that very few appraisers possessed. Rhine then entered the innermost room, where a single item was placed. It was a gift from the Great Moon. With a small smile, she recalled the moment when the Great Moon had first asked her to become a magic appraiser. At the time, she had not understood the reason at all. All she knew was the true identity of the Great Moon as Palon's companion from the era of the Great Forgotten Gods, and the grand objective of erasing the Black Goat. Even so, Rhine could not comprehend the connection between the order she had received from the Great Moon and the mission to eliminate the Black Goat. More than that, the Great Moon had even instructed her to go to the labyrinth city, Larthania, simply to become an appraiser. That question had continued to haunt her. What did becoming an appraiser have to do with killing the Black Goat? Everything finally became clear when she saw the gift itself. An item called Eye of the Stalker, an artifact capable of appraising items instantly within a certain mana limit, as though it had been created specifically to strengthen the act of appraisal itself. The item lay atop the altar, shrouded in tightly wrapped cloth and bound by chains.
Using her power, Ryan released the seal restraining it. The chains and protective papers cracked and snapped apart in an instant. Revealed was an artifact shaped like a golden eye, set at the center of a ring adorned with thorn-like ornaments resembling a crown, radiating a divine gleam. Once the seal collapsed, Ryan could sense that the imprint on the item had been unlocked. To obtain the power she needed to confront the Black Goat, she had to awaken the artifact in her hands, even though the process demanded special abilities and a sacrifice. Ryan extended the relic she had taken earlier, and the eye of the stalker emitted a gentle light that immediately imprinted itself onto the item. In an instant, the relic stack increased from 247 to 248. The relic in Ryan's hand had now received an imprint, drawing a faint smile to her lips. Now, she only needed to sacrifice 252 more to fully awaken the eye of the stalker. In her thoughts, Ryan explained that to enhance a relic's stats, the eye of the stalker would absorb something from the relic itself, essentially transforming the eye. However, the stack increase only reacted to certain high-grade relics. If the wrong relic were sacrificed, the artifact's stack would instead be lost. Even so, Ryan was not overly concerned. Accurately appraising each relic and selecting high-grade sacrifices to be marked with an imprint was a task only she could accomplish, for she had been born with the Library of Eternity. She hugged the golden-eyed artifact tightly, affirming that everything she was doing was for the sake of killing the Black Goat. Everything aligned with the will of the Great Moon.
3 weeks passed, and the focus shifted to the Blue Magic Tower. A horse-drawn carriage carrying Alon rolled closer to the massive structure. Upon arrival, Alon was greeted by the Deputy Tower Master, a woman named Fenya Crescine, a Sixth Circle mage. With a sharp, irritated look, Fenya informed Alon that the Tower Master was currently absent, then told him to state his purpose quickly and leave as she was busy. Alon fell silent for a moment. In his mind, the woman's face felt strangely familiar from the main storyline. He realized that Fenya was still serving as Deputy Tower Master because the main plot had yet to begin. In the game, Fenya was a rare genius who would later reach the 8th Circle at a very young age and become Tower Master at just 20 years old. Alon glanced around, realizing that it wasn't only the magic tower that had grown vastly stronger. They had also monopolized the production of many essential items, placing their influence on par with the nobility. In Alon's view, the authority of a Deputy Tower Master, whose power surpassed human limits, had to be immense, making it clear that this matter would not be easy. Trying to remain calm, Alon introduced himself as Count Palacio and explained that he had come to discuss the time gate. Fenya, busy dealing with a stack of documents on her desk, told Alon to get straight to the point as she still had paperwork to finish. Alon's next words made Fenya pause for a moment. Alon stated that he could destroy the time gate. The time gate itself was a rift connected to a mysterious subdimensional space, appearing in locations with extremely high concentrations of magic and creating anomalies capable of causing massive destruction. Fenya immediately activated her observational eye magic. She snapped at him, saying that with talent that low, Alon couldn't possibly accomplish anything. With a lazy wave of her hand, she told him to leave. Alon and Evan kept their expressions flat. Internally, Alon grumbled that he shouldn't be treated this way. Just as he was about to speak again, Fenya Crescine cut him off, saying that Alon would surely claim he could destroy the time gate and take its treasure, something that would only matter if he were actually capable. She then burst out in irritation, reminding him that countless people had come before him, spouting the exact same nonsense.
Remaining calm, Elon insisted that he was telling the truth. He asked Fenya to show him the way to the time gate, saying he would prove it himself. In his mind, he felt unfairly accused, unable to understand why Fenya was being so stubborn and refusing to believe him. Fenya's tone softened slightly. She called out to Elon and said that she understood why he was being so persistent. He needed to overturn the public opinion that had begun to spread, the notion that the title of Count he held was nothing more than sheer luck after all of his siblings had died. Suddenly, a violent surge of magical energy erupted from Fenya's body as she continued. She declared that even if Elon wanted to reverse public opinion, that didn't give him the right to bring his personal issues into the magic tower and cause chaos.
Seeing Fenya's energy churn like a raging storm, Elon and Evan felt chills run down their spines. Elon murmured in shock, never expecting the rumors about him to have spread even as far as the magic tower. He guessed his life had been too peaceful, leaving him oblivious to everything happening around him. He also hadn't imagined that Fenya, an obsessive workaholic, would be so well informed about the outside world. Both of them were completely frozen as Fenya's presence turned terrifying. Cold sweat trickled down Elon's temples, his lower lip tightening as he endured the pressure, while Evan whispered that this was only Fenya's mana. If Elon kept provoking her, he was certain she would beat him mercilessly. Elon was on the verge of despair, yet he still had one backup plan. Keeping his tone calm, he stepped closer to Fenya Krazen and said that if he failed to destroy the time gate, he would hand over all of his property to the magic tower. Fenya stared at him in disbelief, calling him nothing more than someone who dared to talk big. Still composed, Elon offered an oath as proof. He said that such a demand was not a bad price at all, in exchange for even a little of Fenya's time. Fenya fell silent, and little by little, the oppressive magical energy filling the room began to subside. In short, Fenya finally escorted Elon to the chamber where the time gate was located. She reaffirmed their oath. If Elon failed, all of his wealth would become the property of the magic tower. Elon slowly opened the door, declaring with absolute confidence that such an outcome would never come to pass. Fenya leaned against the doorframe, her gaze fixed on Elon. She murmured to herself that the timing couldn't be better. She wanted to know, was Elon truly the mastermind behind everything that had happened in the Palazzo region? Or was he merely an incompetent man who had stumbled into good fortune by chance? A faint smile curved her lips. The longer she listened to him, the more convinced she became that Elon was nothing more than a loudmouth. Compared to the oppressive aura filling the room, Elon possessed only a small mana pool, slightly above average energy detection, and talent that didn't even break past the threshold of a second circle mage. Fenya found herself wondering what kind of embarrassing stunt he would pull next. She explained that there was actually no need to seal the gate. Within 3 months, the crack would close on its own after disgorging a relic. Their research had ended there. No mage had ever succeeded in closing a time gate. In reality, the time gate within the Blue Magic Tower had been the source of chaos for the past 2 years. Before them, a dimensional fissure scarred the stone floor. Just as Elon was about to move, Fenya warned him that if he couldn't do anything, he was free to leave. Elon simply stared at the rift and began forming hand seals. Fenya's brow immediately furrowed in irritation. Was he seriously using his hands as a medium instead of a staff? In her mind, that method existed only in ancient magic tomes, obsolete techniques treated as little more than fairy tales. After a brief pause, Fenya told him to stop imitating archaic methods and just leave. But before she could finish her words, everything in the room suddenly came to a halt. The wind stopped,
The drifting particles of mana froze midair. Fenya's body stiffened, her eyes widening as she realized that time itself seemed to have stopped completely. Yet her consciousness remained fully awake. Trembling, Fenya activated her ocular observation magic to assess Elan's power. And in that instant, her body went rigid. Above Elan, she saw it, a colossal eye, closed, as if slumbering within another dimension. Slowly, the eye opened and looked straight at her, delivering a warning so overwhelming it felt as though her heart had ceased to beat. Panic surged through her. She was seeing something alien, something whose essence lay beyond the reach of reason. Fenya jolted, trying to scream, but her body refused to move. Her mind instinctively forced itself to stop thinking altogether, because whatever stood before her was clearly something that should never be understood, like a poisoned chalice fated to bring nothing but ruin. The gaze of the gigantic eye did not waver. Instead, a colossal hand emerged, stretching toward her, amplifying the terror coursing through her body several-fold. Fenya remained frozen, as if truly sealed within stopped time. Then, an unfamiliar voice echoed directly inside her ears, delivering an absolute command she could not resist. Sweat poured down her face as she accepted that undeniable order within her heart. The dreadful eye from the dimensional rift continued to watch her for a moment longer, before slowly closing, leaving behind an oppressive intimidation that shook her to the very core. Fenya remained standing, rigid and unmoving. The only thing still in motion was the sweat steadily dripping from her chin. When the moment finally passed, the hidden surge of power emanating from Elan's body gradually subsided, until it vanished completely. When the pressure finally vanished, Elan turned toward her and calmly said that the gate had been sealed. Fenya flinched. The sudden sound of his voice shattered the silence of a room that had only just begun to move again. In Elan's hand, a newly obtained relic was now firmly grasped. As he looked at Fenya, Elan murmured to himself that everything had felt absurdly easy. All he had really needed was the right item and the proper method. After that thought crossed his mind, he informed Fenya that he would also be taking the relic that Sharon had expelled earlier. Glancing at Fenya, who was still lost in her daze, Elan continued muttering inwardly. It seemed he might need to use certain techniques a few more times, so he had made use of magic that could subtly coax and mislead his opponent. He even wondered whether Fenya had truly fallen for his bluff, or if she hadn't been fooled at all. Fenya's face was still pale, the fear not yet fully faded. Without daring to lift her head to look at Elan directly, she replied in a trembling voice, promising that she would not tell anyone about what had just happened. Seeing that expression, Elan merely stared at her blankly, briefly doubting whether his intimidation had failed completely. When Elan stepped closer, intending to reassure her, about to say that there was nothing left to worry about, Fenya abruptly recoiled. She cut him off in panic, insisting that she would stay absolutely silent and would not tell a single soul. The fear on her face deepened as she added that she was exceptionally good at keeping secrets. Her reaction only left Elan more confused, wondering why Fenya's attitude had changed so drastically all of a sudden.
They eventually returned to the waiting room, and Elan immediately called out to Evan, telling him to get ready to head back. But before he could take a single step away, Fenya called out to him in a trembling voice, still trapped in her fear. Her face slick with sweat, she thrust a small box toward him, a gift containing several potions.
She explained that they were mana recovery potions she had brewed herself. Elon stared at the bottles in surprise, quickly realizing that these were creations of the Tower Master's deputy, potions of unmistakably top-tier quality. Fenya, still gripped by anxiety, asked whether he liked them. Elon could only look at the potions in confusion, muttering to himself that just 2 bottles like these were worth many times more than low-grade potions. He nearly choked when the true value sank in. In his mind, he couldn't help wondering if Fenya really felt that grateful simply because he had managed to close the time gate. Fenya pressed a hand to her throbbing head, trying to steady herself after the terrifying pressure she had just endured. Her body still trembled as she organized her thoughts, forcing herself to believe that everything she had done was merely in response to the Count's request, and that she would truly keep silent. Yet her fear only continued to spiral. Her eyes darted restlessly, her voice rose, and her panic surged until, all at once, the thought struck her. She should bind herself with a mana oath.
That sudden outburst left both Alon and Evan utterly confused.
In his mind, Alon couldn't understand why something as simple as closing a time gate would require an oath. To him, Fenya's reaction clearly stemmed from a misunderstanding he couldn't grasp, especially given the excessive fear she was showing. A sharp chime of magic rang out. In the midst of her panic, Fenya actually cast a spell. A radiant magic pattern formed above them, releasing strands of glowing chains that slowly descended, wrapping around both of them, binding Fenya and Alon together through a mark of oath. Fenya's face remained taut with tension as she frantically waved her hand, insisting that she was fully capable of honoring the vow she had just imposed upon herself. Alon accepted the act without much protest, though in his heart, he became even more convinced that Fenya didn't understand the situation at all. In the end, he chose not to prolong the confusion. When everything was settled and the atmosphere finally calmed, the narration closed quietly. On that day, within the Blue Magic Tower, Alon obtained the relic he had sought, 5 bottles of potion, and an oath he had never asked for. Soon after, Count Palatio's carriage departed from the Blue Magic Tower, carrying Alon and Evan away from the spire. Along the road, Evan couldn't suppress his curiosity as he kept glancing at the bracelet now fastened around Alon's arm. He asked whether that really was the relic that had emerged from the gate. By Evan's estimation, such relics were usually difficult to acquire. Yet, judging by its appearance, it looked far more primitive than he had expected. Because of that, he asked again, his tone doubtful. Was the relic's performance truly as impressive as it was supposed to be?
Alon kept his eyes on the relic encircling his wrist before answering that, regardless of its appearance, it was something he truly needed. Inside, he let out a small smile. The relic was called Seal of the Unholy One, and he considered himself fortunate to have obtained it. The gem embedded in the bracelet could absorb and store mana from the air. Its capacity wasn't large, but for his tiny mana pool, that function alone was more than enough. His spirits dimmed soon after. Leaning back, Alon stared out the window, reminded once again of his own body, one whose mana was even lower than that of certain support items. Still, he didn't dwell on it for long. His goal was never combat, but magical research and self-preservation. For him, that was sufficient. Evan glanced at his master in confusion, especially when Alon suddenly started nodding to himself. Even so, Alon's mind remained filled with questions. What exactly had Fenya misunderstood? Her sudden, excessive politeness felt deeply strange. She had even escorted him all the way to the exit, bowing respectfully the entire time.
Being treated with such deference by the Tower Master's deputy made Elon uncomfortable, and he told her that he was merely a second circle mage. Fenya had simply given him a thumbs up with a stiff smile, firmly stating that he indeed looked exactly like a second circle mage. Hearing that, Elon couldn't help but feel as though he was being mocked. The scene reminded him of a similar experience, like Kalia's behavior when she had visited his residence before. To be honest, Elon found these abrupt shifts in attitude unsettling. In the end, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he wouldn't be dealing with any of them again anytime soon. The carriage continued rolling toward its next destination, carrying Elon and Evan along beneath clear, pleasant skies. The focus then shifted to the domain of Duke Altia. There, Loria was in the midst of receiving a guest, offering a warm greeting after a long absence and expressing her hope that the visitor would be able to relax and feel at ease during her stay. Kalia returned Loria's welcome with equal warmth, thanking her for the gracious hospitality. She remarked that Loria hadn't changed at all, and that she was glad to meet the Duke again. Loria responded calmly, saying it was a relief to speak without having to concern themselves with rank or authority between them. Kalia nodded with a smile, then went on to praise Count Palladio's perspective, once again finding herself impressed. Her thoughts drifted back to Elon's advice some time ago, when he had suggested that she pay a visit to Duke Altia. According to Kalia, the moment she followed that advice, she immediately understood the Count's intentions. As long as she spoke with Duke Altia, both she and the Duke would soon realize just how low their positions truly were compared to Palladio. Regardless of Elon's personal motivations, Kalia interpreted this visit as an alliance forged by the Count's will. To her, struggles for power were nothing more than futile gestures in the presence of a single, absolute figure. In her eyes, Elon had clearly judged that Zenonia and Altia were far better off as allies than as enemies.
Loria then asked about the purpose of Kalia's visit today, considering that the conference wouldn't begin until the following month. Kalia explained that the Count had sent a letter, using the timing of her visit as a convenient pretext. Curious, Loria immediately opened the letter and began to read. Within it, Elon extended his greetings to Kalia regarding her recent visit. In a polite tone, he explained his circumstances, that many nobles were not compatible with him, and asked for her understanding regarding his attitude at the time. When Loria finished reading, Kalia stated that while the letter appeared to be nothing more than a simple apology, there was clearly something hidden beneath its surface. Loria quickly agreed, saying that such a plain letter surely concealed a plan within it. Kalia concurred, regarding the letter as an important opportunity to discuss what was left unsaid. They began analyzing Elon's line about many nobles not being compatible with him. Slowly, they laid out their respective interpretations, naming various noble factions and royalist factions, then recalling which parties had spoken with Elon during the banquet. In the end, they reached the same conclusion. Elon disliked both the noble faction and the royal faction. And to both Kalia and Loria, that meant only one thing. In their eyes, Elon was ordering the elimination of all those factions. Upon reaching that conclusion, Loria immediately suggested that they rein things in and base their judgment on common sense. Kalia nodded in agreement. From there, the two of them gradually arrived at a new conclusion. That he, Elon Pallatio, seemed intent on pushing the existing nobles out altogether. Kalia and Loria began to suspect that Elon was aiming to create an entirely new regime. Loria lifted her gaze toward the ceiling, as though a ray of hope had slipped quietly into her thoughts. In her heart, she felt that this was precisely why Altia had needed his renown,
and why they had chosen to elevate him to the rank of Duke. Slowly, she looked back at Kalia and said that if the hegemony of the Western territories were to fall under Elan's control, then something truly monumental was bound to happen. Kalia felt it as well. Her intuition told her that a great change was already drawing near. Now, the two of them began discussing the plans they would need to prepare in accordance with Count Palatio's will. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower, the Lord of the Tower had finally returned. He immediately questioned his deputy about what Fenya had meant when she said that Count Palatio resembled the gate itself. Fenya was still slumped over her desk, her body limp as if she had lost half her strength, yet she nonetheless nodded in response to the Tower Lord's question. The Tower Lord promptly asked her to explain in detail. Still under immense mental strain, Fenya slowly raised her head, uncertain whether she should speak at all, especially since she was now bound by an oath to Elan, one that demanded her silence. The narrator concluded that the fragments of a puzzle, long scattered at random, drifting like elusive shadows that could never quite be grasped, had finally begun to move toward one another, gradually forming a complete picture at last.
The focus shifted back to Alon and Evan, just as Alon suddenly choked while trying to swallow his food. Evan panicked and immediately asked if his master was all right. Alon explained that he had suddenly choked on a piece of sweet potato. Hearing that, Evan hurriedly handed him a drink to soothe his burning throat. Alon looked drained and unmotivated. He complained that he wanted to return home as soon as possible. In the back of his mind, he also felt that a letter from Utia should have arrived by now. The scene then shifted elsewhere. A woman stood before a statue shaped like a goddess. That woman was Utia. She wore a graceful smile, her stunning beauty softly framed by the light reflecting off the statue's surface, radiating a calmness that was difficult to put into words. The focus returned once more to the Blue Magic Tower, where the Tower Master had finally come back. The man was Salem Micardo, an 8th Circle mage who served as the Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. He stepped into Fenya's room and stated that he could no longer sense the presence of the Time Gate, asking if something had happened. Fenya looked utterly exhausted after the series of events that had shaken her to the core. She greeted the Tower Master's return with her head slightly lowered and replied that the task entrusted to her had been completed in full. Micardo grew even more concerned. He called Fenya's name hesitantly, but received no response. The sight of Fenya simply resting her head limply on the desk threw his thoughts into further disarray. He couldn't help but wonder if something truly serious had occurred, because Fenya wasn't scolding him as she usually would. He asked again what had actually happened. Fenya, however, remained rigid and silent, as if her thoughts were anchored somewhere far away. Micardo rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself as he tried to piece together the possibilities. He recalled that Fenya was an extraordinary talent, a genius who had risen to the position of Deputy Tower Master at a remarkably young age. Her blessed aptitude had allowed her arrogance and pride to soar as though they could pierce the heavens. That memory dragged Micardo back to past incidents, how Fenya had made novice mages cry time and time again, and this had already been the 77th occurrence. Even so, Fenya had always been serious about magic. Micardo had never intended to correct her personality. He once assumed that once Fenya reached the 7th Circle, she would come to realize how fragile human achievements truly were, and naturally grow more humble. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Fenya remained unyielding. That was why her sudden change in demeanor now struck Micardo as deeply unsettling. After considering all of this, Micardo stepped closer to Fenya's desk and, in a half-joking tone,
remarked that his recent business trip to the north had indeed been rather long, and that perhaps Fenya had been overwhelmed by the backlog of work in his absence. Slowly, Fenya lifted her head. Her lips trembled without pause, as if she were struggling to hold back tears that could spill at any moment. Long story short, Fenya finally told Micardo a few things about Elon's visit. After hearing her account, Micardo understood that Count Palacio had closed the time gate. However, Fenya was unable to explain the details of how it was done, as she was bound by an absolute oath. Fenya fell silent for a moment. With her head still lowered, she stated that there was no need for further explanation, because that was all she was able to say.
Micardo smiled in satisfaction at Fenya's demeanor. He casually ruffled her hair, a gesture that Fenya would normally have slapped away without hesitation. This time, however, she showed no reaction at all. In his heart, Micardo felt both puzzled and impressed. The force that had reduced Fenya to this state was magic he himself couldn't even begin to comprehend. A possibility crossed his mind. The magic Fenya had witnessed might have originated from something known as an origin. Stranger still, Fenya seemed so utterly shaken that she allowed even his touch to pass without resistance. Glancing at her, Micardo smiled with clear intrigue. Under his breath, he murmured the name of Count Palacio of the Kingdom of Asteria, regarding him as a truly fascinating individual, someone who, without even realizing it, had managed to shatter the convictions of a genius. 1 month passed after Alon's return from the Blue Magic Tower. The scene shifted to Count Palacio's residence, where smoke could be seen rising high into the air. Within the courtyard, Alon was practicing magic. He let out a long breath after finishing a sequence of incantations, then realized inwardly that ever since obtaining the mark of the corrupted, his research into the phrases of Babylonia had begun advancing at a far faster pace. The amount of magic he could use each day had increased dramatically as well. Alon quickly wrote down his latest findings. He felt that he had uncovered a new rule regarding the phrases. In his notes, it read, "Important. Phrase rules. Magic will fail if these conditions are violated. Incompatible phrases must not be used. Repetition is forbidden. Maximum of 4 words. Using similar phrases may cause overlapping effects. The order of recitation appears to be crucial." After finishing his notes, Alon muttered that all of this seemed to be related to the structure or arrangement of the phrases, though he still wasn't completely certain. Evan walked over to his master with an impassive expression. He remarked that every time he witnessed Alon's magic, its power seemed to increase. Alon responded lightly, as if it were nothing worth making a fuss over. Evan, however, lowered his gaze, staring at the ground before them. In his heart, he realized something he couldn't ignore. The magic he had just seen didn't look like second circle magic at all. Compared to a few months ago, its power was now on an entirely different level. Before them, a massive crater had been carved into the earth, the aftermath of the spell Alon had just released. Alon stared at the hole in silence, realizing that it should have been impossible to pierce the ground to such a depth with mere gravity magic. In his mind, he analyzed the situation carefully. Second circle gravity magic, even at maximum output, should never have possessed destructive power on this scale. He had felt a surge in strength before, but now he understood that it hadn't been just a feeling. Evan still looked stunned, and voiced his admiration once more, saying that Elon's magic was always remarkable. Elon didn't respond. His thoughts kept spinning, chasing one possibility after another as they collided in his mind.
If the increase in power was this obvious, then the cause couldn't simply be proficiency or phrasing alone. Greater proficiency should only affect precision and the stability of a spell's manifestation, while phrases merely served as triggers that altered the nature and direction of the effect. Alon recalled that over the past several months he had been researching phrase arrangements for gravity magic. Lately, without even realizing it, he had almost always been using the same sequence of words in the exact same order. In his mind, a research chart on phrase structures spread out with clarity. In the end, Alon concluded that magical power could indeed increase little by little once the most optimal arrangement was discovered, though such growth should still have a limit. After weighing all those possibilities, Alon turned to Evan and said that perhaps everything he was feeling was nothing more than an illusion or a temporary effect. There was no logical reason for his magic to suddenly surge in power, and maybe his physical condition had simply been especially good lately. Evan merely nodded, then produced a letter. He explained that a message from Utia had arrived, which was why he had come to deliver it personally. Alon thanked him and said that he would return to his room to read the letter. They then began to leave the courtyard. Evan looked slightly surprised when Alon decided to return earlier than expected. Alon briefly explained that he had already used up his 3 allotted spells for the day.
As he walked, Alon slipped the letter into his book. His steps remained calm, yet his mind sank once more into contemplation. Something capable of suddenly increasing magical power. Could it be some kind of reward born from a curse? Curses were rituals from the East that involved sacrifice. They could be placed upon oneself or others, requiring the bearer to shoulder a certain loss as the price in exchange for a commensurate reward. Alon quickly dismissed the idea. No one around him was from the East, and he himself had never performed such a ritual. Another possibility crossed his mind: receiving something akin to belief, or having others place their faith in him. But as a mere count of a small kingdom, one nearly ignored by the underworld at large, it felt impossible for him to gain something on that scale. That line of thought only made his chest feel tight. Alon began to sense that this increase might not be a good sign at all, but the beginning of something ominous. After weighing everything, Alon's spirits gradually dimmed. He murmured inwardly that sometimes one had to choose to look away and not burden oneself too much with things that could not yet be understood. The scene then shifted to the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, specifically the city of Lionel, a sacred white city, the center of worship for Sironia, the goddess of the moon and peace. The focus settled on a prayer hall in the eastern part of the city. There, a woman could be seen praying devoutly before the statue of a goddess. A man clad in armor slowly approached and greeted her with respect. The woman was Utia. She smiled gently, turning toward the man as she returned his greeting and asked how he had been. The man's name was Locke. As he looked at Utia, a thought crossed his mind. She was merely a nun, lacking even the faintest trace of divine blessing, her rank lower than that of a paladin. Yet, for some reason, his instincts urged him to treat her with respect. Locke lowered his head and reported that this time he had managed to save 8 children and 25 lives in a small village to the southeast. He emphasized that it had all been possible because of Utia. Utia responded with humility. In her view, Locke was the one who had carried out the good deeds, and it was he who had guided someone as insignificant as herself. Hearing this, Locke expressed his gratitude, an unending sense of thanks that never seemed to fade.
his thoughts drifted back to the past, to a time when he had been shrouded in profound despair. In his mind, he saw himself years ago, on the day he had nearly given up entirely, unable to feel even the slightest trace of holy power, as though he had been utterly rejected by divine light. That day, his sword slipped from his grasp. The heavy metal blade struck the floor of the training barracks with a dull thud. Locke collapsed to the ground, his breathing ragged and uneven. And it was in the depths of that despair that Yutia approached him.
In a calm voice, she told him that if there was something Locke truly longed for, then he should try placing his faith in the moon. Naturally, Locke was confused by those words. Yutia merely smiled softly and said that Locke would understand once he truly believed in the moon. At the time, Locke had no idea what she meant. But as someone cornered by despair, he had almost no options left. Just as Yutia suggested, he began praying to the moon for several days, night after night, clinging to a fragile hope. And then, as if by miracle, he suddenly became able to wield holy power. Locke could hardly believe his own eyes when he saw his sword begin to glow, golden light flowing along the blade, filled with unmistakable divine power. Yet beneath that joy, unease took root in his mind. He realized that he had been swept away by fleeting temptation, worshipping the moon rather than Saronia. He feared that he might have stepped onto the path of a heretic. Even so, the power he wielded was undeniably divine. The sacred artifact sanctioned in the name of the goddess shone brightly in his hand, as if proving that the divine power he possessed was real, and that was enough for him. He recalled what had happened after that incident. Locke had sought out Yutia and asked her the reason behind her words. Why had she told him to believe in the moon? Yutia answered calmly that faith was born from belief in something unseen, but that such a process took an exceedingly long time. That was why, in her view, it was far easier to nurture faith through something that truly existed. The moon, she said, was always by the side of its followers. As she spoke, Yutia lifted her gaze to the night sky, as though greeting the moon that hung silently above. Locke followed her gaze, looking up at the moon suspended in the dark heavens, and at last, he understood what she meant. He realized that the goddess herself was also symbolized by the moon, a tangible symbol that could always be seen. It was a way for humans, burdened by doubt, to believe just a little more firmly, without forcing themselves to comprehend what lay beyond their reach. With a voice filled with sincerity, Locke bowed and expressed his gratitude to Yutia. In that moment, for the first time, Locke bowed his head in respect to Yutia, not as a paladin to a nun, but as one human to another, who had guided him toward the light. The story then returned to the present, as Locke once again visited Yutia at the Eastern Prayer Hall. Yutia smiled gently and said that if Locke wished to show his gratitude, he could pray together with her. Her words sounded like a quiet invitation, carrying not the slightest hint of coercion. Locke returned her smile, placed his left hand over his chest, and declared that he would do so, again and again. Yutia then mentioned that it happened to be the time of prayer, and that many people had already gathered. She led Locke into a vast hall where dozens of worshippers filled the space. With slow, silent steps, Yutia walked toward the altar at the far end. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the altar and wrapping the hall in a sacred, hushed atmosphere. Upon reaching the altar, Yutia finally spoke. She invited everyone present to offer their prayers to the great moon. And so the narration closed with a second introduction. The woman was Yutia Bloodia,
a nun of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. The focus then shifted back to Elon's room. There he was reading the letter Utia had sent him. After finishing it, he let out a long breath, realizing there was nothing particularly special written inside, just simple accounts of everyday life. Yet from that very simplicity, he understood that everyone was doing just fine. That realization should have brought him relief, but instead, a quiet loneliness welled up inside. Elon felt a faint sadness at the fact that he hadn't received a single letter from anyone else besides Utia. When he tried to see things from their perspective, he could understand. To people who had never even seen his face, he was probably nothing more than someone who had helped them once. Just a middle-aged man who did a good deed and then disappeared, without truly becoming part of their lives. Wearing a listless expression, Elon reminded himself that he had already fulfilled his main objective. He had ensured that they stayed on the right path and wouldn't go on to destroy the world, so there was no reason for him to be sad or to regret anything. With that thought, he tried to suppress the disappointment slowly settling in his chest, imagining himself meditating, sweeping away noisy thoughts and seeking inner peace. In that silence, he felt nothing at all. After a while, Elon slowly lifted his head. He realized that even though Utia was surely incredibly busy with her own affairs, she still made the effort to send him a letter every month. A small, simple habit that somehow meant a great deal amid the quiet of his days. Yet beneath the calm he forced upon himself, a part of him was quietly crying. After raising 5 children, he realized that, in the end, only the eldest truly appreciated his efforts. Even so, he reassured himself once more that he was fine. While he was drowning in his thoughts, Elon was suddenly startled by Evan calling out to him. The call came without warning, making Elon's body jolt reflexively as his breath hitched for a moment. A few seconds later, Elon cleared his throat softly, trying to compose himself and put his usual calm expression back in place. He then realized that Evan was still there. Evan quickly explained that he had new information about the children, news that had just arrived from the Intelligence Guild. Hearing that, Elon's attention sharpened at once. Evan stepped up to the desk, a slip of paper in his hand. He explained that the information concerned Raydan, the child Elon had previously asked about. After decoding the report, they had finally uncovered his situation. Raydan had become a pirate. Elon's expression immediately stiffened. Anxiety clearly surfaced on his face. He asked Evan to relay every piece of information in detail, leaving out nothing from beginning to end. In his mind, the image of Raydan appeared vividly. A young man wearing a straw hat, smiling carelessly as he casually announced that he had become a pirate.
Elon and Evan then sat facing each other calmly as Evan began to explain the information he had obtained, slowly and in an orderly manner. He started by saying that the 2 names currently causing the greatest uproar across various regions were Xiaolong and Deus. He reported that Xiaolong had already achieved 32 consecutive victories out of the 100 required to earn the infamous title of Baba Yaga. The news shocked Elon. 32 wins in a row was not a feat to be taken lightly, especially in an arena filled with ruthless, merciless fighters. But Evan quickly added that the current record for the longest winning streak was still held by the combatant known as the Lion King, with 41 consecutive victories yet to be broken. Hearing the name Lion King, something immediately clicked in Elon's mind. He remembered that the Lion King was an extraordinary character who had briefly joined the player's party in the game. He also recalled that the colony the Lion King belonged to was filled with top-class fighters and relied heavily on them as the backbone of its military strength.
Realizing that Xiolong was now drawing close to surpassing the very pinnacle of that power, left Alon at a loss for words. Evan then delivered the next report in a slightly heavier tone. He explained that Deus's knightly order had reportedly succeeded in eliminating one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the one known as Kurga of the Snowfield. Those barbarian chieftains were monsters who had transcended the limits of ordinary humans through certain rituals, reaching the level of beings that could only be called superhuman. In his heart, Alon knew very well who they were. Old memories from the game resurfaced, how those barbarians had to be confronted, the abnormal power they possessed, and even how the players eventually had to deal with their god, Ultulrus. Thinking of that, Elon let out a deep sigh. Inwardly, he felt relieved that he wouldn't have to face that threat directly. Ultulrus was an entity that would only descend once the 5 great sins appeared in the world, and dealing with that situation in the past had been nothing but troublesome, long, exhausting, and endlessly vexing. After considering all that information, Elon cleared his throat lightly, and finally told Evan that he didn't think they needed to worry about Deus any further. Evan responded with absolute confidence, even giving a proud thumbs up. He explained that thanks to those achievements, Deus was now being treated on the same level as the legendary first sword Reinhardt. Hearing that, Elon scratched his head with a complicated expression. Inwardly, he muttered that perhaps he really should make time to meet them in person. He imagined all the advantages and conveniences he could gain if he were to be physically present among them. Evan then continued his report. He said that Ryan, who had now taken the path of an appraiser, was reportedly applying a technique called black imprints, a method capable of significantly enhancing artifact power. Hearing that, Elon simply nodded softly, a sense of relief washing over him. He realized that the children were truly capable of growing on their own, walking their respective paths without relying on him anymore. But after that, Alon suddenly fell silent. His expression shifted, anxiety clouding his face. When he finally asked the question he had truly wanted to ask from the beginning, his voice trembled slightly. He asked about Radan, and whether it was true that the boy had really become a pirate. Evan explained that off the coast of Roxas lay a region known as the 7 Archipelagos, home to the great pirate lords. Among those 7 islands, Radan had reportedly become the captain who ruled over the largest one, the first archipelago, a position that signified overwhelming power and influence. The moment he heard that, Alon's heart rebelled. Anxiety and rejection tangled together inside him. It felt impossible. For years, he had sponsored that child with a single, simple wish: that Radan would grow up happy and live a normal life with pride. Yet now, faced with reality, the boy he had hoped would live ordinarily was standing as a great pirate. Alon clutched his head, suddenly feeling its weight. Without realizing it, tears slowly traced down his cheeks. In a barely audible whisper, he murmured his regret and confusion, realizing that this was the last outcome he had ever wanted when he sent Radan to Raxus. Seeing the sorrow and shock written across Alon's face, Evan could only remain silent, struggling to understand his master, who now looked so fragile. Lost in his thoughts, Alon once again pictured Radan with perfect clarity. He knew the boy's personality and abilities all too well. According to his own settings, Radan possessed an exceptional sensing ability, an acute power to detect the presence of enemies with remarkable precision. As a member of the Sea God race, a rare lineage on the continent, Radan could move freely underwater without restriction. Knowing that the seas of Raxus were filled with countless rare artifacts, Alon had once recommended treasure hunting as a promising career path for him. He had even gone out of his way to give Raydan gifts tailored to enhance that sensing ability. Yet, despite how logical and neatly planned everything had been, the final result veered far from what he had hoped. Seeing Alon still bowed in silence, Evan finally clapped his hands softly, trying to cheer his master up. He said that if Raydan had become both a great pirate and a captain, then, in essence, Raydan was now the ruler of that island, a major figure with real authority and vast influence. But Elon only lowered his head further. In a tired, resigned voice, he merely acknowledged the possibility, without a hint of enthusiasm. He remained submerged in his anxiety. His thoughts kept circling back, questioning how Raydan could have possibly toppled the captain of the first archipelago. He knew very well that the captains of the 7 archipelagos were all superhuman, and that the pirates of that region were infamous for being nearly unbeatable in naval combat. The fact that Raydan had achieved such a feat made it feel all the more unbelievable.
He tried to think positively. Maybe Raydan had managed to gather the most broken, most powerful artifacts from the old era. Elon remembered how much time and effort he had once poured into the treasure hunter minigame just to obtain top-tier gear. It was possible that Raydan had seized the captain's position purely through the strength of his items. Yet even that thought failed to truly calm his heart. The more he dwelled on it, the heavier his head felt. He held his aching temples as a bitter sensation slowly crept into his chest, pressing down without mercy. He knew the world didn't always follow one's plans, but this bitterness was different, strange, and painful. It was the feeling of a father who had done everything he could for his child, only to see that child become a pirate. After sinking too long into those thoughts, Elon's body finally slumped weakly into his chair. Seeing his master's state, Evan immediately rose with a worried expression. The scene shifted far away, leaving that room behind and moving to the heart of the Korkia kingdom, the great maritime city of Raxus. Upon the vast waters before the city stretched the 7 paradises of pirates. Among them, the greatest was the first archipelago. It had once been ruled by a legendary captain, the great pirate known as Red Slayer Alcarade, a man who enjoyed the Heavenly King's protection through wealth and power. But now, that figure had been defeated, and the one who toppled him, who claimed that throne, had emerged as the new captain of the first archipelago. At the top of a tall building, Raydan stood, taking in the vast stretch of sea before him. The ocean wind whipped through his hair, and a wide smile briefly crossed his face. But slowly, that smile faded away. He sat down, lazily rolling his neck, his mind tangled in knots of confusion he couldn't unravel. Raydan felt that he couldn't understand what the Great Moon truly was. From the very beginning, he had never been particularly interested, much less thought about it seriously. At first, he had simply regarded that existence as something to be grateful for, nothing more. Had he not met Utia, he would likely have died as a slave in brutal biological experiments. Only after meeting her did his abilities awaken, his path change, and the fate that had once been pitch black slowly veer in a completely different direction. Raydan's memories drifted back to his days in Blue Moon. He realized that everything he had done there felt more like merely following in Utia's footsteps, walking behind her without truly understanding the great purpose hidden behind each of her actions. He simply moved, obeyed, and adapted. Until one day, a direct order finally came from the Great Moon.
At the same time, he received a personal letter, a directive whose meaning he couldn't comprehend at all.
On the orphanage rooftop, Radan kept staring at the letter in silence. The night wind blew gently, yet the command written there felt foreign, difficult to accept. Doubt slowly crept into his mind. He even began to question whether there was any point in becoming a treasure hunter at all. Instead of feeling drawn to it, a strong rejection welled up in his chest. There were simply too many bastards he wanted to take revenge on as soon as possible. That thought dragged him back to his bleak childhood. On an unknown island, his peaceful tribe had been massacred without mercy by the beings he knew as the Black Ones. Screams, blood, and ruin became memories that refused to fade. When he had been on the verge of death, he somehow managed to escape to the continent. But even there, his suffering did not end. Cruel hunters captured them, killed his exhausted parents, and sold him off as a slave without the slightest hint of pity. From that moment on, Radan had never felt that becoming a treasure hunter, or any reward he might receive, had anything to do with the vow of vengeance he had sealed deep within his heart. In the end, Radan still followed the Great Moon's command and arrived at the coastal waters of Raxus. Before him stretched a brightly lit city, bursting with life and festivity. For now, he chose to suppress his own feelings, pretending to obey the order he had received, even though his heart had yet to truly submit. As he watched, a ship passed not far ahead. Fireworks blossomed in the sky around it, but Radan's attention was quickly seized by the figures aboard the vessel. His eyes sharpened the moment he realized they were wanted men. Targets marked to be taken dead or alive. A band of pirates was feasting without a care in the world, laughing loudly, relaxing, and indulging in celebration as though the world itself would never dare punish them. Among them stood a man with a striking scar over one eye, lighting a cigarette with magic. A tiny spark flared at his fingertip before slowly fading. With a voice brimming with confidence and pride, he spoke of the heavenly king's blessing, saying that such power could only be granted to chosen captains, the captains of the 7 archipelagos. In that instant, Radan's eyes blazed as he stared at the scarred man. In the same heartbeat, the dark memories he had forced down for so long surged back with merciless clarity. At last, he was face to face with the very people who had murdered his parents. Those bastards weren't just alive. They were standing proudly, basking in the forbidden power that should never have been theirs. Radan then realized that the so-called Heavenly King was nothing but a lie deliberately spread around. That power could in truth only be bestowed by the sea god, Clyad, through a sacred ritual that used parts of the sea god race as sacrificial media. The fact that every captain of the 7 archipelagos wielded the same power led to one inescapable conclusion. Those cursed hunters had torn apart the remains of his parents' bodies to obtain that strength. His gaze burned, filled with a hatred both cold and deep, as he realized that the bastards before him were the very ones who had split his parents' bodies into 7 pieces. Yet beneath that roaring hatred, one thought kept gnawing at him. He had never told anyone about his past. So how could the Great Moon possibly know? The feeling left him with the unsettling impression that this chance for revenge, now, right before his eyes, had been arranged by the Great Moon in order to fulfill some promise. Radan's hands clenched tightly as he stared at his enemies, who continued their carefree revelry without a trace of guilt. Even so, he knew he could not move yet. They were superhumans who commanded the power of the sea god, enemies
who could only be brought down through careful calculation, not mere rage.
Little by little, the storm raging inside Radon began to calm. His breathing steadied. He slipped a hand into his pocket and drew out an item, a necklace with a gleaming golden pendant. Radon stared at it for a long while, feeling the weight of its meaning. If everything that had happened truly had been set in motion from the very beginning, then this gift from the Great Moon was no simple ornament. He was certain the Great Moon had arranged everything with meticulous precision, leaving no room for coincidence. With a composed motion, Radon put on the necklace. Slowly, its effect seeped into his body, blending seamlessly with the flow of his power. Beneath the moonlight, he tightened his grip around the pendant. He was sure of it. The Great Moon had already laid the groundwork and the framework for his vengeance. The next day came. At noon, standing shirtless atop a hill overlooking the coastline, Radon jumped without hesitation. The sea exploded around him as he hit the water, and he immediately dove deeper. The item on his body reacted, releasing a faint glow. Gradually, the surrounding water formed something like spectacles that slipped over his eyes, merging with him as naturally as breathing. The gift from the Great Moon was called the Spectacles of Amrita. In an instant, Radon's vision turned crystal clear and razor sharp, as if locking onto every treasure around him. The artifact allowed him to perceive and track relics hidden far below the ocean floor with ease. Deep beneath the ocean floor, inside sunken chests, Raiden truly found treasure. Ancient artifacts brimming with overwhelming power. Some of the relics he unearthed filled in the gaps in his strength, patching the weaknesses he had always been painfully aware of. By the time he finished hunting, afternoon had already melted into night. Raiden returned to shore with steady steps. Artifacts wrapped around his legs, several chests were slung along with him, and his body was now adorned with relics he had claimed from the depths. The Great Moon had kept its promise. Not only had it pushed his targets of vengeance right before his eyes, it had also granted him the strength to carry it out. At last, Raiden fully understood the true intention behind the order written in that letter. He was being guided to exact his revenge and seize control of the 7 archipelagos. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he looked up at the moon hanging silently in the night sky. Suddenly, Utia's words slipped into his mind. Back then, she had said, "Everything is for the Great Moon." The memory struck him, and his hand reflexively went to his head. Words that once stirred nothing inside him slowly engraved themselves upon his heart, turning into a quiet yet absolute light of conviction. Everything is for the Great Moon. That night, on the lonely shore beneath the moonlit sky, Raiden finally reached enlightenment. He chose to believe in the Great Moon completely. 3 months later, the scene shifted to Count Paletio's carriage, rolling steadily toward its destination. As the heat slowly faded, autumn arrived, the season when Asteria's grand social gathering, held once every 2 years, was finally being convened again. Elon was forced to attend. He slumped weakly inside the carriage, staring up at the ceiling while muttering under his breath, venting his complaints about being dragged to an event held every 4 years, something he had despised since long ago. Before long, several other noble carriages merged with Paletio's procession. Evan reported that, right on schedule, the Krild and Adorn family carriages had joined their line. Elon responded flatly, with almost no interest at all.
In his mind, he understood that traveling together like this was meant to prevent bandit attacks along the road. Even so, he still considered the practice a troublesome and ridiculous noble custom. Ironically, the longer he lived among nobles, the clearer one thing became. Nobles were far more troublesome than any roadside bandit. Before long, Elon arrived at a roadside inn. He sat alone at a table with a glass of wine in hand, eyes resting on the two nobles seated across from him. Their gazes dripped with disdain, and without the slightest restraint, they jeered that Elon must be in financial crisis and had only become a count by sheer coincidence. Their loud laughter burst out crudely, spittle flying everywhere. Annoyance finally crept across Elon's face. He simply lifted his plate to cover it, doing everything he could to hold himself back.
In his heart, he chose not to rise to the provocation. He would rather let them walk away and gossip behind his back, because on some level he understood where their contempt came from. Palatio's authority had long been known to rest on its domination of the eastern underworld and the wealth accumulated from it. But now, after deciding he had had enough, Elon had already abandoned those underworld dealings. For him, income from other paths was more than sufficient, while the underworld was nothing more than a den of danger no longer worth keeping. That decision came with consequences. The eastern underworld was now swarming with small-time players scrambling to profit from the power vacuum. Rumors spread everywhere that Elon had only become a count by sheer luck, and little by little, those rumors were accepted as fact. Elon himself was fully aware of how sharply his reputation had fallen. From a man once called the puppet master of the nation, he had become nothing more than a fortunate noble, dismissed as childish. Even so, he had never expected those insults to be thrown at him so openly, and in such a humiliating manner by people of his own generation. Even as the two nobles continued their endless mockery, Elon remained lost in thought, until, at some point, he began to feel they had gone too far. A realization suddenly dawned on him. Those two nobles were once victims of Palatio. Krild and Adorn had been lackeys of Palatio in the past, and that was why they were now spewing the humiliation they had once received. They ridiculed him recklessly, like crazed monkeys driven mad. The problem was, it wasn't even Elon himself who had directly caused their disgrace back then. Evan appeared carrying roasted corn, glancing briefly at the two deranged nobles. Elon let out a long sigh and returned to his thoughts. To him, the whole situation felt like dealing with online haters. He even felt the urge to just screenshot everything and compile it into a single PDF file. Evan, meanwhile, looked puzzled that those two were still relentlessly hurling insults at Elon. In the end, Elon decided to completely disregard the two lunatics. He turned to Evan and asked where his attendant had gone. Evan explained that he had just been in the kitchen and managed to get the food he was now holding, roasted corn. Elon remarked that it looked delicious. The two of them calmly enjoyed their corn. In his heart, Elon muttered that staple crops really were the best, especially on a cold evening like this. All the while, the two nobles kept on jeering non-stop, until to Elon's ears, their voices started to sound like they were rapping. Amid the endless stream of mockery, Elon and Evan simply continued savoring their food. Being completely ignored, the two nobles gradually grew irritated and even drowsy. Night deepened, yet the din continued, caused by nothing more than the antics of those two mad nobles. The scene shifted to the northern lands. An endless, frozen wilderness ruled by the barbarians. There, only a cursed gray light existed, as if the sky and earth themselves whispered that no life was meant to survive in such a place. A frigid wind blew ceaselessly, carrying with it the stench of blood and death.
Barbarians lay sprawled across the snow. Their bodies were stiff, scattered like broken dolls, utterly devoid of life. One of them was still breathing, though his condition was tragic. One of his arms had been severed, and one eye was gone, leaving behind a dark hollow frozen over with blood. With what little strength remained, he cursed the people of Caliburn, those bastards who knew nothing of honor. That man was Great Klecken, one of the 8 chieftains of the barbarian tribes. For a people who worshipped battle, to die on the battlefield was the highest form of glory. Yet even that honor had been stolen in disgrace. They had been deceived by a knight of Caliburn who claimed he sought a duel of honor. During the duel, Klecken had been stabbed from behind. His body staggered, blood spraying across the white snow, until he finally collapsed, reduced to the wretched state he was in now. In his fading consciousness, he wondered what had become of Kurga of the snowfield. Not far from where he lay, he saw a severed arm with a purple cord wrapped tightly around it. Using the last of his breath, his trembling voice called Kurga's name. He confessed his regret at meeting such a shameful end. The humiliation cut so deeply that he felt unworthy of closing his eyes before death. Klecken lay there, weeping tears of blood. Amid the howling emptiness of the snowstorm, a voice suddenly called out to him, a presence shrouded in mystery. It urged him to speak its name, to call upon the great being he had worshipped all his life. Klecken heard the summons. With the last remnants of his fading consciousness, he spoke the name of the Great One, Ultulrus. The blizzard raged on, burying his broken body beneath layers of snow. Yet, slowly, Klecken began to rise. He drove his remaining hand into the ice, forcing his shattered frame upright despite the trembling that racked him. Facing the endless expanse before him, he cried out with all the strength he had left, calling upon the great god Ultulrus. He raised his gaze toward the unseen divinity and declared that he had dared to speak his name. Ultulrus answered. With a deep, immovable voice that seemed to resonate through the very world itself, he proclaimed that the call had been heard and that the wish would be granted. The focus then shifted back to Alon and his entourage. The following day, the procession of nobles resumed their journey. Along the road to the social gathering, the discomfort never truly faded. Even as other noble families joined along the way, the mockery from Krield and Edorn did not stop, their taunts relentlessly directed at Alon. Alon, however, calmly chose to ignore them. Not rising to provocation was a basic principle he had long since mastered, something that felt as natural to him as a gamer enduring insults without batting an eye. While Alon remained the target of constant verbal abuse, Evan was instead busy fishing in the river, his expression utterly relaxed. The afternoon slipped by unnoticed, giving way to a night lit by starlight. At their modest campsite, Alon and Evan calmly enjoyed their grilled fish, thin trails of smoke drifting through the air, while Krield and Edorn grew increasingly irritated at how thoroughly they were being ignored. Feeling dismissed, the two nobles began whispering among themselves. They discussed the number of additional escort troops, then used an observation artifact to confirm that Alon was traveling with only a single rogue knight as his guard. That conclusion only deepened their contempt. To them, it was repulsive that someone like Alon would dare sit on equal footing with true nobles. Meanwhile, Alon and Evan remained utterly at ease. Alon even frowned slightly when he burned his mouth on the hot grilled fish, paying not the slightest attention to the disdainful gazes directed his way. Seeing how calm and unbothered Alon remained, Krield and Edorn began discussing a plan in hushed, indirect tones. To them, the rumors circulating until now had proven true. They decided that the time had come to step back into the underworld. The period of restraint, of quietly gauging Palatio's intentions, was over. In their minds, Visions of immense wealth and overwhelming power from the underworld danced vividly before their eyes. Once they reclaimed control, they planned to give Alon a small gift, a bitter lesson in how the world truly worked for those deemed too weak. Their laughter spilled out low and satisfied, filled with fantasies of luxury soon to be theirs.
However, in the midst of their satisfied laughter, an unfamiliar, unnatural sound of footsteps suddenly rustled from the bushes behind them. Kryold and Edorn snapped their heads around, confusion and wariness flashing across their faces. Before they could react any further, piercing screams burst from their throats. The shrieks rang sharply through the night, reaching the ears of the noble guards stationed around the camp. From the depths of the dark forest, figures began to emerge, one after another. Monsters with glowing red eyes, their feral gazes reflecting the light of the night. Kryold and Edorn immediately fled, while the guards surged forward, forming ranks to confront the threat. A mage raised his staff high, mana gathering rapidly at its tip. The light spread outward, cutting through the forest's darkness, sweeping away the shadows of the trees until the surrounding area was fully illuminated. With their vision laid bare, the monsters' forms became clear. Green-skinned figures standing densely among the trees. The soldiers quickly recognized them as goblins, and a few even let out sighs of relief. The narrator explains that goblins are known as weak monsters, commonly found in forests, and usually easy prey for trained troops. Yet that sense of calm did not last long. As their numbers came fully into view, the feeling of safety collapsed in an instant. There were far too many of them, far beyond any reasonable expectation. Worse still, among the horde were several goblins far larger than normal. Unease crept across the soldiers' faces. Some had already fallen, their bodies sprawled on the ground, soaked in blood before the advancing goblins. That was when they realized something far more horrifying.
Every guard who had been stationed outside the camp had already been killed in silence. The soldiers admitted they had never seen goblins like these before. Purple, crystal-like growths were embedded across the monsters' bodies. They were larger and far more muscular, and every movement they made carried a clearly perceptible flow of mana, dense and oppressive, as if these creatures had become something entirely different from ordinary goblins. Slowly, the goblins advanced, closing in on the soldiers' formation with feral, unblinking stares. Then, in a single, savage motion, their bodies suddenly burst forward, leaping high into the air. Massive swords, clubs, and axes were raised overhead before swinging down in a frenzy, crashing toward the soldiers with unrestrained madness. Yet, just before the attack could reach its targets, the ground in front of the soldiers shook violently. From within the earth, massive chunks of rock surged upward, forming a towering wall of living stone that abruptly cut off the goblins' charge. Several of them were slammed hard into the ground, blood spraying in all directions, while others crashed straight into the earthen wall and slid down helplessly. For a brief moment, the goblins froze, as if struggling to comprehend what had just happened.
The towering wall of earth now stood firm, separating the soldiers from the monsters.
At the same time, a transparent barrier took shape, sealing several goblins inside it. The mages among the soldiers exchanged stunned looks, realizing that a Tier 3 auxiliary wall spell and a Tier 2 barrier spell had been activated, without a single incantation spoken by any of them. Alon began reciting his phrases in a calm, measured voice. The first phrase formed clearly: "Enhancement." The soldiers immediately turned their gazes toward him. In the distance, Elon stood relaxed yet unshakable. He clenched his fist, then released the next phrase with cold precision. Compression! The ground beneath the goblins trapped inside the barrier shattered instantly. Chunks of earth tore free and rose into the air, carrying the imprisoned goblins along with them. The remaining goblins could only stare in shock as their comrades were slowly lifted into the night sky. From below, the soldiers watched a moon-shaped barrier float above them, tightly enclosing part of the enemy force. Elon then stepped forward, passing through the silent ranks of soldiers until he reached the very front, standing face to face with the monsters that remained. He clenched his right hand tightly as he continued with the next phrase. Vacuum! In the next instant, the earth inside the barrier bulged downward, as if being dragged by a terrifying gravitational force. With a smooth yet lethal follow-up, Elon delivered the final phrase. Return to the origins.
Elon slowly raised both hands. His gaze was cold, focused, and utterly devoid of emotion, while a subtle yet crushing aura wrapped around his body. The relic in his grasp, the mark of the corrupted, began to glow brightly, its radiance signaling the onset of absolute destruction for the goblins trapped within. The chunks of earth inside the barrier erupted outward like a meteor shower, blasting forward with brutal force and smashing into the goblins on the ground below. Blood and flesh sprayed in every direction. At the same time, the goblins sealed within the barrier detonated from the inside, their bodies torn apart as limbs and organs rained down upon the earth in a gruesome scatter. The two nobles who had mocked Elon without restraint could only stand there in stunned silence, their faces frozen in shock. The soldiers, too, were momentarily transfixed by the horrific sight, until Elon's calm yet firm voice snapped them back to their senses, urging them to prepare themselves. The remaining goblins roared and charged once more, weapons raised high. The soldiers surged forward to meet them head-on. Without hesitation, blades slashed through goblin flesh, the clash of steel and meat blending into a single, violent cacophony. Elon casually swept his hand again, and jagged spikes of earth burst from the ground, impaling and driving back any goblins that dared to draw near. Evan moved in as well, cutting down goblins without mercy. Every swing of his sword was clean and lethal. The long night slowly faded, replaced by dawn creeping along the horizon. The soldiers fought on without pause until, one by one, the goblins finally fell. By the time the sun fully rose, the battle was truly over. Goblin corpses lay scattered across the open ground, which had been utterly torn apart and reduced to ruin. The nobles who had hidden themselves throughout the night cautiously emerged from their shelters. Relief quickly spread across their faces as they realized the fighting had ended. The soldiers smiled wearily, breaths still ragged after the long, exhausting battle. Yet beneath that sense of relief, the same question surfaced in everyone's mind. Who exactly was that man? Elon now stood at the center of the devastated battlefield. Bathed in the light of dawn, his presence was unmistakable to all who looked his way. Yet, in stark contrast to that image, Elon himself was gripped by restrained panic. Cold sweat soaked his face, and his heart still pounded violently in his chest. He felt as though he had nearly died, surviving only by sheer luck. His gaze fell to the relic on his arm, as relief mixed with lingering shock and slowly filled his chest. He understood his own limits all too clearly.
Even now, being able to use magic only 3 or 4 times a day was still a hard constraint. Since the middle of the battle, his mana reserves had been completely drained, leaving him no different from an ordinary man, someone who could no longer even protect himself.
Evan hurried over and asked whether his master was injured. Alone replied that he was fine, yet deep in his heart, a lingering fear refused to fade. Even with Evan standing right beside him, losing the ability to protect himself was an experience that felt profoundly terrifying. Evan looked at him with a puzzled expression, noticing that Alone's breathing was still unsteady, and asked once more whether he was truly all right. Alone slowly wiped his forehead, took a long breath, and tried to calm himself as he reassured Evan that he really was unharmed. Inwardly, Alone felt grateful that he had chosen to travel together with the other nobles. Had he come alone, the outcome might have been far worse, perhaps even ending in death. His gaze then shifted to the scattered chunks of purple crystal left behind on the battlefield. In that moment, he grasped the true core of the problem. Those amethysts were the most dangerous warning sign of all. A question kept looping relentlessly through his mind. Why had the phenomenon known as divine descent occurred so suddenly? Divine descent should only manifest when an outer god is about to descend into the world. Monsters affected by it become far more savage, their physical strength increasing drastically. Such a thing should have been impossible at this point in time. Divine descent was a clear omen of the outer gods, beings meant to appear only after the 5 deadly sins had awakened and the laws of the world had begun to collapse. And yet, the outer gods were already drawing near. That realization hardened Alone's expression, filling it with bitterness and confusion. The children had not yet awakened as the 5 deadly sins, and yet signs of destruction were already surfacing ahead of schedule. He began to speculate in silence, searching for any mistake he might have made along the way. Alone realized with painful clarity that something was deeply wrong. The moment he reached his destination, information had to be gathered as quickly as possible. If this situation continued without answers, then his death in the near future would no longer be a mere possibility. It would be an inevitability, waiting only for its time. Once everything was truly over, Alone and Evan began to leave the battlefield. Before departing completely, Evan cast a brief glance over his shoulder, his gaze cold and razor-sharp. That single look was enough to plunge Krild and Edorn into deep anxiety, especially after they had witnessed firsthand a fraction of Alone's power, far beyond anything they had anticipated. Time passed. The following day, the focus shifted to the residence of Duke Rotegra. A magnificent palace stood gracefully before the procession of noble carriages as they entered the estate one by one. Alone, having just stepped down from his carriage, looked pale. A sudden wave of nausea struck him, forcing him to clutch his mouth and stomach on reflex. After enduring so many hardships, the grand social gathering finally began. With unsteady steps, Alone made his way into the palace, his body swaying slightly as Evan supported him from behind. In his mind, only one simple wish remained: that all of this would end as soon as possible, so he could return home and finally enjoy a deep, peaceful sleep after the exhausting chain of events that had drained him to the core. The social gathering had begun. Nobles filled the grand hall of the royal palace, indulging in lavish dishes and fine drinks laid out before them. Alone calmly observed his surroundings. This place was truly perfect for a grand social event. Every corner radiated opulence, with nearly everything in sight gleaming as if it were made of gold. Meanwhile, Evan stared in awe at the red wine swirling in his glass. To him, the palace's splendor was clearly meant to flaunt wealth,
so excessive that its owner might not even notice if a few valuable items suddenly went missing. From behind him, Alone heard a burst of boisterous laughter. A noble, speaking in an exaggerated tone, lavishly praised Duke Rotogray's prowess. Not far away, the Duke stood surrounded by two women, responding to the flattery with an easy, confident smile. Other nobles quickly joined in, returning smiles and exchanging pleasantries about his health and the prosperity of his domain. Watching the commotion, Alone chose to keep his distance. He had no desire whatsoever to involve himself in noble chatter and preferred to remain on the edge of the hall. However, before he could truly slip away, someone approached him and called out his name. Alone froze when he realized who they were. Krild and Adorn stood right in front of him. The two stepped closer with feigned friendliness, greeting Alone with laughter that felt stiff and forced, then asking for a moment of his time. Adorn went on to present an offer, a gift of the highest quality meat from his territory, while Krild mentioned his intention to send support to the Palatio domain as a gesture of goodwill.
Alon tilted his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face.
He genuinely couldn't understand the sudden, unnatural shift in their attitude. In his mind, he questioned what on earth was wrong with those two nobles. Yet to Krild and Edorn, Alon's gaze looked utterly terrifying. His eyes seemed to glow like those of a demon, radiating an icy pressure that bore down on them. Reflexively, the two clung to each other, their bodies trembling violently as overwhelming fear seized their hearts. In their panic, they felt they had made a grave mistake by daring to approach someone like Alon. The narrative then shifted back to the events of the previous day, right after the battle against the goblins. Before leaving the battlefield for good, Alon had cast a brief glance in Krild and Edorn's direction. That single look alone had been enough to send them into utter panic, especially after they had witnessed Alon's true power with their own eyes. Edorn, his voice shaking to the point it nearly failed him, asked Krild whether he had seen what had just happened as well. Krild could only give a short reply. It was magic, and not ordinary magic. With their panic spiraling further out of control, the two immediately dragged a mage away without even asking permission from the guarding soldiers. Their actions were questioned at once, but Edorn hastily responded in a strained voice that they were only borrowing the mage for a moment, as there was something urgent they needed to ask. The mage was a third circle spellcaster, previously hired by Baron Ullman to flaunt his wealth. He looked utterly confused as he was bombarded with relentless questions. Nervously, Krild and Edorn tried to describe the magic Alon had used, then ask whether it could have been nothing more than second-tier magic. The mage's answer struck them like a hammer. He stated that calling it second-tier magic was impossible. The level, control, and sheer scale of that spell far exceeded his own abilities. Upon hearing that assessment, Krild and Edorn froze on the spot, as if the blood in their veins had suddenly stopped flowing. A bitter realization slammed into them without mercy. Alon was clearly not a noble who had risen through nothing but luck. He concealed power so immense that he did not even need bodyguards. Along with a cold, ruthless side they had completely failed to notice. With fear tightening around their chests, the two concluded that the only way to survive was through bribes and humble submission. Now, standing before Alon, they felt they had no choice left but to beg for their lives. Back in the present, Krild and Edorn bowed deeply before Alon. Their bodies trembled violently as they apologized for their arrogance and the improper treatment they had shown him in the past. They blamed their own delusions and stupidity, admitting that they had truly been out of their minds back then. Still bent forward, The two suddenly broke down in sobs, their voices cracking as they pleaded for forgiveness with a desperation they could no longer conceal.
Seeing their behavior, Alon fell silent, his face filled with confusion as he failed to grasp what was unfolding before him. Evan leaned closer and whispered softly, asking if they were causing trouble again. In his own thoughts, Alon couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of misunderstanding had taken root in the two nobles' minds to drive them to such an excessive reaction. Evan, brimming with an almost excessive eagerness, briefly showed an intention to dispose of them on the spot. Alon calmly refused. Stirring up a scene in the middle of a social gathering would only invite unnecessary complications. Normally, he was inclined toward mercy, but this time, he felt they had crossed a line. In his heart, Alon acknowledged that he did not possess the power to dominate everything. Yet for now, he chose not to care, and decided to intimidate them so the situation would remain under control. Having steeled himself, Alon cast a sharp glance at Krield and Idorn, his gaze cold and unyielding, and declared firmly that he would handle them himself. In an instant, both of their bodies shook violently. Tears streamed down without pause, and in their minds, only one bitter conviction remained, that the end of their lives was now standing right before them. Once his business with the two of them was considered settled, Alon walked away and approached a dining table laden with luxurious dishes. He glanced around, thinking that he had already sent Evan to the Information Guild, which meant it was now his own turn to gather intelligence among the nobles. His gaze settled on a group that appeared to be engaged in a hushed, secretive conversation. Noticing this, Alon decided to eavesdrop, preparing to reinforce his hearing by channeling mana. He soon began picking up the conversations around him. Several nobles were speaking in low voices, discussing rumors circulating about Duke Altia and Count Zenonia. They mentioned that the two sides were even attempting to form a faction, something that sounded hard to believe, given that the two families were, in truth, far from harmonious. Hearing this, Alon merely muttered to himself that it was irrelevant. The two families pulling the strings had never truly gotten along, so an alliance like that would never last long. He casually took another bite of the tart in his hand. In the quiet of the moment, his expression actually brightened, as the food, especially the tart, turned out to be exceptionally delicious. While continuing to savor the tart, Alon kept his ears tuned to the surrounding conversations. The noble's tone gradually shifted, growing far softer and more serious. They mentioned something far more shocking, stressing that the information must not be spread carelessly. The leader of the faction they were discussing, it turned out, was neither Duke Altia nor Count Zenonia. The name mentioned next made Alon freeze in place. For a brief moment, he completely stopped eating. His gaze snapped toward the nobles, shock plain on his face as he heard that the leader of the faction was said to be Count Palatio. The tart slipped from his hand and fell to the floor, scattering unnoticed. His mouth hung open, utterly unable to conceal his astonishment at information he had never even imagined. He quickly turned his face away, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. In his mind, Alon questioned what kind of nonsense this was supposed to be. He had only met Duke Altia once, and that was when she was still very young, and had encountered Zenonia's daughter no more than twice. As for the current Count Zenonia, he had never even come face to face with him. He could not comprehend how such a rumor could have formed, let alone spread this far. Alon held his head as a faint dizziness set in, the confusion heavy and pressing. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. In the end, he concluded that it was nothing more than baseless gossip and unfounded rumors.
exactly the kind of thing bound to surface among nobles who thrived on speculation. Just as Alon remained lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly called out to him. He slowly turned his head, muttering inwardly that far too many people had approached him today, leaving him with an ever-growing sense of unease.
A man with an eccentric appearance stepped forward and introduced himself as Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon from the kingdom of Ashutalon. Alon looked at him flatly with his usual expression. In his mind, he recalled that nobles from other countries were indeed attending this grand social gathering. He responded briefly, stating that he was Count Palatio. Suddenly, Carmine broke into a blatantly arrogant grin. He said he had heard that Alon had become a count purely through luck. With a half-mocking tone, he admitted his jealousy, claiming that it had driven him to see Alon for himself and ask him directly about his secret. Hearing this, Alon's gaze hardened slightly as a slow irritation rose in his chest. Inwardly, he scoffed, judging that a spinning donut of a man like this was capable of speaking recklessly without a single thought for the consequences. As the tension in the air began to thicken, two other nobles approached, Duke Rotegra and Marquis Mardanio. Marquis Mardanio immediately scolded Carmine in a loud, firm voice, warning him for belittling a noble of the kingdom of Asteria. He positioned himself squarely in front of Alon in a protective stance, standing tall as his gaze pressed down on Carmine without hesitation. Carmine instinctively retreated half a step, his face turning pale with panic. Inside his mind, confusion churned. He had thought there would be no issue in looking down on someone like Alon. Time rewound briefly, returning to the moment before Carmine approached Alon. Earlier, Carmine had first made his way toward a noblewoman, introducing himself with brimming confidence. He boasted about being a handsome and romantic man from a distant land, even shamelessly declaring his intention to take Rotegra's youngest daughter as his wife. With exaggerated flair, he offered her a tart while holding her hand, utterly convinced that no woman could possibly resist his charm. As he walked alongside her, Carmine casually glanced around and began making reckless judgments about the appearances of other nobles. He remarked that some of them ought to lose weight, while others, in his view, had noses that were far too large. Hearing this, the woman beside him visibly lost interest, her expression cooling at once. Sensing the shift in mood, Carmine quickly turned to her with a dazzling smile, trying to salvage the situation by praising her beauty, claiming that her lovely features were a blessing inherited directly from her mother. Instead of easing the tension, his words only made the young lady more irritated. Without the slightest hesitation, she left him behind, implying that the marriage he had so casually mentioned would need to be reconsidered. Left standing alone, Carmine froze with a bewildered look, calling out the name of Rotegra's daughter as she walked away. He could not understand what he had done wrong, only realizing that the marriage he had imagined had suddenly fallen apart, without any clear reason, at least in his own eyes. With his irritation still far from settled, Carmine strode into another hall. Inside his mind, curses echoed without end. He had traveled all this way only to gain nothing but humiliation. That resentment was still boiling when his gaze landed on Alon, calmly enjoying a tart, as if the world around him had no influence on him whatsoever. The black hair and cold expression were instantly recognizable as Count Palatio. According to the rumors he had heard, Alon was said to be an immature noble who had risen through sheer luck, with no meaningful connections to speak of. From there, a sly thought took shape, marking Alon as the easiest target for venting his emotions. Reality, however, took a completely different turn.
His rudeness toward Elan did not end as he had imagined. Instead, it immediately provoked the anger of other nobles. Sharp reprimands came one after another, reminding him that the kingdom of Ashutalan was a long-standing ally of Asteria, and that his behavior had clearly crossed the line. Carmine panicked at once, scrambling to deny the accusations and defend himself, but the atmosphere had already grown heated, leaving him no room to argue his case. Elan watched the scene calmly, looking at Carmine as though he were a child being cornered by senior nobles. Though he did not care much for political affairs, Elan knew exactly who the three figures now surrounding Carmine were. They were no ordinary nobles, but the central pillars of the kingdom of Asteria, figures of immense influence, whose voices carried decisive weight. The nobles began pressing Carmine with sharp, loaded words. His behavior was interpreted as an indirect insult toward Asteria, as if Duke Camelon himself were looking down on the kingdom through his son's actions. Count Palin stepped forward as well, fixing Carmine with a thin smile that felt cold and full of warning, questioning the reason behind such shameless conduct. With a cynical gaze, Duke Rotegra remarked that Duke Camelon must have underestimated Asteria if his son dared to behave in this manner. Carmine hurriedly tried to correct him, insisting that such an assumption was untrue. However, Count Palin immediately countered by asking where exactly the misunderstanding lay, since Carmine had openly named and belittled a noble of Asteria in such a disrespectful way. Head bowed and body trembling, Carmine could only admit that he had committed a grave mistake. The Marquis then leaned in closer to Carmine, the pressure of his aura unmistakable and suffocating. In a low yet firm voice, he laid bare the core of the issue. Carmine had acted in a demeaning manner toward Elan. Meanwhile, Elan himself simply watched the scene with a puzzled expression, trying to make sense of a situation that had unfolded far beyond his expectations. Deep inside, he wondered how someone could be so thoroughly disliked that three nobles, who barely even knew him, would stand before him without hesitation, shielding him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The sight felt strange, and at the same time carried a faint sense of familiarity he could not quite explain. Carmine finally screamed out an apology, his voice trembling as regret and fear spilled out without restraint. Yet the three nobles did not stop there. With the stern authority of generals disciplining a problematic soldier, they demanded far more than empty words. Carmine, treated like a novice cadet who had violated noble decorum, was forced to endure physical punishment while begging for mercy without pause. The sight unconsciously reminded Elan of his own time in mandatory military service, harsh memories that stirred deep discomfort and nearly made him shudder. Crushed under the pressure and on the verge of hysteria, Carmine eventually left. He staggered away in tears, sobbing uncontrollably as he repeated his apologies, his movements no longer under his control. Once he had completely vanished from sight, the three nobles turned to Elan in unison, asking if he was all right. That excessive concern only left Elan even more confused. A strange unease settled in his chest, as if something about today felt fundamentally off. Before long, Elan's ears caught the murmurs of other nobles nearby. They exchanged knowing looks and concluded that the circulating rumors were likely true, especially after witnessing firsthand how influential figures treated Elan. If Altia and Zenonia truly stepped into the political arena, then Palatio's power as the head of a faction would be nothing short of extraordinary. Hearing this, Elan let out a long sigh and slowly stretched his neck. He realized that all this trouble most likely stemmed from those baseless rumors, and, if left unchecked, the situation would only grow more troublesome.
The Marquis then mentioned that he had never had a proper, serious conversation with Alon before. Duke Rotegra followed up, saying that it was understandable, given how busy Alon had been. Without giving him any chance to respond, the Marquis immediately brought up Alon's interest in magical research and declared his intention to gift him an artifact capable of storing mana. Duke Rotegra quickly added that he too had prepared a gift as a token of appreciation. Count Palin, wearing the familiar smile that never seemed to leave his face, also asked Alon to accept his offering. Alon was utterly at a loss in the face of the situation. All he could do was give a small wave of his hand, intending to explain that the rumors were untrue and had gone far beyond the truth. In the end, however, the temptation proved too strong to refuse. Alon chose to remain silent and allow the misunderstanding to continue. Without saying a word, he found himself accepting 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions from the nobles, his feelings a mix of awkwardness and quiet resignation. Time passed, and day gave way to night. As dawn slowly began to break, the focus shifted to an annex belonging to Duke Rotegra. Inside a sealed room, lit only by flickering candlelight, the atmosphere was silent and heavy. There, Marquis Mardanio was seen speaking privately with a mysterious woman, whose entire body was wrapped in black garments. Her face was tightly concealed beneath a veiled hood, leaving behind nothing but an air of secrecy. The woman opened the conversation in a calm voice, asking how the social gathering had turned out. The Marquis replied with a note of relief, saying that Alon had accepted the offered gifts without any sign of refusal. The narration explained that light gift exchanges among nobles usually carried no deeper meaning, serving merely as greetings or gestures of courtesy. However, when the gift involved valuable materials, such as magical artifacts, the implication became far more serious. For someone intending to enter a faction, presenting such a gift to its leader was tantamount to an indirect declaration of intent, commitment, and loyalty. Hearing this, the veiled woman responded with clear satisfaction, remarking that it was excellent news. To her, Alon's acceptance of the gifts was unmistakable proof that the Marquis had been acknowledged and accepted. The Marquis let out a soft laugh, then candidly admitted that none of this would have been possible without the woman standing before him. The one who had been moving behind the scenes all along, Duke Altia. The woman received his acknowledgement calmly and congratulated Marquis Mardanio on joining. In a low yet resolute voice, she stated that from this moment on, they officially shared the same goal and would walk the same path together. The woman concealed beneath the black veiled hood was none other than Luria, the figure known to the world as Duke Altia.
Luria wore a calm, welcoming smile as she expressed her satisfaction with Marquis Mardanio joining the same faction, then asked about the results of his outreach to the other parties. The Marquis responded with respectful composure, explaining that everything had gone smoothly and that the nobles in question had accepted the approach without hesitation. After their brief exchange, the Marquis fell silent in contemplation. He reflected on how Duke Altia, a figure who rarely intervened directly, had personally appeared, offering nothing more than subtle signals to a select few. Once the key pieces were chosen, they were guided through what amounted to a discreet initiation, disguised as sincere gifts and mutually beneficial agreements. Though rumors spread swiftly among the nobility, this was, in truth, nothing more than the natural flow of politics, and an opportunity that could not be allowed to slip away. Hearing that everything was proceeding as planned, Luria affirmed with a firm tone that they could finally begin to move in earnest. The focus returned to Duke Rotegra's palace residence, where the festivities resumed as they entered the 4th day.
Amid the lively crowd, filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and the glow of crystal lights, Alon stood quietly, with a box in his hands. In his thoughts, he muttered that, somehow, the gifts he received kept increasing, one after another. He realized this was most likely due to the special treatment he was getting as a result of the false rumors linking him to Altia and Zenonia. For the time being, he chose to accept it all, casually wondering whether everything might later be demanded back. Considering that possibility, Alon even began planning a swift escape once he had secured all the gains. As his thoughts sank too deeply, a sudden pat landed on his shoulder. Alon flinched hard, his body jerking as his shoulders tensed, nearly making him jump in surprise. He quickly rubbed his chest and took a deep breath to calm himself. Evan had just returned from the Intelligence Guild, and seeing Alon react so strongly to such a light tap left him puzzled. Alon briefly explained that he had simply been lost in thought for a moment, drifting deep into his own musings. Not long after, Alon and Evan moved to a more secluded, private room. There, Alon's expression shifted abruptly after hearing Evan's report. The news stated that in the northern region, an outer god had descended, sending shockwaves across all of Caliburn. According to ancient texts they had managed to uncover, there was a strong suspicion that amethyst stones were directly connected to the presence of that outer god. Hearing this, Alon reflexively held his head as a sudden dizziness washed over him. He then asked for the additional information he had previously requested. Evan explained that the person they were searching for was located in a village in the northern part of Ashutalan. Upon hearing the location, Alon immediately decided that they could stop by there along the way, since their next destination was Caliburn. The sudden decision caught Evan slightly off guard. He realized that this meant Alon intended to move toward the turbulent northern region. However, Alon merely stated that a detailed explanation would be given on the road, then ordered that all preparations for departure be made at once. Understanding the situation, Evan accepted the order without hesitation. Alon was now alone in his room. The anxiety that had been piling up pressed heavily against his chest, his thoughts spinning without end. Any hope that this would not happen had been completely extinguished. The existence of catastrophic beings like the 5 great sins and the outer gods had always lain beyond anyone's control. Through the phenomenon known as divine descent, there was no certain way to know which outer god would descend, or when it would happen. That was precisely why he had continued gathering information and moving as quickly as possible. Yet, reality still surpassed all of his calculations. Everything was unfolding far too fast, long before he was ready. In his mind, hundreds of possible endings he had once seen while playing the game resurfaced with vivid clarity, replaying themselves one after another. Allied kingdoms would collapse in a chain reaction, sinking into futile wars across lands tainted by power from another world. If that happened, then, in the end, his own life would be destroyed in an instant as well. He had indeed prepared a plan, but he understood the risks all too well. After descending into the world, an outer god would undergo a stabilization period lasting several months before truly awakening as a living god. During that time, their power would not yet be fully restored, still resembling that of an incomplete heroic spirit. Striking during that window was the only chance that existed. There was no guarantee of success, but no matter how slim the odds, it was a chance he had no choice but to take. With his resolve hardening, Alon began writing a message addressed to someone specific. Once finished, he neatly sealed the letter and stamped it. As he glanced at the envelope in his hand, he paused for a moment, his emotions tangled. Curiosity mixed with unease, as he wondered what that child had grown into now, the child who was the destination of this letter.
1 week later, the focus shifted to Caliburn. A soldier rushed through the corridors, breathing heavily as he clutched a letter in his hand, then hurried to his commander. Deus received the message and skimmed its contents. The moment he grasped what it said, his expression tightened. Without wasting words, he immediately instructed his deputy to postpone the operation schedule for the northern region by a full 2 weeks. The scene then moved to Pakran, a remote village in the northern part of the kingdom of Ashutalon. It was there that Alon finally encountered the person he had been searching for all this time. In his heart, he could hardly believe that the individual had been found so easily. Yet their presence was far too striking, too different to ever be overlooked. Standing before him was a young boy, radiating a gentle, luminous aura. Alon recognized him instantly, without the slightest doubt. The boy was Eliban, the protagonist and a playable character from the roguelike, turn-based RPG Psychedelia. He looked exactly like the illustrations Alon had known for so long. As a protagonist, his existence felt inherently different, too conspicuous, too beautiful, too pure for a boy growing up in a dark fantasy world.
Alon bent slightly and looked down at the boy in front of him, asking whether the child even knew who he was. Instead, the boy greeted him with cheerful energy, gazing up without a hint of caution, simply happy to meet someone new. He introduced himself as Eliban, with boundless enthusiasm and a wide smile. That innocent attitude made Alon look at him with a flat expression. In his mind, he muttered that no matter how different this world was from the game, a protagonist would always be a protagonist. In the end, this boy would inevitably become famous and powerful. Standing face to face with a character he had once played himself felt strange, almost unreal. Having reached that conclusion, Alon remarked that Eliban had a bright, cheerful personality, then handed him a pouch of gold. The boy accepted it with a bewildered expression, his eyes widening when he realized it contained real gold coins. Alon then called for Evan. With the practiced efficiency of a seasoned aide, Evan opened a case filled with potions. At the sight of it, Eliban could only glance left and right, utterly confused. Moments later, Evan began taking out gift boxes containing various presents, neatly arranged, each one clearly suited for a child of his age. Alon pointed to the pile of gifts behind him and stated that all of it belonged to the boy. Eliban's eyes immediately lit up, filled with genuine joy, though confusion still lingered as he tried to grasp the reason behind such sudden generosity. Alon replied that it was merely an investment. In his own heart, he felt that he had brought everything necessary for a protagonist's early growth, hoping the boy would soon become strong enough to one day stand against threats as great as the outer gods. Alon then firmly placed both hands on the boy's shoulders and declared that one day he would surely become someone great. After saying that, Alon turned around and began to walk away, confident that what he had done was more than enough to win the protagonist's favor. Yet after taking a few steps, a thought crossed his mind. He stopped, turned back, and finally introduced himself as Count Palatio. In his thoughts, it was as if he rubbed his nose in quiet satisfaction, feeling that this was the name of the protector the boy ought to remember when he eventually succeeded and stood at the summit. Just as Alon was about to board the horse-drawn carriage, the boy suddenly ran up to him in a hurry. He thanked him while struggling to pronounce Alon's title correctly, then, with a beaming face, waved energetically and promised that he would always remember him. From behind the carriage window, Alon watched the cheerful boy, realizing that his personality was far brighter than he had expected, especially considering that this world was supposed to be a grim and oppressive, dark fantasy. Inside the carriage, Evan, seated across from him, finally spoke up, puzzled that they had left without having a proper conversation. Elone replied that he was confident the boy was smart enough to understand the situation, even without a long-winded explanation. Elone let out a long sigh. In his mind, he acknowledged that his own life was hanging by a thread, and he had no time to slowly build a relationship. To him, this was simply a matter of efficiency. The protagonist had been set on automatic mode, and now all he could do was hope that his pay-to-win strategy would truly pay off. Evan still turned back to look at Elaban as he grew farther away, observing him closely. He realized that the boy possessed extraordinary talent. His mana flow felt dense and actively circulating, and despite wearing nothing more than simple clothes, there was a strong impression that he was somehow protected by an invisible artifact. Elone admitted that he had sensed that mana as well, subtle yet unmistakable, as if the world itself were siding with the boy. In his thoughts, Elone recalled the game's initial world settings, where Elaban was supposed to be nothing more than an ordinary child before beginning his adventure. The fact that reality had now diverged so drastically from the game's storyline felt like yet another unforeseen butterfly effect, especially since the boy was the protagonist. Every small change had the potential to shake the larger narrative. Yet in the end, regardless of those differences, Elone's goal remained the same: to protect his laid-back life plan from being swept away by unpredictable currents. After weighing everything carefully, Elone told Evan that the stronger Elaban became, the greater the value of his investment would be in the future. That rational line of thinking eased the weight on his chest, if only a little. Considering that Elaban was one of the few kind-hearted people in this rotten, cruel, dark fantasy world, a rare anomaly that deserved protection, Elone concluded there was nothing to worry about. But then, a single word surfaced in his mind, causing his eyes to widen slightly. Kind-hearted. That simple realization stirred a different kind of unease. Quiet, subtle, yet piercing. Elone then told Evan that he had been thinking about Deus, and began to wonder whether that meeting would truly come to pass. Doubt settled in his heart, especially since he had never once dared to visit the orphanage because of his own fears. And now, somehow, everything was unfolding in a direction he had never anticipated. Evan, his expression calm and his voice steady, remarked that at the very least, they would surely be allowed to meet. Elone fell silent for a moment before giving a vague reply, as though that certainty had yet to fully take root in his heart. Count Palatio's carriage continued on without pause, its wheels creaking softly against the dirt road as it slowly carried them away from the village and toward their next destination. 10 days later, Elone finally arrived at Caliburn's capital, Kirtham. Before the city's northern gate, a long line of carriages belonging to merchants and nobles stretched endlessly, each waiting for its turn to enter. The long journey had clearly taken its toll. Evan looked exhausted, while Elone himself could feel the weight of the prolonged travel settling heavily into his body. Evan even muttered that if not for the strange labyrinth they had passed through earlier, he wouldn't be this worn out. While waiting in line, Elone gazed at the relic resting in his hand. His thoughts drifted back over the long journey he had undertaken, moving from place to place in preparation for a future war against the outer gods, gathering rewards and items along the way. He found himself wondering whether Deus would like them. That realization made him pause. Without even noticing it himself, he had begun to carry the heart of a father, one who wanted to give without limit. Inside their carriage, the space was crammed full of gifts, so packed that it felt almost suffocating. The line slowly began to move forward. Evan estimated that their turn was close.
He stepped down briefly to handle the inspection at the gate, which appeared to be nothing more than a verification of identity and noble insignia. From inside the carriage, Alon merely gave a weak wave, leaving everything to Evan. He remained seated, waiting, his thoughts still weighed down by anxiety over an increasingly uncertain future.
Alon let out a long sigh and leaned back inside the carriage. For a brief moment, a sense of relief washed over him. The procedures in this great city were moving quickly and efficiently, without any real obstacles. That relief, however, lasted only an instant. Evan suddenly returned with a grave expression and reported that a minor problem had arisen. Alon rubbed his head in confusion. He didn't immediately grasp what Evan meant, especially when Evan explained that although Alon's identity had been verified without issue, they had nonetheless been asked to pull aside and wait outside the main queue. The situation felt strange, unusual in a way that didn't sit right with him. His confusion deepened, and Alon carefully stepped down from the carriage. A knight promptly approached and addressed him directly, confirming his identity as Count Palatio. With a proud tone, the knight introduced himself as Viran, a direct disciple of a knight named Fiola, known by the title The Fourth Sword. The name meant nothing to Alon. He had no memory, impression, or information whatsoever about who Fiola was. Wearing a flat expression, Alon looked at Viran and questioned the purpose of his appearance, especially given that he had arrived accompanied by several fully armed soldiers. Viran stepped a little closer and explained that someone from the kingdom of Asteria had sent him a message, claiming to owe Alon a great debt and requesting his help in repaying it. Alon calmly denied it at once. He felt he had never done anything that could reasonably be called a debt of gratitude. And yet, at the same time, a single name surfaced in his mind without warning, bringing irritation along with it, a suspicion that felt deeply annoying. In a flat tone, Alon spoke the name, Carmine. At that, Viren's lips curved into a faint smile, as if his assumption had just been confirmed. He remarked that it seemed Alon had thoroughly offended his friend. In Viren's memory, Carmine's furious rant echoed vividly. Carmine had complained bitterly about how he had been humiliated without mercy in front of the nobles, demanding retribution in kind. He told Viren that Alon was heading for Caliburn and asked him to cripple the man, dangling the promise of growth through a bloody battle against abyssal bodies as bait. Recalling that request, Viren's attitude grew even more arrogant. He declared that he owed his friend a personal favor, and that at the very least, he needed to put on a show before allowing Alon to enter the city. In an instant, Alon and Evan were surrounded as soldiers moved in, forming a tight semicircle around them. Evan immediately drew his sword and took a full defensive stance, vigilance radiating clearly from his posture. Alon, meanwhile, could only sigh inwardly, irritation welling up inside him. Carmine had stirred up trouble and fled, only to leave this mess behind in his wake. Viren drew his sword as well, leveling the blade straight at Alon. In a condescending tone, he demanded that all valuables inside the carriage be handed over, calling it an act of mercy he was still willing to grant. The tip of the sword was then pressed against Alon's abdomen, cold, sharp, and unmistakably threatening. Viren's lips curled into a sly smile. In his mind, the situation was entirely in his favor. Alon was nothing more than a backwater noble from Asteria, someone with no real influence within the Alliance, and absolutely no connections in Caliburn. He had already investigated everything about Alon beforehand, or at least, that was what he believed. Seeing that attitude, Alon's anger began to rise slowly. The muscles in his face tightened, and a bitter conviction took shape within him, that people of the same kind inevitably flocked together.
Faint arcs of lightning stirred in his hand, crackling softly as magic gathered, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Viren's grin widened even further as he lifted his sword slightly higher, prepared to strike without hesitation. He felt no concern whatsoever, convinced that his master would take care of any consequences afterward. But before the blade could swing down, something completely unexpected happened. Viren's neck was suddenly seized from behind in a crushing grip. His body was yanked up into the air in an instant, his legs flailing in panic as the sword slipped from his hand and clattered loudly against the ground. His breath was choked off, and in that desperate state, Viren slowly turned his head, struggling to see who would dare to restrain him like a helpless doll. Behind him stood a knight clad in black armor, gripping Viren without a shred of mercy. Alon could only stand frozen, watching the scene unfold, while Evan remained fully on guard, his eyes never leaving their surroundings. The black-armored figure was none other than Deus. In a cold, weighty voice, he questioned Viren's actions, the pressure in his tone making the air itself feel as though it had frozen solid. He declared that Viren's audacity had crossed the line, daring to lay a hand on someone who was both his benefactor and his protector. Amid that suffocating tension, a crucial truth came to light, one that Viren had completely failed to grasp. Count Palacio was not a weak noble without backing. He was the man who had once won a duel against Kurga of the Snowfields without even lifting his own sword. That very feat had earned him the epithet Swordless and established him as the benefactor of Master Knight Deus Macallion. Deus hurled Viren's body to the ground like a brittle toy that had lost all value. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Deus's foot came down brutally on Viren's head, crushing it into the earth. A moment later, he hauled the head back up again. Panic seized Viren, his breathing ragged, his throat constricted by terror as he begged Deus to stop in a broken, stammering voice. Deus's gaze remained cold and utterly devoid of emotion as he forced Viren to look up. His eyes then swept across the surrounding soldiers, radiating a silent threat that was impossible to miss. Cold sweat streamed down the faces of Viren's subordinates, their bodies frozen in place. In a low voice, Deus warned them that if even a single one of them moved, something unimaginable would befall them. Deus's kick slammed squarely into Viren's abdomen. Viren's body was sent flying, crashing violently into the trunk of a tree. Blood sprayed from his mouth. At that moment, Alon finally realized who the knight in black armor truly was. The realization left his mind momentarily blank. It was Deus, the knight who had now grown into adulthood. As Viren struggled to rise with his battered body, Deus had already closed the distance again. Before the next blow could land in full, Deus coldly ordered him to be grateful for the simple fact that he was in a position where Deus was still unable to kill him. A merciless punch landed. Viren's face caved in, his body covered in bruises, yet Deus showed no sign of stopping. Blow after blow rained down, each strike carrying the weight of punishment befitting the humiliation Viren had dared to direct at Alon. Evan offered a casual remark at the sight of such brutality, while Alon himself remained silent. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when Deus had once called him his savior. A warm, tender feeling welled up in his chest. He had once assumed that such gratitude would fade with time, especially since Deus had never met him again, nor sent even a single letter in return. But the reality before his eyes told a different story. Watching Deus stand before him without hesitation, shielding him with absolute resolve, Alon felt his heart grow warm. There was a satisfaction difficult to put into words, as if everything he had given in the past had finally been repaid in full. The boy, who had once been nothing more than a child, had grown into a steadfast, upright man, standing before him now, protecting the one who had once reached out a hand to save him with unwavering conviction.
Alon nodded faintly, his chest swelling with pride as he looked at Deus. In his mind, a simple conclusion surfaced. This was the feeling of a father watching his child grow up well and choose a righteous path. Beside him, Evan gave his shoulder a light pat and remarked flatly that Alon's pride and joy was currently beating someone half to death without mercy. Alon merely wiped away the tears that had slipped out from sheer emotion. He didn't respond to Evan at all, as if the world around him had dimmed, leaving only a single scene before his eyes. In his thoughts, Alon murmured to himself, Deus's willingness to go that far, simply because the man he regarded as a father had been demeaned in a foreign land, felt so sweet it almost hurt. The warmth was difficult to contain, and yet, at the same time, a sobering reality crept back in and tightened his chest slightly. Deus was one of the 5 great sins. Even so, what he had done just now was, admittedly, a bit excessive. Viren lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his body broken, his armor soaked with blood. The fight had ended in a completely one-sided manner. Deus had finished what he considered his duty. Without sparing Viren even a glance, he turned away and began walking toward the one who had been the reason he moved in the first place. For a brief moment, Deus's presence before Alon felt terrifying. The cold aura of violence still clung tightly to him, not yet fully faded. But what followed left everyone who witnessed it unable to hide their shock. The knight, clad in black armor, a man whose name resounded throughout Caliburn, lowered his head in clear respect. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he stated that, on a personal level, he would serve as Alon's escort. At that sight, the surrounding soldiers froze in place. Their eyes went wide. No one had imagined that the knight who had just utterly destroyed a captain moments ago would now display such sincere deference toward a seemingly unremarkable man standing calmly before him. The scene then shifts to the northern lands, a vast and endless expanse of bitter cold. There, a banner had been planted firmly into the ground as a declaration of victory. A standard-bearing knight stood before piles of fallen barbarians, their bodies charred and soaked in blood, the stench of iron and ash thick in the air. Delman, the third sword of Caliburn and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order, stood tall and announced that one of the 8 chiefs, Klecken the Great, and his entire clan had been annihilated. He proclaimed this as an absolute victory for the Crimson Flame Order. His declaration was met with roaring cheers from the knights gathered around him. Once the echoes of celebration faded, Delman promptly issued orders for all forces to return to headquarters for evaluation. Inside his mind, Delman muttered to himself, with an achievement of this magnitude, he was certain he would no longer lose to the man who had just been appointed Master Knight, even if this victory had been obtained through underhanded means known to no one. Delman was well aware that Caliburn and the barbarians shared a long history, a tradition of wars fought with honor. And yet, he had deceived Klecken, attacking him when Klecken was alone, then sealing it all with a carefully planned ambush that slaughtered the entire clan. Because the man he despised had managed to defeat Kurga of the Snowfield, Delman needed a decisive result from this expedition. Even so, one lingering unease gnawed at his thoughts.
Klekken's body had vanished during the battle. He suspected the barbarians had hidden it. Still, by his own calculations, even if Klekken were somehow alive, the poison should have already claimed his life by now. To Delman, whatever the truth might be, everything would end the moment he returned to Caliburn and reported this victory. He continued walking with a satisfied sneer he made no effort to conceal. But as his steps carried him toward the front of the camp, his body suddenly went rigid. The camp had been completely destroyed. Tents lay in tatters, the ground soaked with splattered blood, and standing before him was a mysterious barbarian man. The barbarian stood calmly amid the biting gusts of snowy wind. Slowly, he turned his head back and called Delman's name in a deep voice that echoed unnervingly through the cold air.
Delman's reflexes kicked in instantly. He swung his weapon wreathed in flames, crimson fire lashing out wildly. But confusion seized him the moment he saw the man's face. It was Klekken, the very figure who should have been dead. Yet behind Klekken's body, something far greater lurked. In a heavy, oppressive tone, the man questioned why Delman had defiled a grand and sacred duel, one that should have been upheld with absolute honor. The aura erupting from Klekken's body exploded outward, violently shaking the surrounding air. That terrifying pressure manifested as pure dread, powerful enough to swallow even a superhuman capable of slaughtering hundreds in a single strike. Cold sweat immediately streamed down Delman's temples. Only then did he grasp the bitter truth. The being standing before him was not Klekken alone. With a strained voice, Delman demanded to know the true identity of the creature facing him. In the blink of an eye, Klekken was suddenly right in front of him, pressing him for an answer about the dishonored duel. Klekken effortlessly evaded Delman's flaming blade. The slash tore into the ground instead, leaving behind a long, gaping fissure. Delman shot back with a sneer, declaring that the fault lay with the barbarian tribes themselves for still believing in honorable duels on the battlefield. But the wound carved into the earth was of little consequence to whatever hid behind Klekken's body. That presence acknowledged that Delman had reached an impressive height for a human, and called this his final chance to engage in a proper duel. Delman ignored the challenge altogether. Instead, he shouted at the top of his lungs, ordering the knights to prepare for battle. Klekken, or whatever existed behind him, slowly raised both hands, as if calling something forth. He judged the human before him to possess not even a shred of honor, and declared that an honorable death would not be granted to such savagery. Before Delman's eyes, the knights who had already been slain by Klekken began to rise once more. Their bodies stood up with stiff, unnatural movements, like zombies, groaning endlessly in agony. The sight made Delman's heart drop. They were truly alive again, yet condemned to eternal suffering, some even sobbing and begging to be killed, unable to endure the unending pain. A hand suddenly flew into the air. Delman's arm had been severed cleanly, blood spraying violently. With a single motion, Klekken tore through Delman's arm, using nothing but his bare hand, as if flesh and bone were no sturdier than fragile cloth. In an instant, Delman roared in agony, a hoarse scream tearing through the freezing snowfield. Klekken slammed his hand into the ground. The land cracked apart and trembled violently, a shockwave rippling outward. Knights were hurled into the air, along with chunks of earth and ice ripped from the ground. Klekken kicked the air. The soldiers flung skyward were instantly crushed midair, their bodies shattered apart. Blood and mangled remains rained down,
littering the plains in a grotesque downpour. With unimaginable speed, Klecken struck Delman square in the chest. His hand pierced straight through the body, bursting out from the back. Standing at the brink of death, Delman glared at Klecken with bitter eyes. Gasping for breath, his voice thick with hatred, he cursed him and demanded to know what Klecken was truly doing. Delman collapsed. His chest was left with a gaping hole, yet he did not die. Instead, his body groaned in agony, rising again in a half-conscious state, wailing just like the other zombie-like nights. At last, the presence dwelling within Klecken's body spoke. Its voice reverberated deep and dreadful through the air, as it declared that everyone gathered here was a savage, that the beings standing before it were born from the dead, those whose deaths were never acknowledged, souls abandoned by honor itself. Then, it welcomed them. Welcome to the bloody Colosseum. With a smile brimming with satisfaction, the entity introduced itself as Ultulrus, the father of duels. It proclaimed that, personally, it would grant them an honorable death. It challenged the savages to duels, demanding they prove they were more than mere wretched creatures. The knights who still lived could only stand in despair. Their bodies trembled, eyes hollow, utterly incapable of resistance. They simply remained there, waiting for their turn. After such unbearable tension, the scene finally shifted back to Caliburn. Viren could be seen being carried away by two knights toward a treatment area, his body limp and soaked in blood. Meanwhile, Deus remained standing with his head lowered, respectfully asking for permission to personally escort Elon.
Seeing Deus bow his head so deeply, the surrounding knights were visibly thrown into confusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unspoken questions. The narrator explains, in Caliburn, the reputation and influence of Deus Macalian, the Swordless, towered sky high. He had received no punishment whatsoever, despite once beating the second prince to a pulp after the prince had insulted his younger sister. Deus was known for showing kindness to no one, except the king himself. That was precisely why the public was stunned. A knight who almost never bowed his head was now lowering it before a mere count from a foreign land. As whispers spread rapidly, a single question began to echo in many minds. If even the Swordless humbled himself this far, just who exactly was Count Palatio? It was soon revealed that Deus had prepared a special carriage, complete with a personal escort. Seeing such conspicuous arrangements, Alon muttered inwardly that this would surely draw attention. Evan, speaking in a low tone, invited his lord to board the carriage, explaining that he would follow behind in a transport wagon to ensure all belongings remained safe. Before long, Alon arrived at Deus's residence. The moment his eyes took in the building, his face went slack in shock. A towering, massive mansion stood proudly before him, exuding authority and power. Without realizing it, a sense of pride welled up in his chest. He could clearly see that the child he once helped had grown into someone immensely successful. Alon entered the grand residence alongside Deus. Inside, the atmosphere was quiet. Too quiet. So silent that the stillness itself felt oppressive. Watching Deus walk ahead in silence, barely speaking, Alon couldn't help but feel that his presence might be making Deus uncomfortable, even though Deus's earlier actions had clearly shown nothing but sincerity. Inside his mind, Alon let out a long sigh. He decided that the best course of action was to be direct about his purpose for coming. It would be both a sign of respect and an act of honesty. Just before entering one of the rooms, Alon called out Deus's name, prompting the knight to turn around immediately, a cold gaze flashing by reflex. Alon then stated that the reason he had come here today was because he had a request to make. Deus looked momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion crossing his face. He quickly nodded, having assumed that Alon's visit was meant to give an order, not to ask for a favor. Seeing that expression, Alon asked if something felt off. Inwardly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, worried that Deus might see him as shameless for coming with a request in the first place. Deus promptly turned his face away and replied in a calm tone that it would be better to continue the conversation while seated. Alon felt slightly awkward. Part of him wondered whether it shouldn't be the host who sat in the highest seat. And yet, at the same time, a warmth stirred in his chest. Deus's treatment of him felt less like that of a knight to a noble, and more like a son toward his own father. After gathering his thoughts, Alon finally spoke. He explained that he had 2 requests to make, and that both might prove rather troublesome. Without dragging things out, Alon said that he intended to head to the northern region, and asked whether Deus would be willing to accompany him on the journey. Before Alon could even finish his sentence, Deus agreed without the slightest hesitation, adding that he would do so gladly. The speed of his response left Alon taken aback. Calmly, Deus then explained that he had already been preparing for an expedition to the north himself. Hearing that, Alon felt as though fortune had truly smiled upon him. Alon called Deus's name once more and, in a careful tone, posed his second question. He asked whether he might be permitted to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliburn's treasure vault. But before the question could truly receive an answer, the scene shifted outside the residence. There, a subordinate was seen offering a full salute to the vice captain, reporting that he had just returned from an escort mission. The vice captain responded with a satisfied nod, openly praising his subordinate's good work without hesitation. Inwardly, the vice captain murmured to himself. There was nothing to worry about. After all, the captain himself had personally escorted the distinguished guest. Siley, who happened to overhear the exchange, looked visibly intrigued. A bright smile spread across her face as she guessed that her older brother must be hosting a highly honored guest. Hearing that, the vice captain simply let out a light chuckle, confirming her suspicion without the slightest denial. His words stirred a memory from several days earlier. At that time, Deus had instructed him to inform all the knights that the northern expedition would be postponed for 2 weeks. The sudden decision had sparked curiosity, and the vice captain had asked for the reason behind the delay. With a warm smile, one rarely ever seen, Deus had given a brief yet meaningful reply. He said that someone who had once been his savior would soon be arriving. Recalling that moment now, the vice captain couldn't hide his astonishment. He realized he had never seen the captain wear such a warm expression before. There had been something different in Deus's tone and gaze, far removed from the cold authority that usually defined him.
After a brief silence, the vice captain finally informed Siley that Count Palacio of the Kingdom of Asteria had arrived. The moment she heard the name, Siley's eyes widened in shock. The surprise on her face was unmistakable. The scene shifted back inside the residence. With a serious expression and a controlled tone, Alon repeated his question to Deus. He asked once more whether he was truly permitted to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliburn's treasury. Inwardly, Alon was weighed down by heavy consideration. He knew the request sounded nearly impossible, one that could leave him deeply indebted to the kingdom. Yet, for him, the Ring of the Mad One was a crucial piece of his plan this time. Deus nodded firmly, agreeing to Alon's request without hesitation. But before he could finish speaking, The door to the room suddenly swung open. Evan stepped inside, first asking for permission in a formal tone. Deus merely lowered his head in silence. Alon, on the other hand, felt a subtle sense of relief. The presence of his personal guard eased some of the tension that had been hanging thickly in the air. His thoughts moved quickly. Perhaps this stiff atmosphere needed to be softened first. An idea crossed his mind. The gift he had prepared. He couldn't help but wonder whether Deus would like what he had chosen. With a straight face that carried a hint of meaning, Alon remarked that Evan had arrived at just the right time. He asked whether Evan had brought it. Evan responded with a confident thumbs up, his expression brimming with assurance. Ta-da! A stack of gift boxes was promptly carried into the room, neatly lined up before Deus. The sight was striking, bright and conspicuous against the room's previously solemn and silent atmosphere. Deus looked visibly confused. Alon quickly explained, saying they were merely a few small gifts he had prepared. Without waiting for a response, Alon picked up one of the items. In a light tone, he offered his recommendation, a slim necktie that, according to him, was quite popular these days. Alon cleared his throat softly before presenting it. Inwardly, he reminded himself that this choice had gone through careful consideration. At the very least, he hoped to see a flicker of interest from Deus. But the reaction he received was far from what he had imagined. Deus simply stared at the row of gifts with a blank expression, then offered a polite thank you, devoid of enthusiasm. His face did not change. There was no trace of excitement. Alon and Evan fell silent for a moment, confusion creeping into their thoughts. Hesitantly, Alon asked whether Deus did not intend to open the presents. Deus averted his gaze and replied calmly that it would be improper to open them now. He said he would unwrap them later, when he was alone. The answer felt like an invisible wall rising between them.
Alon stared at him with a strange feeling in his chest. The barrage of gifts he had imagined would melt the atmosphere had utterly failed. His mind raced with speculation. Did Deus dislike the presents? Or was he simply maintaining proper decorum out of respect? Alon's thoughts drifted back to earlier, when Deus had referred to him as his savior. The expression on Deus's face back then had been so different. Warm, yet laden with meaning. So unlike the cool detachment he displayed now. After an awkward pause that seemed to stretch on forever, Alon finally spoke again, steering the conversation back to its core. He said that if Deus found the request difficult, he was willing to offer appropriate compensation. But Deus cut him off immediately, his tone firm. He stated that he would bring the ring of the Mad One to Alon at once. The speed of that response only deepened Alon's confusion. He asked whether Deus had truly listened to him earlier, especially regarding where the item was being kept. Deus nodded calmly, giving a short but certain reply. The artifact was indeed stored within Caliburn's treasury. Alon asked again, his voice cautious yet tinged with curiosity. Would fulfilling his request prove difficult? Deus answered evenly. Under normal circumstances, the process would take about a week. However, there was another way. For a moment he fell silent. His gaze turned distant, as though weighing something in his mind. After that brief pause, with a perfectly blank expression, and not the slightest shift in emotion, he stated that the only troublesome part involved dealing with King. Even so, it would not be difficult. He would merely need to remove around 50 people. The statement left Alon and Evan staring in shock. Neither of them had been remotely prepared for such a sentence delivered in such a cold, matter-of-fact tone. In Alon's mind, a quick assumption surfaced. Deus had to be joking.
even though his expression looked serious. Perhaps his son had developed a talent for dry humor. But reality proved otherwise. Deus's face remained utterly serious, devoid of any hint of jest. In the same unchanging tone, he simply asked whether he should begin retrieving the item right away.
That unwavering seriousness made Alon narrow his eyes. He was beginning to realize that the remark about eliminating 50 people had not been a joke at all. Keeping his composure, Alon told him that there was no need to go that far. Deus gave a small nod, accepting the statement without argument. In a brief reply, he said he would retrieve the item as soon as possible. Alon couldn't hide his astonishment. He truly hadn't expected Deus to show such determination for his sake. On one hand, he felt grateful for Deus's concern. On the other, there was something unsettling he couldn't quite ignore. The willingness to do anything felt excessive. Not long after, Alon and Deus stepped out of the room. They had just crossed the doorway when, almost at the same time, Siley approached, calling out to her older brother in a bright, cheerful voice. But before that warm atmosphere could fully settle in, Evan suddenly slipped forward without warning. With an easy, carefree attitude, he greeted Siley directly. The girl responded with a wide smile, calling him warmly, "Brother Evan." The two of them quickly fell into playful conversation, chatting as if no long stretch of time had ever separated them. Their closeness felt effortless and natural. Alon gave a slow nod. Now he understood. The girl was Deus's younger sister, the one he had once ordered Evan to rescue. Back when he was still inside the game, his memories only held a fleeting image of the tragic fate that had awaited Deus's sister. But seeing her here in person, the resemblance was unmistakable. Siley truly carried an aura that reminded him of Deus. Meanwhile, Deus did not look pleased at all. A faint yet unmistakable hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes as he watched Evan and Siley interact. Without saying much, Deus extended his hand and called his sister over. With a firm motion, he pulled Siley closer to him and stated flatly that the man before her was not Brother Evan, but Uncle Evan. Those words struck Evan like an invisible blow to the soul. His expression froze, as if his pride had just taken a direct hit. Alon merely watched in silence, offering no comment. He understood that Deus carried a deep sense of loss and emptiness when it came to family. As strange as it sounded, the statement wasn't entirely wrong. Still, hearing Evan's status suddenly demoted to uncle felt undeniably awkward. Yet beneath that awkwardness, Alon noticed something else. Deus's attitude revealed just how deeply he cherished Siley, far more than Alon had previously imagined. Deus shot Evan an intimidating look. In a calm voice laced with warning, he told that uncle not to speak too much to his sister. Evan, of course, was utterly bewildered. His expression turned stiff and confused, clearly unable to understand what he had done wrong. From his perspective, he had only greeted her as usual. Nothing strange, nothing excessive. On the other hand, Alon seemed to reach a quiet revelation. A realization slowly took shape in his mind. Now he understood why Deus treated him so well. It all traced back to a single pivotal event. He had saved Siley from death. The awareness left Alon genuinely stunned. He had never imagined that act would carry such immense weight. All this time, his focus had been fixed on Deus as someone who had not fallen into the path of the 5 great sins. That narrow focus had caused him to overlook another variable, something far more personal and far more decisive. Alon was filled with gratitude. Yet alongside that gratitude came a troubling question. If things had progressed this far, would Deus be willing to help him with anything at all? The thought flickered through his mind. Tempting, hopeful. But Alon quickly dismissed it.
He knew that even his current request already bordered on excessive. While he was still lost in contemplation, Silly approached him. She stepped forward politely, her demeanor gentle, yet brimming with curiosity. In a respectful tone, she asked if the man before her was Count Palazzo. Alon nodded in confirmation. Silly immediately broke into a bright smile. She said she had heard about him, about how he was the one who ordered Brother Evan to save her. Before she could finish, Deus cut in at once. It wasn't Brother Evan, he reminded her flatly. It was Uncle Evan. Alon could only give a series of small nods, trying to navigate the oddly tense situation. He replied that he had simply done what was only right. Even so, his heart told a different story. Deep down, Alon knew his actions back then had not been driven purely by morality. He had acted because he understood the far more horrifying consequences. If Silly had died, Deus might have transformed into a walking killing machine. Alon had even carefully orchestrated their meeting, aware that merely saving Silly might not have been enough to alter the course of fate. Silly was seen clutching her brother's hand tightly. In a soft voice filled with sincere gratitude, she thanked Alon again and again. Alon stood frozen where he was. Those simple words struck his heart in a way he hadn't expected. Even if his original intentions had been different, receiving such honest gratitude felt overwhelming. A strange warmth seeped into the hollow spaces within his chest, something he rarely ever felt. And so, Alon ended up staying at Deus's mansion for the time being. Before long, Deus returned with the ring of the Mad One. Naturally, Alon was stunned. Not even a full day had passed since he began staying there. Filled with curiosity, he immediately asked how it was possible to obtain the item so quickly. But before an answer could come, Evan rushed in once more. His steps were hurried, yet his expression was grave as he called out to his lord. He reported that he had just heard something extremely strange. Alon asked what he meant. Without wasting a second, Evan stepped closer, carefully closing the distance. He leaned in and whispered near his master's ear. Deus had just caused an uproar in the palace. Alon went rigid. Evan continued, explaining that the chaos stemmed from Deus's demand for the ring of the Mad One. But what came next was far more shocking. Deus had landed several devastating slaps on the second prince. Evan emphasized that the second prince had kept complaining incessantly, and each complaint was answered with another merciless slap, delivered without the slightest restraint. The narrator speaks. After 3 days of dense preparations carried out with utmost caution, Alon finally set out on an expedition to the north, alongside the forces of the solar eclipse night. 2 weeks later, grim news came pouring in from the forward outpost along Caliburn's northern border. News of a massacre. The Outer God had reportedly annihilated the Crimson Flame Order without mercy, leaving behind nothing but ruin and death. The report spread like wildfire across dry fields, shaking the resolve of every soldier who heard it. From outside the main tent, raised voices could be heard. Someone was arguing fiercely, their tone sharp and heavy with emotion. Inside, a meeting was underway. Elite knights had gathered, their faces rigid, the atmosphere unbearably tense. Some demanded a retreat. They pointed to the severely wounded soldiers, arguing that pressing on would only invite further losses. But others rejected the idea outright. To them, retreat meant humiliation, a sign of fear before a mere collection of barbarian tribes unworthy of such dread. One knight spoke a bitter truth. The first sword was in seclusion. The words fell like a sledgehammer. Without their greatest force present, The chances of victory seemed nearly impossible. Doubt began to creep in, thickening the already heated debate.
Deus clapped his hands once. That single sound sliced through the chaos. Instantly, silence fell. No one dared to continue speaking. At last, Fiola broke the quiet. In a calm, yet firm voice, she stated that every opinion raised held its own merit. No one was entirely wrong, nor entirely right. She urged them to cool their heads before making a decision, lest emotion drag them toward recklessness. The meeting was adjourned. Fiola and Deus stepped out of the tent, leaving behind the stifling heat of the argument. Deus spoke first. He asked whether it was true that the outer god had swept through their bases with an army of undead. Fiola gave a small nod. She informed him that the third sword, Delman, had fallen at the eastern base. Meanwhile, the second sword, Kiriana, had suffered grave injuries at the western stronghold. Deus gazed out over the endless stretch of snow. His eyes were sharp. In a low voice, he said he could see it, even from here. Fiola fell silent for a moment before replying. She could see it as well. A terrifying mana. A strange crimson mana, pulsing like an open wound carved into the frozen world. The aura was so dreadful that only those who had reached a certain realm could perceive it. Those who had truly opened their eyes to horrors of that scale. Fiola admitted her unease. Her attention kept drifting toward that ominous presence. There was a premonition she could not ignore. In her view, retreating might be the wisest decision for now. Yet, in the midst of their exchange, something else caught their attention. Smoke rising into the sky. Deus frowned. The smoke looked out of place, an utterly unnatural sign in this environment. When he approached its source, his steps came to a halt. His gaze fixed forward, his expression flat and unreadable. Before him, Alon and Evan were busy roasting something over an open fire, moving about casually, as if they carried not a single burden. But one detail unsettled him. Among the crackling flames and simple cooking tools, he spotted sweet potatoes. A question immediately surfaced in his mind. Where had Alon obtained something so ordinary in a place as harsh and barren as the northern frontier? He hadn't yet unraveled that curiosity. When, not far away, a commotion broke out. Voices raised in heated argument shattered the camp's fragile silence. Deus turned his gaze toward the disturbance. Fenya was locked in a heated argument with several wounded knights, her voice raised and brimming with irritation. In a sharp tone, she declared that there was nothing she could do. She made it clear that her presence in this region was solely to investigate the barbarian ritual, nothing more. She had no obligation to involve herself in military affairs or bear the consequences of battle. Her words rang cold, as if rejecting every expectation placed upon her. Deus narrowed his eyes. He found it strange to see someone dressed in such distinctive attire standing at the front lines. This woman was no ordinary figure. She was the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Fenya clicked her tongue. With an annoyed expression, she turned her back on the knights without another word. Her steps were quick, impatient. The only thing they could do now, she said, was monitor the situation. But fate brought her face to face with Deus. Without even looking properly at who stood before her, Fenya reflexively ordered him to move aside, her tone sharp and commanding, utterly devoid of courtesy. Then her gaze shifted. Her eyes widened instantly. Beside Deus stood Alon, silent and watching her with a cold stare. Her voice trembled as she stammered out a question. How could Alon possibly be here? In response to her reaction, Alon simply waved his hand casually in greeting. He remarked that he had heard rumors about Fenya being in this region.
though he hadn't expected them to be true. Without losing his calm tone, he asked her to come closer. Fenya, still holding a skewer of fried sweet potato, trembled visibly. In a shaky voice, she explained that the medicine Elon had requested was currently out of stock. Preparing it would take time, and as it happened, she was rather busy at the moment. Elon expressed mild disappointment, admitting that he had hoped Fenya might be able to assist him. He then added that he understood her situation. Hearing that, Fenya panicked and hurriedly corrected herself, insisting that she hadn't meant to refuse. Elon went on to mention that his finances were a little tight at the moment, so the payment might be slightly delayed. Fenya immediately replied that it wasn't a serious issue. For her, a single gold coin would be more than enough. Elon seemed genuinely pleased by that answer. In a light tone, he commented that such generosity was certainly difficult to decline. The two subordinates standing behind Fenya were visibly stunned. They had never seen her smile that widely before. The unfamiliar expression sparked suspicion in their minds. To them, it almost looked as though Fenya was being swindled, especially considering that the potion in question usually cost hundreds of gold coins. The two exchanged glances, silently wondering whether their vice tower master had somehow lost her sanity. Ignoring their reaction entirely, Fenya bowed respectfully to Elon. She then hurried off, her steps quick as she called out that she would excuse herself to prepare the potion at once. She assured him that its effects would be at their peak if served immediately. Her two subordinates could only gape in disbelief, watching her rush to fulfill the request without hesitation. Their gazes slowly shifted to Elon, who continued eating his sweet potato with relaxed composure. In the awkward silence, their confusion gradually turned into admiration. Whether they liked it or not, the man truly was impressive.
Long story short, some time passed. Then suddenly, a blood-red aura crashed into the encampment. Deus and Fiola, who had been inside the tent, both jolted upright. The wave of energy was suffocating. In a tense voice, Fiola asked whether Deus had felt it too. Without wasting a word, Deus rose from his seat and stated curtly that the camp was under attack. Outside, the undead were already closing in. War erupted instantly. Screams and the clash of steel blended into a single chaotic symphony. Blood sprayed in every direction as the undead slaughtered knights without mercy. Worse still, the fallen soldiers began to stir. One by one, the dead rose again, movements stiff and unnatural as they joined the ranks of the undead. Amid the chaos, Fenya began chanting. Ice shards burst forth. The undead surrounding her froze in place, trapped within layers of solid ice. With a follow-up explosion, Fenya shattered them all. Ice fragments and brittle corpses broke apart together. Deus arrived to reinforce her, moving swiftly through the swarm. His blade flashed cold and sharp. With a single swing, several undead were cleaved in half. But his movement abruptly halted. His head tilted upward. Fenya felt it too. She immediately activated observation eye magic. The blood-red sky churned violently. Lightning lashed across it in wild arcs before a massive bolt descended upon the plain. A catastrophic explosion shook the earth. From its center, a dreadful figure slowly emerged. The outer god, Ultulrus, descended from the heavens. In a voice dripping with contempt, he called them savages, warning them not to defile souls that had already lost their honor. A shadow shot forward. Fiola appeared in an instant, her sword thrusting straight ahead. A resounding metallic clang echoed as the tip of her blade struck Ultulrus's body. Seeing what had just happened, cold sweat immediately drenched Fiola's back. Her quick sword had utterly failed to pierce the god's body.
The strike that should have been fatal felt empty, like slamming into something immovable, something absolute. With a single swing of his magic-laced hand, Ultalrus struck Fiola's head. In an instant, it separated cleanly from her neck. Without the slightest trace of emotion, Ultalrus declared that those who abandoned the nobility of their souls would never be granted an honorable death. Fiola's body collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Yet, mere seconds later, it began to groan. The corpse twitched, then writhed, struggling to rise from death itself. Her subordinates stared in horror, eyes wide as they watched the woman they respected begin to move again in such a grotesque state. Amid that suffocating tension, someone stepped forward toward Ultalrus. With utmost respect, he called out the god's name, addressing him as the great god of duel. King Elon emerged. In a steady voice, he declared that, in accordance with the oath of Calgunia, he, Elon Palatio, offered himself to honor that sacred promise. With those words, he formally invoked the duel of Babylon. At the proclamation, Ultalrus's lips curled into a wide smile. Thunder roared across the blood-red sky as the god's laughter echoed. He admitted he had never expected a human to still remember the oath of the Calgunia era. To Ultalrus, it was both unexpected and immensely delightful. He snapped his fingers. The undead under his control exploded instantly. Blood sprayed in all directions, then began to float upward, gathering and twisting together. Within seconds, a massive boundary took shape, a circular arena enclosed by towering walls of pulsing blood. With a wide grin, he welcomed him into the blood-soaked Colosseum, a domain where no being could interfere. In accordance with the Grand Pact, he declared that he accepted the sacred duel of Babylon. Elon's body began to tremble. His heart pounded violently beneath the crushing pressure. The sheer presence of Ultalrus was suffocating. In that moment, Elon realized his earlier assessment had been wrong. He had not expected Ultalrus to be this close to full self-manifestation. The nearer an outer god drew to perfect incarnation, the greater the power they could wield. At this stage, Ultalrus was already nearing the level of the 5 great sins. Elon understood something clearly. Without the potion of excellence he had taken earlier, he would have already collapsed. This was his only window of opportunity before Ultalrus completed his manifestation. Without further delay, Elon called for the duel to begin. Ultalrus gazed at him calmly, then expressed his delight. Elon explained that the grand duel of Babylon was played in turns. The first rule: the challenged party held the right to strike first as the attacker. Ultalrus stomped the ground heavily, bracing himself. He drew his arm back as waves of crimson energy pulsed around him. With absolute confidence, he declared that he would perform a melody of destruction for Elon. The crowd erupted. Panic and tension spread like wildfire, while others were simply bewildered. They could not understand why Elon remained completely still, showing not the slightest reaction to the overwhelming threat looming before him.
As the defender, Elon was forbidden from moving outside his turn. The absolute restriction bound him completely, leaving him no choice but to receive the attack head-on. Ultalrus's hand began to ripple as wild energy spiraled violently around him. The god even acknowledged that Elon was truly honorable for abiding by the pact of the duel without flinching. Before the strike was released, Elon calmly explained the third rule. Each turn consisted of only one attack and one defense. After that, the roles would switch. And now, he emphasized, this was the defender's turn. Without hesitation, Elon drew out a potion while chanting a sequence of arcane phrases.
He understood that ordinary defense would mean nothing before divine power. 4 phrases flowed in succession. Immobilization, condensation, reinforcement, deepening. Alone focused with everything he had. Black magic coiled around his body, pulsing thick and dense. He had to withstand this single strike, even if it meant exhausting every ounce of magic he could use that day. A thunder-wrapped blast of energy was unleashed, streaking straight toward him. Alone did not move. He stood his ground, prepared to receive it in full. The impact shook the arena violently. The ground collapsed inward, debris scattering in all directions. A long scar of destruction carved across the earth, marking the path of Ultulrus's attack. From within the swirling smoke, a dark silhouette slowly emerged. Deus's gaze tightened. Fenya held her breath, silently questioning whether Alone had survived. Alone was still standing. His body was grievously wounded, blood streaming down his face. The defender's magic still enveloped him, and the potion in his hand remained unshattered. The necklace around his neck slowly dimmed, crumbling away like ash. His eyes had turned pale white. His consciousness hovered at the brink. But he had not fallen.
She had once mentioned the Potion of Excellence, along with the Remithian Potion, a concoction capable of dulling even the most excruciating pain. With open curiosity, she had asked him when he intended to use such an extraordinary elixir. The answer was now. His body trembling, Elon muttered under his breath. He admitted that the potion's efficacy was truly remarkable. Without it, he would never have remained standing after that attack. More than that, he felt a quiet relief. Everything was still unfolding according to plan. Without delay, he wrapped the potion in magic. Then he poured the liquid over his head. The elixir flowed down across his body, seeping into wounds and torn flesh. He knew the recovery would not be instantaneous, but a potion of that caliber should be enough to restore his mobility. Slowly, the injuries began to change. The piercing agony that had dominated his senses dulled, replaced by a spreading warmth beneath his skin. Elon lifted his gaze toward Ultulrus, breathing still heavy, but his eyes steady once more. In a low voice, thick with intent, he declared that all the conditions to enter a state of madness had now been fulfilled. He raised his left hand. A chained ring gleamed clearly upon his finger. Without hesitation, Elon intoned the spell, Binding Summon. His voice rang firm. Behind the lingering exhaustion, unmistakable relief flickered. At last, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. It was his turn to attack.
Alon spoke calmly, as though delivering a lecture, rather than standing in the presence of a god. The battle against Ultulrus was a boss fight, turn-based, governed by a separate set of rules. Anyone who chose to fight was obligated to understand those rules. By invoking the Duel of Babylon, he had deliberately restricted the outer god's actions, dragging the being into a system where it could no longer act freely. With the help of the pendant of reincarnation around his neck, and Fenya's healing potion, he had barely endured a direct strike from Ultulrus. Now that he had survived the killing blow, it was his turn to attack. Without hesitation, he enacted the next restriction, Binding Summon. He knew the activation condition of the Ring of the Mad One, being on the brink of death, and that condition had just been fulfilled. Alon fixed his gaze on Ultulrus and murmured that all preparations were complete. Because Ultulrus regarded duels as sacred, the god would neither defend nor interfere during this turn. Back when this had only been a game, Ultulrus always accepted the first counterattack without resistance. Enhancements required preparation time, but they did not consume a turn. But this was no game. There was no time limit governing the reality before him. Alon began forming hand seals, assembling each phrase with deliberate precision. The first restriction was released. When magic is cast upon land under extreme cold, it can alter the laws of the world. As the bindings unraveled one by one, two colossal eyes appeared, observing him. Dark, one crimson, one blue, suspended in unseen space. Diffraction. Lightning began to crawl from his fingertips, crackling violently. The second restriction. When magic is cast in a near-death state, it can alter the laws of the world. Focus. The scattered lightning converged into a single point, vibrating with terrifying density. Condense. Instantly, the energy shot forward like a beam. Its tip sharpened, piercing through the air. Death. The seal of the Unholy One radiated a thick black aura, wrapping around the lightning. The attack transformed into something monstrous, a spear of light cloaked in absolute darkness.
The third restriction was released. When magic is used against a god, it can alter the laws of the world. Front line of silence. The concentrated lightning swelled in size, shaking the plains as it tore forward, leaving a long trail of ruptured earth in its wake. The fourth restriction. When magic is used against Ultulrus, the great god of duels, it can alter the laws of the world. The lightning spell surged forth at an unstoppable speed. Seeing it, Ultulrus merely smiled wide and spread his arms, almost as if welcoming destruction. A cataclysmic explosion thundered across the arena as the lightning struck Ultulrus without mercy. The ground shattered into debris, thick smoke spiraling high into the blood-red sky. Behind the smoke, Alon had already expended everything he had. In his heart, he prayed that Ultulrus would truly fall. He believed the attack had succeeded. Even if the outer god's body were destroyed, such a being would not simply vanish because a physical form was erased, not even if its heart were obliterated. The smoke slowly thinned. Ultulrus still stood there, arms spread wide. But there was a massive hole through his chest, like a void carved clean through him. He grinned. He admitted that Alon was indeed strong. Seeing the god remain standing after an attack that had cost him everything, Alon could only stare in disbelief, his body trembling. His final strike had failed. Every last drop of mana he possessed had been drained to its root. Then, Ultulrus chuckled softly, as though having realized something. He understood. Alon had enacted that will. The god had not expected the human before him to already possess a class. Alon flinched, confusion flashing across his face. A question surfaced in his mind. Was this phenomenon hellfire? From the tips of his hair, Ultulrus's body began to fade. Particles of light broke apart and drifted into the air. He smirked one last time and called Alon a noble human. With clear satisfaction, he declared that this duel had been extraordinary. Alon still did not understand what had truly happened. All he could do was watch as Ultulrus gradually disappeared, confusion and vigilance intertwining within his thoughts. Ultulrus gazed at him with open fascination. Now he understood why the black ones and the blue ones were worth watching. Slowly, he removed the belt fastened around his waist, acknowledging his defeat without hesitation. His body began to rise into the crimson sky,
floating higher and higher, before he tossed the belt toward Elon. He called it a gift. Along with it, his authority. His voice grew faint as he spoke again. Elon was a human who had remembered the hand signs and the mysteries of a forgotten great god. A being who, one day, would carry out the will of the gods simply by remembering that god's existence. He issued one final warning. When the plunderers cast off their shackles and crawl their way out, Elon must speak his name. Not a false title wrapped in lies, but his true name, Wicked One. With that, the being known as the Wicked One vanished completely. Elon remained standing where he was, staring at the now silent sky, before reaching out to accept the object that had been thrown to him. After the outer god's disappearance, the expedition became occupied with gathering the fallen, those who could finally rest in peace, and preparing for their return to Caliburn. Not long after, the carriage of Elon Palacio was ready to depart from the Northern Territories. Inside the carriage, he spoke privately with Fenya. Just as Elon was about to ask a question, Fenya raised her hand first, flashing a wide smile as she declared that Elon was a second circle mage. Elon cleared his throat softly and corrected her. Third circle. Fenya scratched her head awkwardly and quickly amended her statement to third circle. Elon then asked whether she knew anything about the terms black ones and blue ones. Fenya immediately shook her head in panic. In a trembling voice, she swore that she knew nothing about black, blue, or anything remotely related to such matters. Seeing her flustered reaction, Elon could only let out a long sigh. Then, suddenly, without waiting for any further response, Fenya flung open the carriage door and bolted out in a frantic hurry, shouting her thanks for being allowed to leave. Elon stared after her blankly. He had not even given permission. To him, being thanked for something that was never an act of special kindness made him feel like some cruel villain operating quietly behind the scenes.
He leaned back against the seat, pressing a hand to his still heavy head. His thoughts had yet to drift far from what had just occurred. The outer god had vanished, even though his attack had clearly failed to completely destroy it. Elon knew there were too many unanswered questions, especially regarding the final words of the Wicked One. Slowly, his gaze shifted to the belt resting beside him. Belt of the Forgotten One. He had seen it countless times in the game, an accessory obtainable only after defeating Ultulrus. Its effect was simple yet brutal. It doubled the user's attack damage. In exchange, however, the damage received would also increase. Inside the belt, an inscription had been etched. Bearer of the Will, go to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. Elon frowned. He had never seen such an additional line in the game before. That alone made him wonder whether something truly different awaited him in Kahara this time. As his mind churned with possibilities, the sound of approaching footsteps came from outside. Deus appeared and called out to him. With an expression as flat as ever, Deus stated that the insolent mage had bid Elon farewell in an improper manner, then calmly asked whether that mage should simply be killed. His tone was so even that it almost sounded serious. When Deus began drawing his sword, Elon immediately panicked and ordered him to stop. Lately, it felt to Elon as though Deus was gradually turning into a reckless child, far too quick to jump to conclusions. Outside the carriage, Fenya abruptly glanced back. The hairs on her neck stood on end as she sensed a sudden surge of killing intent. Long story short, 2 weeks passed, and the group arrived in Kirtham, the capital of Caliburn. The northern expedition officially concluded,
with Deus reporting the subjugation's results to the King of Caliburn. He also safely returned the ring of the Mad One. Deus personally escorted Alone to the front yard of his residence. The afternoon air was calm as Alone offered his farewell. Inwardly, he reflected that he had received numerous rewards from the King of Caliburn as well. One could say he had invested all his money purely to save his own life, and now he realized this was what truly profitable investment looked like.
While Alon was still lost in thoughts about the profits he had gained, Deus suddenly spoke in a quiet voice. He asked whether he too could become strong like Alon. The question struck Alon like lightning. The youngest man to ever become a master knight was acknowledging his strength. Alon immediately suspected that perhaps his magic merely looked impressive on the surface. He knew very well that even before the descent of the gods, who would later side with the 5 great sins, their unique abilities had already been extraordinary. Deus himself possessed overwhelming talent in swordsmanship. Becoming strong was simply a matter of time for him. After a brief pause of thought, Alon answered that Deus absolutely could become strong, so long as he put in the effort. With persistence, he would reach whatever height he desired. Deus looked startled and asked again to confirm whether that was truly possible. Alon nodded, saying that Deus was a child blessed with talent. He told him not to overthink it, then gave a light wave of his hand and prepared to leave. But just before Alon could step away, Deus called out once more and asked another question. Why did Alon always ask for help, rather than give orders? The answer made Deus's eyes widen. Alon replied that he would never issue commands to his own family. Those words left Deus speechless. Soon after, Count Palatio's carriage began to move, its wheels creaking softly as it rolled away from Deus's residence. Inside the carriage, Alon sank back into contemplation. He wiped at the corner of his eye and muttered softly, not expecting that even now Deus believed his support had hidden motives. At the beginning, yes, he had intended to prevent the awakening of the 5 great sins. But the reason he had poured his precious money into supporting them had been simple goodwill. Now he finally understood why people said that being a parent was a thankless job. Meanwhile, night fell over Deus's residence. He sat alone in his room, staring at the gifts arranged around him. Letting out a long sigh, Deus murmured that he had followed Alon to repay his kindness, yet had somehow received far more kindness in return. Slowly, he tried to imitate Alon's hand seals. His fingers moved stiffly before he swung his arm forward and chanted, "Front line of silence." He moved his hand up and down, copying the motions he had once seen. When he finished, he cleared his throat lightly, maintaining his own sense of dignity. Deep down, he thought, it must be rather wonderful to possess magical talent like his. After enduring the long days of travel, Alon finally arrived at his own residence. He stepped down from the carriage with a quiet sense of emotion. In the end, he had returned to the home he had long missed. However, the moment he slowly opened the door to his study, his expression darkened. He had been gone for 3 months, and now the room was filled with neatly stacked mountains of documents waiting for him. Fatigue instantly washed over his mind. Alon decided to postpone everything and get some rest first. The next day, when he entered the room again, the piles of paperwork seemed to greet him with sweet smiles, like a nest of work that had patiently waited for his return. Seeing the sight, Alon hurriedly closed the door again. Turning away, he let out a long sigh and muttered that for a moment he had mistakenly thought the room belonged to him. He even considered walking away as if he had never seen anything at all. But his steps halted.
The weight of responsibility pressing on his chest made it impossible for him to truly run away. In the end, Elon returned to his desk. Fate seemed determined to make him work like a tireless horse. His stamp and pen moved ceaselessly across the papers. He resolved that once everything was finished, he would take a proper vacation. Deep down, he even wondered whether it was truly possible for him to live the peaceful life of a noble if things continued like this. Long story short, he eventually finished all of his work. As a reward to himself, Elon took a full week of leave. He spent his vacation relaxing alongside his loyal guards. For him, nothing was more pleasant than a peaceful life accompanied by abundant wealth. Strangely enough, however, that week-long vacation only made him more stressed. He simply lounged in his chair with a gloomy expression, idly playing with a bit of magic at his fingertips, unsure of what to do. His overtime working instincts seemed to have become deeply ingrained in him. His mind kept spinning without rest. Images of Ultulrus, the blue ones, the black ones, and many other mysteries echoed endlessly in his thoughts. In the end, he decided to reconsider the words Ultulrus had spoken. Ultulrus had once declared that Elon was a human who had remembered the hand signs and the mysteries of a forgotten great god.
Elon actually knew that he had heard about the hand seals and their mysteries before, but his knowledge went no further than that. What truly confused him was another name of Ultulrus, the Wicked One. He did not understand why Ultulrus possessed a forgotten name, one that resembled the names of Eastern gods. Moreover, this was the first time he had ever seen someone yawn, and then slowly fade out of existence. Yet the most troubling question lingering in his mind was something else entirely. Why had that outer god appeared in that place? If one of them could descend, then it was entirely possible that other outer gods might also find a way to enter this world. Thinking about it made Elon's head throb. Still, he knew their existence was not as troublesome as the looming threat of the 5 great sins. At the very least, whenever an outer god descended, there were usually signs beforehand. Elon reopened his personal notes. In truth, he very much wanted to visit Kahara. But even though he knew where it was located, he could not simply go there. The notebook contained records about Psychedelia, written so he would not forget important details. On one of the pages was an explanation about the belt given by Ultulrus. Kahara itself was recorded as a historical site, hidden within the secret dungeon of the colony. According to the background story he remembered, that dungeon had been discovered 3 years before the protagonist left his village. 3 years before the events of the game began. Elon began wondering whether the year mentioned might actually be this year. The problem was that the city had not even been discovered by explorers yet. If he rushed there now, he might only complicate matters further. While Elon was still lost in thought, Evan came to call for him. The man rubbed his arms while complaining about how cold it was inside Elon's room. He then asked whether the temperature drop was caused by magic. Elon paused for a moment before quietly muttering that his magical ability had probably improved. The research he had conducted during his vacation seemed to have finally produced results. Evan then delivered another report. A newly discovered hidden city had just been found within the colony region. Hearing the news, Elon stared blankly, his mouth slightly open in shock. The scene then shifted to the regular meeting of Blue Moon. The narrator explained that Blue Moon's semi-annual meetings were conducted through crystal balls. Usually, such meetings were finished in less than 10 minutes. In most meetings, Deus almost always remained silent. But this time, the atmosphere felt slightly different. Solong was the one who opened the conversation. He mentioned that he had heard a rumor that Great Moon had briefly visited Caliburn. Filled with curiosity,
He asked Deus what Great Moon had been like during his time there. Deus finally spoke. Coincidentally, he actually had something he wanted to tell them about Great Moon. Hearing this, Radan and Serlang were immediately surprised. Deus, who was usually silent during these meetings, was now genuinely starting to talk. And thus began what could only be described as the yapping final boss. For nearly 50 minutes, Deus explained everything with remarkable enthusiasm. He described how, when everyone had already been pushed to the brink of despair, Great Moon stepped forward alone and challenged the outer god to a duel. Deus was even convinced that Great Moon had predicted the entire situation from the start and had prepared everything in advance. He briefly mentioned the sacred duel, which had initially seemed strange to him, but ultimately concluded that it felt as though Great Moon already knew everything. Listening to the story flow continuously for nearly an hour without pause, Radan began to grow irritated. Rhine looked as if she might faint at any moment, while Serlang eventually gave up and tried to point out that the discussion had already gone far beyond reasonable limits. But with an extremely serious expression, Deus said they had only just reached the most important part. According to him, no one could have predicted that final attack. No one except Great Moon himself. The story continued without stopping. Eventually, Radan and Rhine fell asleep where they sat, while Serlang started to feel dizzy. In his mind, he even prayed for Yutia to intervene and stop Deus. But that hope proved futile. Yutia actually seemed thoroughly entertained by Deus's story. A graceful smile appeared on her face as she remarked that Great Moon truly was an extraordinary entity. Seeing Yutia enjoying the tale only made Serlang's headache worse, leaving him completely speechless. Long story short, 2 hours had passed, and the three of them looked spiritually exhausted. At last, Deus ended his story. Realizing he had spoken too much, he said his farewell and mentioned that they would meet again in 6 months. Yutia welcomed the conclusion with a gentle smile, even praising Deus by saying that his story had been very exciting. The narrator then revealed that the meeting had lasted a total of 3 hours, a record that had never been reached in the entire history of Blue Moon meetings. The focus of the story then returned to the Palacio residence. Accompanied by Evan, Alon entered his room. Inside, gifts filled nearly every corner. Large and small boxes were stacked neatly, one on top of another. Evan opened one of the boxes. Inside, he found an artifact from the deepest floor of Labiri. In disbelief, he remarked that the item alone was valuable enough to buy an entire mansion. Holding several gifts in his hands, Alon admitted that he had no idea which nobles had sent them. The letters accompanying the presents were just as extraordinary. Alon was certain that favorable rumors about him had already spread far and wide. Most of the nobles wrote about their admiration for his actions in saving the knights on the northern continent, an act that had shaken the whole of Caliburn. But to Alon, there was one thing that every small businessman like himself had to learn quickly: accept whatever is offered. Long story short, another week passed. Evan returned to Alon's room carrying more gifts. With a puzzled tone, he commented that a full week had already gone by, yet the presents still hadn't stopped arriving. Alon himself looked surprised upon hearing that. Inwardly, he muttered that simply knowing a single master knight had brought him incredible benefits. As a father, he even felt proud to have a son like Deus. Because of that, in his heart, he decided to forgive Deus for the sin of still not contacting him even once. Yet things became even stranger a month later. The gifts were still arriving without end. Alon began thinking that perhaps he should return some of the more extravagant ones. If things continued like this, the situation would eventually become embarrassing for him. By the beginning of summer, however, the stream of gifts finally began to slow. The story's focus then shifted to Teria, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria, where a grand meeting was about to take place. Nobles began arriving one after another. From the rear of the crowd, Alon hurried along to catch up with them. Sweat covered his face as he rushed forward. Inwardly, he felt annoyed with himself. Somehow, he had managed to arrive late to his very first meeting, even though the last thing he wanted was to draw attention to himself.
Seeing Alon hurrying along like that, Evan let out a small chuckle. It was rare for him to see his master walk so quickly. From the way he moved alone, it was obvious that Alon was truly in a hurry. But after a moment, Evan began to notice something strange. He looked at the nobles who had been outside earlier. Gradually, they seemed to start following his master from behind, almost unconsciously matching their pace to Alon's. Meanwhile, Alon quietly peeked into the meeting room. He was briefly confused when he realized that he wasn't late at all. He began examining the seating arrangement inside the room. The royalist faction sat on the left side, while the noble faction occupied the right. He had already looked into the seating arrangement before coming. If that was the case, the middle section must belong to the moderate faction. Without thinking much about it, Alon chose a seat at the very back. For him, sitting in the back was always the best and safest option. However, when he turned around, he was startled to see the nobles staring at him with wide eyes. He felt confused. Just a few minutes ago, they had all still been outside the room. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Alon quickly stood up and moved to another seat. He assumed their strange stares were because he had chosen to sit in the back, so he decided to take a seat in the middle row instead. Strangely enough, the nobles' sharp gazes continued to follow him. That only made Alon feel even more awkward. In the end, he decided to sit in the very front row. Long story short, the nobles eventually took their respective seats. Alon, wearing a flat expression, simply muttered to himself that they had probably been waiting for him to enter first because they didn't want to sit in the front row. His eyes drifted around the room. Inwardly, he wondered what difference it really made to sit close to the faction leaders in a place like this. The host had already taken his place, and the grand meeting soon began. In a loud voice, he opened the assembly, and then made an announcement. A new faction called Kalpa had officially received voting rights within the council. The faction would be led by Count Palladio as the chairman of Kalpa. The moment he heard that, Alon's eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned around, wondering to himself if he was the only person who had not heard this news. At the back row, he spotted Loria and Kalia smiling broadly in his direction. Alon was filled with question marks. He didn't understand why the two women were grinning like that. What confused him even more was that they were sitting side by side, as if they had already agreed on this arrangement from the beginning. A headache instantly began pounding in Alon's head. Countless questions surfaced in his mind. Had the alliance between Zenonia and Altia truly resulted in the birth of a new faction? But what kind of faction was this supposed to be? Even the name Kalpa sounded unfamiliar to him. As far as he knew, the alliance between those two sides was never meant to last long. To him, this entire situation made absolutely no sense. Amid his confusion, the host spoke again and called his name. He asked whether Count Palladio, as the chairman of the Kalpa faction, had a few words he would like to say. The statement struck Alon like lightning. In his mind, he asked himself uncertainly, was he really the chairman of the Kalpa faction? He swallowed hard. Cold sweat began pouring down his face as he realized the reality before him.
He was now standing as the leader of a faction he had never planned to create. Meanwhile, behind him, Loria and Kalia kept grinning as they watched him with deeply meaningful expressions. The scene then shifted to the northern lands, an endless stretch of frozen wilderness. There, a mysterious figure had come to visit the graves of the knights who had fallen during the Ultulrus incident. The figure stood quietly, gazing across the remnants of the battlefield where Ultulrus and Alon had once clashed. A faint smile curved beneath the shadow of their cloak. "This is quite interesting," the figure murmured. Looking at the extraordinary traces of battle carved into the frozen earth, the mysterious visitor seemed curious just how far that person would be able to go. The scene then returned to Elon, who now sat stiffly in his chair, clearly under pressure. Suddenly, a novel cover flashed through his mind. Its title read, "No way I became the faction leader and the evil mastermind overnight." And somehow, the ridiculous title he had just imagined was now happening to him in real life. Elon simply sat there, staring blankly ahead. Seeing his silence, the host finally concluded that the leader of the Kalpa faction apparently had nothing he wished to say. Without waiting any longer, the meeting proceeded to the next agenda. The founding of the Kalpa faction was quickly celebrated by everyone present. The atmosphere of the meeting gradually shifted into something like a small celebration. One by one, the nobles approached Elon, shaking his hand and offering their congratulations. Some even said how delighted they were to stand beside him on what they called such a joyful day. Meanwhile, Elon could only stand there in silence, his face filled with confusion. A strange thought began creeping into his mind. What if he was actually nothing more than a leader in name? Amid his daze, someone called out to him. Turning his head, Elon saw Kalia and Loria walking toward him. Kalia spoke first, asking whether Elon had enjoyed the banquet that had just concluded. In her opinion, the celebration had come close to being 100% perfect. Loria then added calmly that the outcome had turned out quite well, exactly as Elon had wanted. Hearing all that made Elon's head throb. His thoughts churned without pause. Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, two people who had only recently inherited their family titles, had spoken with him only a handful of times over the past few years. And yet somehow, things had spiraled into a situation like this. For a moment, Elon even wondered if he might have a split personality, and that the other half of him had been secretly doing all sorts of strange things behind his back. Loria then spoke gently, saying she was glad she could finally repay the kindness Elon had shown when he once saved her life. Hearing that, Elon simply frowned in silence. He truly had no idea what they were talking about. Acting as the narrator inside his own mind, Elon tried to piece together the information from their conversation. According to their explanation, after he, Alon Palatian, had sent an order for the two of them to form an alliance, the Kalpa faction was established through the instructions he supposedly delivered to Zenonia. After that, any nobles who sent gifts to Elon as the faction leader were automatically considered accepted as members of the faction. That was why gifts had been arriving at his residence without end all this time. In his mind, Elon swore he had never told them to do anything like that. What he had actually sent was nothing more than a letter of apology. He even clearly remembered how carefully he had written it, choosing each word with extreme caution, afraid of making a mistake. And yet, that very letter had somehow become the root of this massive misunderstanding. One that now had him labeled as the leader of an evil faction. Now Elon finally understood why the letters he had been receiving lately felt so utterly absurd. Some of them were so excessively flattering that he had nearly felt like throwing up while reading them. Elon looked at the two of them with a blank expression. Deep down, he had the sinking feeling that this misunderstanding was already far beyond saving. From his experience, people who were used to operating behind the scenes often had a strange kind of sensitivity. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he tried to explain that the two of them had completely misunderstood the letter he sent. Besides, this was the world of a dark fantasy game. People like them almost always had terrible personalities, especially people from Xenonia. For now, Alon decided to simply accept his fate. He would let things play out for the time being. When the right moment came, he would quietly withdraw from this ridiculous faction. Besides, he had already accepted far too many gifts. While he was still tangled in those thoughts, Loria suddenly asked what Alon planned to do now that he had officially become the faction leader. The question made him rack his brain. He knew absolutely nothing about politics. So he tried to think of the coolest sounding thing he could possibly say. After a moment, he finally spoke. His first step, he declared, would be to sweep the underworld clean. The statement immediately made both Kalia and Loria flinch slightly. Having said that, Alon turned around and left without another word. He merely told them that he still had other matters to attend to. In truth, however, the moment he sensed they might start asking more strange questions, he decided it was better to escape as quickly as possible. Alon walked out of the meeting hall and headed toward his carriage, where Evan stood waiting guard. Before climbing in, he asked whether Evan had sent the letter he had requested. Evan nodded to confirm it. Then, somewhat puzzled, he asked whether the event inside wasn't supposed to be a banquet, since Alon had returned so quickly. With a tense face, Alon immediately replied that no matter what happened, Evan should absolutely not look inside that room. It would be better for them to leave for the colony right away. Evan could only stand there in confusion after hearing that answer. After Alon left, Kalia and Loria continued enjoying the banquet. Loria remarked that she had expected Alon to leave immediately after saying everything he needed to say. Kalia responded casually that she had actually controlled the underworld of her territory for quite some time already. A faint smile appeared on her lips. To her, unifying the entire underworld sounded extremely interesting. Loria felt the same way. In fact, she could hardly wait to begin carrying out the task that had just been given to them. The two women then raised their glasses and clinked them together, the soft chime of glass ringing through the air. With hopeful smiles, they said they were truly looking forward to seeing what Alon would show them from now on. The scene shifted to the carriage belonging to Count Palacio. As it traveled quietly along the road, someone watched it from high above the sky. The man hovered in mid-air. He wore black from head to toe, a blindfold covering his eyes. In his hand, a small penknife spun lightly between his fingers. In a relaxed tone, he remarked that killing Alon in a place like this would actually be very easy. However, things could become troublesome if that master knight decided to get involved. He recalled the warning once given by a colleague: never create a powerful enemy, no matter how great the reward might be. It was one of the rules they were expected to follow. Thinking back on that warning, the man simply smiled faintly. Surely his colleague would understand once he heard the details of this mission. Time then briefly rewound to an earlier moment, inside a region of the kingdom of Ashutalon, at the residence of Duke Kamalon. The blindfolded man slipped into the Duke's residence through a window. Inside the room, Carmine was already waiting for him. With a calm gaze, Carmine asked whether the man was truly the agent he had been told about. If that were the case, then the man should already know exactly who he was. The man replied flatly that Carmine indeed had connections with the Seekers. He himself was a member of an organization known as the Agents, a guild of assassins that served the Federal Kingdom. His abilities had already reached the level of a swordmaster. Suddenly, the assassin swung his weapon. With a single swift slash, Carmine's guards were killed instantly. Their bodies collapsed before they even had the chance to react. The assassin then stated coldly
that no rats were allowed to wander around while he was carrying out a mission. Seeing this, Carmine actually began clapping in admiration. He praised the assassin's strength, saying it matched exactly what he had expected. Without wasting time, Carmine presented his request. He wanted the assassin to eliminate Count Palatio. With absolute confidence in his voice, he added that the assassin shouldn't be able to refuse a request from him, the man known as the Tyrant of Ashutalon. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then the assassin suddenly burst into laughter. As long as the payment was handled properly, he said, there would never be failure in his work, even if the target happened to be a member of the royal family. However, he added that he wasn't entirely sure Carmine could actually afford his price. In response, Carmine took out a glossy black cube and held it forward. He stated that he would offer 4 of those as payment. The moment he saw it, the assassin immediately recognized the object, an abyss entity, perhaps better known as an abyss orb. The abyss entity was an item distributed in extremely limited quantities on the black market by Duke Kamalon. Unlike the abyss orb, which only enhanced physical ability, the abyss entity could grant its user a unique power. That was precisely why the item was traded for an absolutely astronomical price. Seeing the item, the assassin muttered quietly to himself. Thanks to the chairman, he had once briefly experienced a fragment of the power contained within something like that. It made him wonder just how strong he might become if he truly used one. He also knew that items like this were one of the reasons the agents were known as the finest organization of their kind. The next moment, the assassin suddenly vanished from where he stood. The only thing he left behind was a short message saying he would return as soon as possible. A sly smile spread across Carmine's face. In a cold voice, he declared that Count Palatio would never be able to live peacefully again after daring to look down on him. The scene then shifted to a residence not far from there. Inside, the assassin could be seen standing before someone referred to as the Seeker. With respectful posture, he lowered his head and asked whether this course of action would cause any problems. The man standing before him was none other than Duke Kamalon, the leader of the nobles in the kingdom of Ashutalon. The Duke casually remarked that he had been curious about what kind of scheme his useless son would come up with after stealing an abyss entity. Hearing that, the assassin kept his head lowered, unease creeping into his thoughts. The reward for this mission was undeniably tempting. But there was one thing he knew very well. Under no circumstances should anyone ever make an enemy of the Duke's family. While he was still troubled by that thought, Duke Kamalon spoke again. In a relaxed tone, he simply said that he had never heard anything about such a matter, before telling the assassin to leave. Hearing that, the assassin felt a wave of relief. It was obvious that the Duke had chosen to turn a blind eye to the situation. Before departing, however, the assassin asked if the Duke wished to send any greetings to the chairman. Duke Kamalon smiled faintly at the question. He remarked that it sounded like a rather good excuse to explain such a sudden visit. He then told the assassin to do whatever he pleased. With that, the assassin disappeared from the residence, setting out to carry out his mission. Not long after the assassin left, the Duke's servant approached and delivered several reports. After listening to the explanation, Duke Kamalon asked a short question. Was his servant saying that they could no longer exert any influence within the kingdom of Asteria? The servant immediately confirmed it. Bowing respectfully, he explained that the situation was caused by the rise of the Kalpa faction and by Count Palatio, who now stood as its leader. According to him,
The faction's influence was continuing to grow with each passing day. The man standing before the Duke was Shutro, a powerful figure who controlled the underworld of the kingdom of Ashutalan. Duke Kamalan looked at Shutro with a cold gaze. He remarked that it would be quite troublesome if he had to intervene personally. Yet, at the same time, a moment like this felt rather appropriate. The scene then shifted once more to Count Palacio's carriage, which was traveling toward the colony. Not far from there, the assassin still hovered in the air, watching from above. He idly spun his knife at the tip of his finger, while muttering that the abyss entity would soon belong to him. With the small penknife, he began to summon his magic. But suddenly, before he could launch his attack on Elon, something flashed past at an unbelievable speed and sliced straight through his body. The assassin instinctively turned his head. A devastating impact crashed down from the sky, striking the ground with a thunderous roar. Under the pale moonlight, the sound of blood-filled coughing echoed through the air. The assassin now lay helpless on the ground, his right arm severed. Standing before him was a shadowy silhouette, its face concealed by darkness. It was the protagonist, Elaban. Elaban raised his index finger to his lips in a quiet gesture. In a casual tone, he said the assassin was simply wasting his energy, then calmly added that the man wouldn't be able to do anything tonight. He then pointed his finger toward the sky. In an instant, the assassin's body was violently lifted into the air, blood scattering across the night. After that, Elaban simply smiled faintly. Turning his back, he began walking away while telling the assassin not to think too much about it. Beneath the moonlight, Elaban continued to secretly escort Elon's carriage. He moved from place to place in silent leaps, leaving no trace behind. As he snapped the assassin's penknife in half, Elaban murmured quietly that if the man's target hadn't been Count Palacio, he might not have bothered to kill him.
Several days had passed. Alon, now traveling with a caravan, was crossing the scorching and desolate colony desert. Evan kept complaining, saying his lungs felt as if they were boiling inside his chest. Alon himself was still struggling to get used to the extreme conditions, even though it had already been 5 days since they entered the region. Evan looked like he was about to melt under the blazing sun. He muttered that if only they had an ice crystal, this journey wouldn't feel nearly as unbearable. With a weary face full of hope, he asked whether his master didn't feel like practicing magic. The same magic Alon had once used to create that strange, chilling circle inside a room some time ago. Alon calmly replied that he couldn't use that magic carelessly. If he made even the slightest mistake, what would come wouldn't be cool relief, but a far more dangerous disaster. Evan answered in a tone of despair, saying that at the very least, it couldn't possibly be worse than being roasted alive like barbecue in a place like this. Alon let out a quiet sigh before explaining that although the heat was truly absurd, joining the caravan had been the right decision. He kept trying to calm Evan, while occasionally glancing toward the carriage beside them. A woman who noticed his gaze immediately snapped at him, demanding to know why he kept looking in her direction. Alon said nothing in response, yet his eyes still drifted there from time to time. The woman shot him a sharp question, accusing him of being the type of man who liked to spy on others. She was Lian Agules, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, a 4th-tier mage. With a blank expression, Alon stated that he wasn't spying on her. But Lian immediately scoffed, accusing him of pretending ignorance, and even criticizing that such behavior was exactly what one would expect from someone from the Blue Magic Tower. Alon quickly tried to calm his thoughts. Inwardly, he muttered a quiet complaint, feeling that even after entering the colony, he still couldn't catch a moment of peace.
Meanwhile, Evan continued whining without pause, even urging Alon to peek inside Lian's carriage because numerous sparkling ice crystals were hanging inside. Alon ignored him. In his mind, only one short conclusion formed. His tower master was insane, and it was probably best not to get close to the man's daughter either. Time passed until night fell. In the thick darkness, bandits launched a ruthless attack, slaughtering anyone who tried to resist. The guards assigned to protect the young lady now lay sprawled across the ground, soaked in blood, their bodies no longer moving. Lian was held captive by the bandit leader, a cold blade pressed against her neck, ready to slit her throat at any moment. In a rough voice, the man ordered the merchants in front of him to listen carefully. For their own safety, he advised them to obey and cooperate without resistance. The merchants quickly realized something. These bandits were from bloody sand. They had even managed to capture Lady Lian before she could do anything at all. The bandit leader looked down at the trembling girl in his grasp, then, with a sly grin, asked if she wanted to have a little fun with him. With a shaking voice, Lian asked who the bandit really was.
Just as the situation teetered on the edge between life and death, a single snowflake suddenly fell in the middle of the scorching desert. The bandit leader froze in confusion, his eyes narrowing as he looked up at the sky. Lian, too, felt the sudden wave of cold, so starkly different from the suffocating heat moments before, that she was finally able to breathe a little easier. Not far from there, the figure responsible had arrived, King Alon Palatio, and he immediately began casting his magic. Lian, who had once looked down on him, could only stare in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she watched the scene unfold before her like something out of a hero's tale. Ice magic erupted beneath Alon's feet, slamming into the ground with explosive force. The bandits who rushed him from every direction were instantly blown away, their bodies thrown aside without mercy. To King Alon, they were nothing more than insignificant pests.
The narrator explained that, as the daughter of a tower master, the trials Lian had endured because of her status had left her with deep-rooted trauma and a strong disgust for deception. That was why, despite being only a fourth-tier mage, she had become extremely sensitive to the flow of magical energy around her. Before the bandit attack, Lian had been hiding behind a stack of wooden crates, secretly spying on Alon while he casually shared roasted sweet potatoes with Evan. At the time, she had quietly wondered to herself in disbelief. Alon barely possessed enough mana to even reach second tier, yet now she was expected to believe that this man had played a crucial role in a battle against an outer god. She had heard rumors that he had once saved a master knight, but to her, that had sounded like nothing more than a clever trick to take advantage of the situation. Because of that, she had unconsciously formed a very low opinion of Count Palatio the moment they first met. But now, all of those thoughts were crumbling. She realized just how terribly mistaken she had been. Right before her eyes, Alon was using a chained casting technique, at least 3 different elements woven together into a single, complex sequence of spells. Lian understood well the dangerous principle behind high-level magic. The more spells with different structures were forcibly linked together, the lower the chance of success would become, dropping exponentially with each additional incantation that disrupted the balance. She was utterly bewildered. As far as she knew, someone capable of such a feat should be at least 5th tier, and yet the man standing before her, who supposedly barely had any mana at all, was performing it with perfect stability. The bandit leader, filled with rage, charged straight at Alon, his sword wrapped in a dangerous aura that hissed sharply through the air. Yet even as the attack came at him, Alon stood calmly in place, not taking a single step back. With a light motion, he combined 2 phrases: one turn and freeze. Before the blade could reach him, the bandit leader's body froze mid-air, trapped inside a solid block of ice that gleamed beneath the night sky. Without pause, Alon formed a precise hand seal, and invoked the next phrase, demolish. The bandit leader's frozen body shattered into fragments, crumbling like a brittle cracker. Elon cast a cold glance at what remained and muttered that bandits like these usually scattered and fled the moment their leader was taken out. After a brief thought, he turned to the remaining bandits and warned them that he was giving them a chance. He then offered them two clear choices: leave or be erased. The bandits stiffened in shock, their bodies frozen for a split second. But the moment their senses returned, they fled in a panic, running for their lives without daring to look back. Leanne's face was still filled with disbelief as she watched everything unfold. So the rumors that had exaggerated the name Elon Palatio had actually been true. After the incident, the treatment toward the man who had saved the Tower Master's daughter changed drastically. The merchants gathered around, eagerly presenting Elon with all kinds of food and drinks. They sincerely urged him not to be modest. After all, he had saved their lives, and offerings like this were nothing compared to what he had done for them. Elon simply thanked them while calmly enjoying the dishes laid out before him. Seeing how kindly they treated him, Elon felt a little fortunate. In his mind, everything was still proceeding according to plan. Meanwhile, Evan sat beside him with his mouth wide open, stuffing 3 pieces of meat in at once without pause. During the battle with the bandits earlier, Elon had realized something. Reducing penalties was an incredibly good idea. Snowy Lands, the spell he had designed during his vacation, combined space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic all at once. Although its effect was merely to transform the surrounding area into a polar zone, its impact in battle was significant. He had also gained several important insights from the fight. He began classifying the conditions under which magic was used, from neutral snowy terrain to extreme situations such as casting spells while on the brink of death, using magic against a god, and even during the battle against Ultalrus, each of which carried consequences in the form of severe reductions to magical power. Yet through extremely precise control, Elon had managed to limit the burden of those penalties, as if he were pressing down on an invisible law to keep it under his command. Even so, combining 3 incantations into a single spell that could only be maintained for 1 minute still felt inefficient to him. He knew he needed to research the matter further. Despite that, he was fairly satisfied that his chained casting had worked as intended. Thanks to the belt he had obtained from Ultalrus, his overall power had increased. So the only issue left now was solving the problem of penalties. As he sank into thought, Leanne suddenly approached him and called out politely. The girl then bowed deeply, offering her sincerest apology for having misjudged him before. Seeing such a sudden change in her attitude, Elon and Evan could only stare at her with blank expressions. With a faint blush of embarrassment, Leanne hesitantly made an offer. She carefully asked whether Elon would mind discussing magic with her. Elon still looked at her in confusion. Throughout their earlier journey, she had been cold and sharp toward him. Yet now, her attitude had completely flipped. He cleared his throat lightly before accepting her apology. At that, Leanne broke into a bright smile, her eyes sparkling as she quickly thanked him. The narrator explained that their conversation continued all the way until they reached the colony, and it turned out to be quite captivating. Even for Elon, a spell user capable of bending the rules of magic, the discussion felt intriguing and unusually stimulating. The scene shifted to the desert city of the colony. After escorting Elon to his destination, Leanne thanked him once again for all the knowledge she had gained. She then made another offer, asking whether the Count would be willing to attend the upcoming conference. Elon explained that he wasn't affiliated with any magic tower, so he hadn't received an invitation. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Leanne suggested that he simply join the Red Magic Tower. She admitted that she had truly enjoyed their conversations and felt that she had learned a great deal from him. Seeing that Elon still showed no clear interest, Lian and her attendant eventually took their leave. She waved at him while offering her farewell. Alon returned the gesture. Inwardly, he murmured that he actually did need something from that place, so her offer aligned perfectly with his own objectives. Evan soon returned to Alon and informed him that he had already taken care of their carriage and luggage. But before Evan could finish speaking, a building suddenly exploded with a deafening blast, as if it had been struck by something with overwhelming force. Around the shattered structure, people lay sprawled across the ground, their bodies wounded and scattered everywhere. Alon and Evan exchanged confused glances, silently asking each other what on earth was happening. Something shot through the air like lightning, only to crash into another building with terrifying power. Alon and Evan stood frozen, watching the chain of explosions unfold right before their eyes. Amid the chaos, a mysterious figure could be seen beating people down one after another. Lightning crackled wildly around their body, striking in erratic flashes. Then, in the next instant, the figure vanished from sight. Evan immediately drew his sword and urged Alon to step back as quickly as possible. But suddenly, the mysterious figure was already behind Alon, wrapping him in a tight embrace without warning. The person clinging to him was Solong. With a wide grin, she greeted Alon and called him Godfather. Alon, who had glanced over his shoulder, quickly realized that the woman really was Solong. Solong excitedly complained that Alon should have told her if he was coming to the colony. She explained that the place was crawling with disgusting thugs who were always lurking around. Evan stood stiffly in place, eyes locked on her, still unable to believe that the woman before him was truly Solong. Striking a playful pose, Solong told Alon to relax. She declared that she had already taken care of all the trash who had been targeting his belongings. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed Alon's hand and pulled him along, saying she had been eagerly waiting for his arrival ever since she received his letter. The thugs who saw Solong, the golden flash, acting so familiarly with a complete stranger, could only stare in shock, their mouths hanging open. Their minds swirled with questions about who this man was, the one who could make that mad tiger behave so gently. Meanwhile, Alon glanced at Solong's hand, still stained with fresh blood. In silence, unease crept into his heart, as he began to wonder whether his daughter had truly killed those people just now.
Not long after, they arrived at the guild where Xiaolong was based. With a cheerful grin, she announced that it was her guild, and that only her kind stayed there. She urged Alon to come inside at once, while both Alon and Evan stood there for a moment, clearly impressed by how large and magnificent the place was. The moment they stepped into the residence, Xiaolong's return was immediately greeted by her members. They welcomed her with respectful voices, calling her boss. Without wasting time, Xiaolong asked about the guild's condition. One of the members, Ralga, answered calmly that everything was safe and under control. Then, with a slight smile, he turned to Alon and asked if he was the honored guest their boss had been talking about all this time. Grinning widely, Ralga added that their boss had been truly looking forward to Alon's arrival. In fact, every single day, Xiaolong would sit at the entrance of the colony just to wait for him. Hearing that, Xiaolong could only let out an awkward, sheepish laugh, while Alon felt a faint stir of emotion, though his expression remained as flat as ever. Brimming with excitement, Xiaolong slapped the table and told Alon to sit. Yet, despite the polite invitation, she did it while bending backward in an exaggerated pose,
making the whole scene feel both bizarre and lively at the same time. Seeing how peaceful the atmosphere was, Elan remarked that it seemed Xiaolong had managed her guild members very well. Xiaolong casually replied that they were all her family, so she didn't need anyone else. But the moment the word family left her lips, she suddenly paused. A confused expression crossed her face as she began sorting things out in her head, trying to figure out exactly where Elan stood. Was he after family or after Utia? Faced with such an absurd train of thought, both Elan and Evan could only stare at her blankly, offering no reaction. Not long after, with a slightly embarrassed look, Xiaolong explained that Utia was in the family category, while Elan came after Utia. She quickly added, however, that the two of them weren't blood-related. Hearing that, Elan simply gave a small nod. Inwardly, he muttered that even though he rarely had proper conversations with Xiaolong, he still ranked third. That meant his position wasn't low at all. Now that he understood where he stood, Elan felt like he knew exactly what to do. He snapped his fingers while glancing at Evan. Evan immediately caught on and gave a firm thumbs up. Ta-ta! Dozens of gift boxes were brought forward and placed in front of Xiaolong. The moment she saw them, Xiaolong's face lit up. Her cheeks flushed red, and without hesitation, she raised her hand high in the air, declaring that she would help Elan. Elan could only blink in confusion. He hadn't even explained what he needed yet. He had only just whispered something to Evan. Noticing his puzzled expression, Xiaolong eagerly explained that even if they weren't family by blood, she would still help him because he was her savior. The bracelet on her wrist began to spark with streaks of lightning, and the power of the Golden Mane tribe slowly enveloped her arm. With pride, she stated that her ability to gather her entire race like this was also thanks to Elan's help. Seeing that item in her possession, Elan realized it was yet another factor behind her fondness for him. His guess had been correct. The effects of the Golden Mane tribe's item were more or less exactly as described. Even so, seeing his children so willing to help him made Elan feel a quiet warmth in his chest. For a brief moment, he even found himself thinking, maybe he was actually pretty good at raising kids.
Without any warning, Xiaolong suddenly lifted Elan up, just like that. In a cheerful tone, she exclaimed that he must be exhausted after such a long journey, adding that a room for him to rest had already been prepared. On the way there, Xiaolong asked about his experience crossing the desert. She wondered if the journey had been boring, with nothing but endless stretches of sand in sight. Elan simply glanced at Evan, and Evan answered in his place. He explained that what concerned them more was the return trip. Xiaolong immediately asked if something had gone wrong along the way. Evan replied helplessly that the desert air was unbearably hot, and that they had even been attacked midway through their journey. The moment she heard the word attack, Xiaolong stopped in her tracks. Her body gave a slight jolt. Then, Elan calmly explained that they had been ambushed by the Bloody Sand bandits. According to what he'd heard, such incidents were quite common for merchant groups passing through the area. He added that he truly had no desire to encounter them again. Hearing that, Xiaolong simply let out a small hum. But beneath that calm reaction, a faintly unhinged smile slowly formed at the corner of her lips, and her gaze sharpened. That very night, a brutal assault unfolded. Xiaolong went alone to the base of the Bloody Sand Bandits, a major criminal organization, and slaughtered them without mercy. She vanished from her spot in an instant, moving like a flash, only to reappear behind those trying to hide in the shadows, crushing their throats before they could react.
With overwhelming strength, she casually hurled aside two men she had been gripping. A sharp grin spread across her face as her eyes locked onto the last survivor. In a cold voice, she asked if he was the leader of this pathetic gang. The man quickly drew his sword, but his body trembled in fear. Stammering, he claimed that he was Kalman's younger brother. He insisted that he was under the protection of the strongest Baba Yaga, then demanded to know if Xiaolong truly intended to provoke his brother. Xiaolong didn't flinch in the slightest. In a firm voice, she declared that they were the ones who had started this, by attacking her savior. On top of that, she had no intention of letting something like this happen again in the future. With a single devastating explosion, Xiaolong obliterated the organization's leader and reduced their entire base to nothing but ruins. The next morning, Alon had barely woken up when he was startled by shocking news. The Bloody Sand Bandits had been completely wiped out. Xiaolong proudly explained that now that the organization was gone, they would never cause trouble for Alon again. Still half confused, Alon could only wonder to himself what exactly had happened the night before. Xiaolong then leaned affectionately against his arm, asking to be praised for her hard work. Meanwhile, Alon, who still hadn't fully processed the situation, could only mutter inwardly. He knew very well that Bloody Sand had hundreds of fighters at night level. Even in the game, that group alone had been considered a fairly difficult quest to clear. As he gently patted Xiaolong's head, Alon continued his thoughts. The title Baba Yaga might sound impressive, but seeing all this, he felt that Xiaolong truly deserved to be called the Sin of Pride. The scene then shifted to the Colosseum, one of the colony's most popular attractions. A place filled with blood, roaring crowds, and the madness of gladiators. Inside, a brutal battle was underway. A man stood alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by corpses drenched in blood. Cheers erupted from every corner, tearing through the air in a frenzy. The figure standing atop that pile of bodies was one of the 4 Baba Yaga in the colony, and the gladiator who had held his position the longest. This match, too, had been won by a man named Kalman. Now, Kalman rested inside a private room. Calmly, he remarked that there still seemed to be plenty of fools around who didn't know their place. A man sitting not far from him chuckled softly in agreement. That man was none other than Ralga. With a friendly smile, Ralga said he truly couldn't believe there were still people who thought they could defeat a Baba Yaga with just a few hundred men. Recognizing him, Kalman greeted Ralga casually. Ralga then stepped closer and informed him that Bloody Sand had been completely annihilated by Xiaolong. Yet Kalman showed no surprise at all, as if he had already known from the start. Seeing how calm and unfazed Kalman remained, Ralga asked whether his younger brother hadn't also been part of the Bloody Sand organization. Kalman replied in a relaxed tone that it had all been nothing more than a rumor he himself had spread. He had simply allowed that man to exist because he needed someone to help control the underworld.
Ralga let out a soft chuckle, replying that he had originally intended to use that as an excuse, but in the end, everything had strayed far beyond his expectations. Kalman quickly clarified that this wasn't what he truly meant. He explained that all this time he had been holding himself back, since an official clash between Baba Yaga was something that almost never happened. With an irritated smirk, he added that he was still bothered by the bastard who dared to stir trouble in the colony. In his view, the death of a younger brother was the perfect justification for revenge, and an excuse that the public would easily accept. Noticing Ralga's presence,
Kalman concluded that the man was finally ready. Hearing that, Ralga simply smiled knowingly. A moment later, Kalman handed him a gift box. Ralga asked what was inside, and Kalman calmly replied that it was a gift from their father, the Seeker. When the box was opened, it revealed an abyss item. Kalman explained that by using it, Ralga could obtain immense power. He then stated firmly that once they crushed Seolong's head and devoured the colony's underworld, they would be able to set their sights on the throne. Staring at Ralga with keen interest, Kalman invited him to experiment, admitting that he was curious to see just how long Ralga would last. 2 days later, under the guild's protection and guidance, Elan set out for the ancient city of Kahara. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the ruins. Before entering, Elan expressed his gratitude to Seolong. She simply waved cheerfully in response, clearly eager to meet him again. With that, Elan and Evan began making their way through the ruins, guided only by the dim light of a lantern illuminating the narrow paths in the darkness. Curious, Evan peeked into one side of the ruins and noticed a faint light glowing in the distance. They immediately headed toward it, and soon enough, they arrived at the ancient city of Kahara. Amid the eerie silence of the place, Elan suddenly heard a voice that seemed meant for him alone. It called out to him, "Mage, if you can hear my voice, come to the center of the tower." Without hesitation, Elan quickly told Evan that from this point onward, he felt he had to go alone. He assured him that he would return soon. Evan was naturally confused, but in the end, he could only nod and say that he would wait below. Elan continued walking deeper into the ancient city. Step by step, he moved carefully through the silent ruins, murmuring to himself about the center of the tower, a place that, as far as he knew, had never been accessible to anyone in the game. It didn't take long before he finally arrived. The center of the tower. There, he was immediately greeted by a shadowy black figure. The figure welcomed his arrival and stated that the fact Elan could hear its voice meant he had, at the very least, met the minimum requirements. Without hesitation, Elan explained that he had come here after hearing the words of the Wicked One. At that, the dark figure approached him with clear interest, its tone tinged with surprise. It hadn't expected Elan to know its true name. After a brief pause, it admitted that perhaps placing a bit of hope in Elan wouldn't be such a bad idea. However, there was a problem. According to it, Elan still did not possess the correct class. Because of that, there wasn't much they could truly discuss for now. Elan replied that the Wicked One had said something similar before. Then, without delay, he asked what exactly a class was. The black figure explained that a class was the standard the world used to evaluate Elan's very existence. Then, it revealed something important. An outer god would soon descend. It told Elan to eliminate it. Only after that would he meet the requirements for a deeper conversation. After saying that, the figure continued speaking. Since someone slightly more promising than those fools who merely imitated magic had finally appeared, how about listening to something interesting? It began explaining the nature of magic in this world. Phrases, principles, the manifestation of one's true nature. It explained that after phrases, there came principles. Whatever Elan manifested through phrases had to follow its corresponding principle. And for that magic to truly take form, Elan had to name it. Elan listened with complete focus. This was the first time he had even heard of something called a principle. The black figure continued, saying that even if it explained everything now, Elon likely still wouldn't fully understand. But then, pointing at him with clear intent, it finally declared it would teach Elon about principles, about what true magic really was.
The scene shifted back outside the ruins. Solong stood there, visibly anxious as she waited for Alone. A sense of unease crept into her chest. He hadn't returned, and she couldn't help but worry that something had gone wrong inside. Amid the soft whisper of the desert wind, a set of footsteps echoed, fast, yet eerily silent. From within the shadows, a grin slowly emerged. Kalman. Solong's eyes widened the instant she heard the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air behind her, followed by the immediate death of her comrade. She turned at once, only to find two of her companions collapsing to the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Kalman stood there, a twisted smile on his face, casually tossing one of their severed heads in his hand. The moment she saw that, Solong's expression hardened. She shouted Kalman's name, condemning him as a shameless piece of trash for daring to pull such dirty tricks outside the Colosseum. Kalman merely responded with a relaxed smile. In his eyes, Solong was no different. She had killed his little brother and wiped out the entire Bloody Sand bandit group. What he was doing now was nothing more than revenge for his family. The moment he finished speaking, Kalman shot past Solong, heading straight toward her remaining companions. In a flash, Solong gave chase, shouting that she would never allow him to lay a single finger on her family. She threw herself forward, intercepting his attack head-on. Frustration burned across Solong's face, while Kalman burst into laughter at the sight of her desperately trying to protect her comrades. Solong immediately snapped back, declaring that Kalman knew nothing about family, and warning him not to mock it. In the middle of her warning, blood suddenly splattered into the air. Solong had been stabbed from behind. A sharp blade pierced straight through her abdomen. She couldn't hide her shock when she saw who it was. Ralga, someone she had considered family. He had stabbed her from behind, calmly stating that his boss, Solong, was far too easy to read. With confusion written all over her face, Solong asked why he had betrayed her. The narrator spoke. Solong had always held deep affection for her people. They all said she treated them kindly, and with a sincere smile, she would always reply that it was because they were family. Ever since she left the orphanage, she had clung tightly to the memories of those happier days, when the descendants of the Golden Mane tribe lived together. She dreamed of revenge against the black dragon that had destroyed everything, gathering her people again to reclaim the happiness that had been taken from them. Among the demi-human races, the Golden Mane tribe was known for its good reputation. But sadly, that was not the full truth. Solong endured the pain. Lightning surged from her body, sealing the wound in her abdomen as she demanded to know why Ralga would betray her. Ralga replied coldly that she should stop putting on her act of a happy family. In the middle of their exchange, Kalman suddenly lunged forward, his fist already drawn back. He declared that the small talk was over. A massive explosion shook the land as black aura and lightning clashed violently. Solong managed to block the attack, and Kalman admitted with a grin that she was quite slippery. But the fight was far from over. Kalman pulled his fist back with full force. He already knew the outcome. Ralga had enhanced him with abyssal body, meaning victory was practically guaranteed. Meanwhile, Solong
injured, braced herself for the next strike. Kalman shot forward, trailing black energy. Solong followed, lightning tearing through the air behind her. Their fists collided once more, the impact shaking the desert itself.
In the middle of the clash, Ralga, now empowered by the abyssal body, swung his black sword toward Solong. He burst into laughter, bidding her farewell as the blade closed in, only inches away from striking her down. Just as it was about to hit, Solong twisted her body and narrowly evaded it, using Kalman's solid arm as leverage to swing herself away. Seeing that she was still moving so swiftly, Ralga sneered, asking how much longer she could keep it up. He declared that he, too, had gained tremendous power. Ralga and Kalman pressed their assault relentlessly. The desert roared beneath them as black aura and golden lightning collided again and again. Solong was forced back to the edge of a hill. Ralga moved in to strike, while Kalman blocked off her escape route. But in a sudden burst of speed, Solong lunged straight at Kalman instead, her leg snapping forward in a powerful kick. The lightning-charged strike slammed into him, sending Kalman flying as he crashed hard into the hillside. Ralga clicked his tongue in irritation. Even with the power of the abyssal body, he hadn't expected to still fall short of Solong's strength. Slowly, Kalman rose from the rubble, coughing as he steadied himself. In a strained voice, he muttered a curse at Solong. Then, in the midst of his frustration, his eyes caught something. Alone and Evan. They had just emerged from the ruins. Kalman immediately recognized him. The man Solong had called her savior. Without hesitation, Kalman shot toward Alone with absolute confidence. To him, the situation couldn't be more perfect. It was unfolding exactly as planned. He intended to take Alone hostage before killing him. Meanwhile, the battle between Solong and Ralga continued. But in the midst of it, Solong suddenly froze. Her body stiffened. Her fist stopped mid-motion. Ralga quickly leapt back, a grin forming on his face as he remarked that it seemed the poison was finally taking effect. Solong struggled to move, forcing her body to respond. Ralga pointed at her abdomen and explained that the blade he had stabbed her with was coated in Kamanasa's poison, a toxin that would render her unable to move for an entire hour. Ralga looked at the immobilized Solong, his expression filled with disbelief. He admitted he couldn't understand why she thought all the Golden Mane descendants actually enjoyed playing happy family with her. He explained that the only reason he had followed her in the first place was because she possessed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. That essence gave her authority. But what she failed to realize was that the power she had always shown off was nothing more than something she had obtained through sheer luck. With a weakened voice, Solong replied that yes, she was strong. She knew very well that, at first, her companions had followed her because of that strength. But as time passed and they lived together, they had truly become family, just like before. Moments later, figures in black robes began to appear behind Ralga. Ralga gestured toward them and asked, after seeing this, whether Solong still believed in that foolish dream. He told her to look closely at just how much hatred her own companions held for her. From beneath the hoods, their faces were revealed. Members of the Golden Mane tribe. Traitors. All of them. The sight shook Solong to her core. She hadn't expected that they, too, had betrayed her. Ralga slowly raised his black sword, preparing to sever her arm.
He declared that the essence she carried should belong to someone far more worthy. But in that very moment, a massive explosion erupted from the side, tearing through the battlefield in an instant. Ralga turned sharply, confusion flashing across his face. Behind him, Evan stood with his sword drawn. In front of him was Kalman, his abdomen blown open, smoke still rising from the wound. Evan immediately dashed toward the battlefield. His blade slashed toward Ralga, forcing him to leap back and retreat from Solong, regrouping with the other traitors. Ralga's expression remained unsettled, unable to process how the situation had changed so suddenly. Then, footsteps echoed, cold, calm, unshaken. King Alon stepped onto the battlefield without the slightest hint of fear. And above him, Black One and Blue Ones silently watched his every move.
Alon quietly assessed the situation. His eyes caught the smoke lingering in the air, thick with magic. He suspected that the man was using abyssal body, yet he couldn't understand how he had obtained it. Alon knew all too well that abyssal body was supposed to appear much later in the story. Its description read, "Do you wish to become a god? Absorb enough of me, and you will walk that path." Because of that vague explanation, the item had become a subject of endless speculation among players. Without wasting time, Alon poured a potion over Seolong's head. Seeing that even her own guild had betrayed her, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. He calmly explained that what he had used was a high-grade potion. She should be able to move again before long. He then told her to stay calm. Chances were, only the people in front of them were traitors. Seolong, however, looked downcast, her spirit completely drained. In a weak voice, she asked if what he said was really true. Alon answered without hesitation. It was. The companions she had introduced to him had all looked genuinely happy. Hearing that, Seolong looked at him with emotion and hope filling her eyes. A soft sob escaped her, and in that instant, her confidence returned as if it had never wavered. Seeing his daughter's spirit restored, Alon asked her to hold them off while he prepared his incantation. Seolong nodded and readied herself. She declared that her family was waiting for her. Seolong and Evan burst forward at once. Moving like lightning, the two of them cut through the battlefield, striking down the traitors who stood in their way. Alon began forming hand seals, his voice low as he recited the first phrase. Ice flake. Snowflakes started to gather in the air around him. As they formed, he realized something. He only had enough power left for one more use of magic. The second incantation followed. Form a ton. The scattered snowflakes began to spin, drawing closer and condensing into a single point. As he continued, the words of the black figure echoed in his mind. It seemed Alon already knew several incantations, but that alone wasn't enough. He needed to understand how to construct the logic behind the magic itself. Incantations allowed him to bend the rules, but logic was the key to understanding them. And yet, after centuries of being forgotten, humanity had reduced that grand legacy into something shallow and incomplete. The third phrase left his lips. Glory of the snowy peaks. The condensed snowflakes shattered, transforming into entirely new particles. From that transformation, a massive crystal of ice bloomed into existence. Beautiful, yet overwhelmingly powerful. The fourth incantation. Blind man's fatality. From the heart of the ice crystal, a gigantic spear began to emerge, stretching outward with terrifying presence. High above, the black figure was still watching. It seemed impressed by what Alon had created. Then, in a calm voice, it spoke,
The true name of the magic that fools had long forgotten was the Ice Crystal Spear. With this ultimate technique, something he had only just begun to grasp, Alon prepared to bring this betrayal to an end. The ice spear was released, and the path it carved instantly left behind towering crystalline trails. Solong kept restraining Ralga, preventing him from moving anywhere, while the spear surged forward without pause, crashing into Ralga's subordinates. As it drew closer, Solong quickly leapt away from its trajectory, while Ralga remained frozen in place, his attention momentarily diverted. The tip of the spear pierced straight into Ralga's abdomen. The path it had taken was filled with ice crystals. Those who failed to evade were killed instantly. Evan, witnessing the overwhelming magical explosion, could only stand there in stunned silence. The entire battlefield froze over. Every traitor had been wiped out by that single attack. Ralga's body itself was impaled by those jagged crystals. For a moment, he stood frozen, completely powerless. He let out a long breath, declaring that nothing else mattered anymore. Suddenly, Ralga broke free from the ice spikes and lunged his dagger toward the unsuspecting Solong. A sly grin spread across his face. To him, if he could seize control of the Golden Mane tribe's essence, he could start a new life. But in that instant, Alon rushed forward. Seeing his daughter in danger, he threw himself in, and the blade drove straight into Alon's abdomen. Ralga flinched at the sudden appearance of Alon before him. Meanwhile, Solong stood there in shock, staring at the sword lodged in her savior's body. And then, Alon coughed up blood. Seeing that, Solong's face flushed red, her teeth clattering with rage. Her legs swung up instantly, striking Ralga's head with full force. The sound of blood bursting into the air rang out clearly. Now, the desert was drenched in blood. Ralga and all his allies were dead. Evan and Solong quickly rushed to Alon, who sat there with a trembling body. They asked about his condition. Alon replied that his injury was nothing serious. In his mind, however, he muttered that from the beginning he hadn't been badly hurt, just lightly grazed by Ralga's blade, and the reason he coughed up blood earlier was due to mana exhaustion. Wiping his mouth, Alon muttered that the attack he had unleashed earlier was indeed powerful, but he hadn't expected that using such a finishing move would be so exhausting that it left him with internal injuries. His thoughts suddenly drifted to Kalman's words before he turned into a donut. Kalman had shouted that Shutro told him his father said Alon was ruining the scenery of the underworld. Alon kept thinking about it, unable to grasp what it meant. Even so, he felt relieved that everything was finally over. Now, Alon could also confirm something. When he faced opponents who had absorbed abyssal entities, or when confronting gods, he became stronger. But for now, what mattered more was comforting his daughter. He couldn't allow Solong to sink into dark emotions and become a bearer of sin. With her head lowered in guilt, Solong asked Alon why he hadn't dodged earlier, why he let Ralga attack him, and why it was because of her that he ended up getting hurt.
Alon responded to her sorrow calmly, saying that he didn't dodge because Solong was able to hold him back well. Hearing that, Solong immediately lifted her head and asked if Alon trusted her. In his mind, Alon simply answered that it was more accurate to say he couldn't dodge, so he asked her to hold him in place. Solong asked again, then why did he save her, even if it meant he would get hurt himself? Alon paused for a moment, searching for the right words. In his thoughts, he admitted that when the adopted daughter he had raised for years was on the verge of dying, he had acted purely on instinct. Even he hadn't expected the blade to reach his abdomen. After thinking it through, Alon answered that he protected Solong because to him, saving family didn't require a reason. Solong immediately responded that her family was her own people. Hearing that, Alon could only murmur inwardly. It wasn't exactly wrong, but it wasn't entirely right either. But what surprised Alon even more was what came next. Suddenly, his daughter turned shy, almost bashful, and said that she also wanted to become family with him. Seeing that, Alon couldn't help but think that this moment felt like a father who had never been acknowledged by his adopted child for years, only to suddenly be called father. It stirred something deep within him. But Solong's next action left him even more confused. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Alon's shoulders and said she couldn't just be ordinary family. She explained that she was from the Golden Mane race, while Alon was human. With flushed cheeks and a teasing smile, Solong invited him to marry her. In an instant, both Alon and Evan went pale. Evan stood there with his mouth agape, while Alon froze stiff, his eyes empty. In his mind, utterly confused, Alon kept wondering why his daughter had suddenly started talking about marriage. In the middle of the desert, Alon and Evan remained frozen in silence, while Solong kept shaking Alon's shoulders, waiting for his answer. The narrator said that 5 days later, news of Kalman's cruelty spread throughout the entire colony. Most were disgusted by the cowardly Baba Yaga, Kalman, while Solong gained enough support to become the first Baba Yaga. But strangely, the very person who was about to become the first Baba Yaga kept lowering her head before Alon, gently and repeatedly asking him to marry her. A sense of unease began to creep into Alon. Unlike in a game, real life didn't have a skip button to get past moments like this. At first, he found it endearing, the cuteness of a child. But over time, it became too much. This child just kept insisting that her own father marry her. Alon told Solong that this was already the 19th time. He said that he already considered her family. But Solong kept shaking his shoulders, growing irritated with his repeated refusals. She explained that if they married, they would become a real family. She even promised that she would do her best to make him happy. Hearing that, Alon could only mutter inwardly that he'd be much happier eating roasted sweet potatoes and living a relaxed, noble life. Even when Alon was about to leave the colony, Solong continued to beg him to marry her. She demanded that the next time they met, he had to give her a clear answer. As Alon was about to board his carriage, he simply agreed. In his heart, he let out a sigh, thinking that if he left things as they were, maybe his daughter would eventually give up. At last, Alon's carriage departed toward its next destination. Behind him, Solong kept waving cheerfully until her wave slowly weakened, her smile turning slightly disappointed. Still, she felt satisfied seeing her guild change into something closer to her ideals. All the members of her tribe had felt both furious and alarmed when Ralga, their vice leader, had turned traitor. Now, she understood that merely gathering the remnants of the Golden Mane tribe wouldn't bring happiness. Even in life and death situations, her ideal family was one where they could truly trust one another. Solong gazed up at the sky and steeled her resolve. From now on, she had to be more careful, because she needed to build guardians strong enough to protect her savior, King Maharaja Alon. And with that, she and Alon could become a happy family, forever.
The focus then shifted to the inside of Alon's carriage. Holding a sheet of paper, Evan reported that after confirming with the Intelligence Guild, there were no suspicious individuals aside from Ralga's subordinates. Hearing that, Alon praised his guard for a job well done. In his mind, he couldn't allow anything bad to happen after successfully raising his daughter so well. On top of that, he had been given orders to deal with the other outer gods in preparation for what was to come. He only understood divinity,
So to him, there had to be something beyond that. Just thinking about it made his head throb, his thoughts filling with more and more questions. Back when he was in Kahara, that black figure had once told him to go beneath the tower, specifically to search the eastern edge of the fortress. There, Alon found an inscription. It was the first time he had seen it, yet for some reason, he could already understand it. He began to notice a familiar pattern. Just like in a game, the gods weren't meant to be taken literally, but as symbols. Terms like hands and avarice weren't just words, but hidden clues pointing toward the concept of the 5 deadly sins. Alon stared at the inscription in silence. None of what he knew connected with that information. He wondered whether what was written there was absolute, considering that the events within psychedelia represented the future. But what confused him even more was why the gods and the outer gods were being used in reverse. From what he understood, outer gods were deities born from human belief or other worlds, while gods referred to the 5 deadly sins that had existed since the beginning of time. Yet the inscription recorded those 5 sins as outer gods instead. The contradiction continued to haunt Alon's mind. As Alon was lost in thought, Evan spoke up again, saying he had more news about the children. First, Deus, who was said to have defeated the first sword. Alon was shocked to hear that Reinhardt had been beaten. In the game, Reinhardt's strength was already on an entirely different level. He never expected that in just half a year, Deus would become that strong.
It made him recall the moment his son once asked if he could become strong like his father. With a thumbs up, Evan went on to report about Rein, who had become one of the 3 council members responsible for determining policies in Larthania. Alon felt quite proud of his daughter, who now held a position of authority. He was glad to see her succeed as well. Scratching the back of his neck, Evan delivered the next piece of news with some hesitation. Radon, he had heard that the boy had united the 5 islands and become a pirate king. Not only that, but he supposedly had a bounty worth millions, just like the first pirate king. Hearing that, Alon immediately slapped his forehead. That son of his, once just a Somali pirate, had now truly become a pirate king. Alon looked genuinely exasperated when it came to Radon. Even so, Evan continued on to the next child, Utia. But the scene abruptly shifted to a gathering of the Blue Moon members. Xiolong stood before a crystal sphere, declaring with full confidence that she would marry the Great Moon. Hearing that, Radon's eyes widened in shock. Deus flinched slightly, though his expression remained calm, while Rein looked visibly uneasy at the appearance of a new rival. But what truly unsettled the 3 of them was one thought. Was Xiolong declaring war on Utia? However, Utia quickly tried to understand Xiolong's personality. She knew that Xiolong tended to exaggerate. After thinking positively for a moment, Utia spoke, saying that it was only natural. Great Moon was an extraordinary man, so it made sense if Xiolong admired him. Hearing that only made Xiolong even more excited. She exclaimed that she wanted to hurry and marry Great Moon and become a great wife. At those words, veins began to surface on Utia's face. Deus, Radon, and Raina simply watched, somewhat surprised to see Utia holding herself back. Gently, Utia spoke again, telling Xiolong that something like marriage wasn't possible because they were merely his shadows. Xiolong hesitated for a moment, before asking if, even as shadows, they should still be able to marry. Seeing Xiolong persist, Utia's irritation began to show. She firmly stated that as shadows, they were not allowed to stand by his side, telling Xiolong to understand that. For a moment, Xiolong fell silent, pouting at the remark. But soon after, she declared that Great Moon's feelings should matter too. Hearing that,
Yutia immediately asked whether Seolong was truly that confident that Great Moon would choose her. Seolong answered firmly that Great Moon had once said she wasn't a bad choice. She then recounted a brief moment when she had leaned against Alon and, in a soft, pleading tone, asked if he hated her so much that he refused to marry her. At that time, Alon had replied that he didn't hate her. That short story alone made Yutia visibly shaken. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Deus asked Seolong to explain further. In short, Seolong told them everything that had happened between her and Alon. Deus, understanding her story, nodded. He said that her story reminded him of the greatness he had witnessed half a year ago. Even after walking the path of hell countless times, Great Moon remained as calm as ever. Hearing that, Seolong's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. It seemed that Deus had felt the same way, too. Suddenly, Deus was filled with enthusiasm. He declared that what Seolong said was true. He recounted how, back then, he had failed to properly gauge Great Moon's strength and had even begun to doubt him after witnessing the enemy's overwhelming magic. Yet, it was him, King Alon, who restored his faith, pulling him back from the abyss of doubt. Seolong couldn't stop herself from being captivated as Deus continued to speak of King Alon's greatness. To Deus, that man was truly admirable. And now, his resolve had been reignited. He had to grow stronger, so that after avenging himself against Black One, he could fully become the sword wielded by King Alon. Before anyone realized it, Deus's passionate speech had gone on for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly, snapping back to his senses, he cleared his throat lightly and apologized for going on for so long. But Yutia's gaze only grew sharper as she stared at Seolong. She firmly stated that Seolong could not marry King Alon. The argument between them continued. Seolong insisted that she could, while Yutia remained unwavering in her refusal. Watching this, Raydan could only slap his forehead, while Raina continued to take notes on the meeting. The narrator added that the important notes from their twice-a-year meeting were: first, never ask Deus anything related to Great Moon. Second, when it came to anything involving Great Moon, Yutia would display a rather childish side. Raydan could only let out a long sigh. He declared that he didn't care about any of the information in those notes. The scene then shifted to the Kingdom of Asteria, specifically a back alley in the capital. Inside a bar, 2 nobles could be seen having a serious discussion. They were planning how to bring down the Kalpa faction, a group filled with madmen. One of them was the leader of the noble faction, Marquis Filboid. He stated that he agreed with taking down the new faction, as their existence was highly disruptive, and asked about the plan. The man beside him was the leader of the royalist faction, Duke Rimgrave. Rimgrave explained his strategy. He would draw in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to crush that faction, using a letter of reform as leverage.
The narrator then explained the background of the reform letter. As the center of religion, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario held the authority to send reform letters to any nation suspected of committing heretical acts. Such a letter required the support of several cardinals to be issued, and because of that, it carried immense influence. Hearing about the plan involving the reform letter, Filboid felt it was a flawless pretext. He immediately asked Rimgrave about his demands. Rimgrave replied that they would need the approval of at least 2 cardinals, so he planned to bribe one of them. The 2 raised their glasses in a triumphant toast. Rimgrave explained that he had already finished discussions with the 2 cardinals, and the execution of the plan would begin soon. Now, they could simply celebrate
and leave the remaining steps to them. The scene then shifted to the largest church in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. A cardinal named Sergius was seen sitting on one of the seats. He glanced at someone and remarked that there were 8 individuals beneath the saint and the pope. Both of them were busy people, so he believed this was only the second time they had met. Sergius stood up and approached, stating that it was an honor to meet a fellow cardinal in this place. The cardinal he approached replied that she was also pleased to meet him. Without further small talk, Sergius expressed his intention. He wanted to request that the cardinal lend her name for a reform letter addressed to Count Palatio. Sergius was confident that this was not a bad offer for someone of her position. He also reassured her not to worry, as he could easily fabricate justification for the accusation of heresy. After all, Count Palatio was, in essence, already heretical. With full confidence, he asked for the opinion of the female cardinal standing before him, Cardinal Utia. Hearing about the reform letter proposed for Count Palatio, Utia simply smiled. Calmly, she asked for confirmation whether Sergius truly intended to use her name to draft a reform letter to bury Count Alon Palatio. Sergius explained that, for this matter, they would focus on the suspicious death of Cardinal Viantra. Given Utia's position, she should understand the situation. A sly smile spread across Sergius's face. In his mind, he planned to keep the bribe money for himself. He could hardly wait to enjoy the gateway to heaven laid out before him. But suddenly, Sergius's bones were violently wrenched out of place, forcing a scream of agony from his throat. Utia, still standing where she was, continued producing those merciless cracking sounds, as if crushing his body from the inside, all while demanding an explanation. With an irritated expression, she asked again what he meant by telling her to kill the man she worshipped. The screams rang out loud and clear, yet not a single person outside could hear them, as if the entire room had been completely isolated. Utia told Sergius to scream as much as he wanted. No matter how loud he cried, no one would come. Collapsed on the ground, drool spilling from his mouth, Sergius begged Utia to just kill him. Utia answered that she would not kill him. The sensation of death pierced through Sergius's body once more without mercy. His screams echoed again and again, until eventually the structure of his bones returned to normal. Trembling, he fell to his knees before Utia, pleading for forgiveness. If he could not be forgiven, then he begged to be killed instead. Utia replied that she would not kill him, because there was something he needed to do for her. However, since Sergius had harbored ill intent toward him, punishment had to come first. Once again, Sergius's screams filled the room as unbearable torment consumed him. Amid the cries and agony, Utia told him to understand his sin, so that he might be forgiven.
The scene then shifted to the residence of Count Palatio, 1 month after returning from the colony dessert. Alon had already put on his suit, once again preparing to attend a magic conference. He looked tired, but as the chairman, he had no choice but to show up, even though he still needed to investigate the abyssal entity and the outer gods. Yes, that was usually how Alon thought. But now, he looked unusually energized, holding a letter in his hand. Evan, puzzled, even asked why Alon was still keeping that letter when it had arrived 2 weeks ago. Alon replied that just looking at its contents made him incredibly happy. The letter contained a certificate proving his position as the leader of a faction, and, most importantly, an official salary far beyond what he had expected. Before learning about the payment, Alon had felt unmotivated, even wondering why anyone would bother taking on the role of chairman. But after seeing the amount,
he proudly wore a sash labeled Chairman of the Kalpa faction. He even went as far as to say that, with great power comes great responsibility. Clutching the envelope to his chest, Elon remained confused in his thoughts. He didn't understand how this faction structure could generate so much money. But judging from the state of his household finances, this was clearly very good news. With tears of emotion welling up, Elon declared that the ultimate cure for a modern man was money. His poor, wounded soul had finally been restored. That night, Elon arrived at the residence of Marquis Vritjun, the location of the conference. He walked calmly while observing his surroundings. He heard that many well-known figures were attending this conference, coming from various backgrounds: warriors, merchants, and even priests.
Kalia and Loria were already waiting for him there, and they immediately greeted Elon. Loria, with a bright smile, quickly asked how he was doing. Seeing them, Elon felt a bit uneasy, but he still replied calmly that he was fine. Elon then began enjoying the food laid out on the table, yet the two women kept following him around. In his mind, he muttered that he had already gotten involved with two major figures of the underworld, and because of all these misunderstandings, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He even hoped they would leave soon after greeting him. Suddenly, Evan approached while carrying some food. He said there was urgent news he needed to share. Lowering his voice, Evan whispered that he had heard the leader of the royalist faction had received a reform letter and was being dragged to the Holy Kingdom. Hearing that, Elon actually felt relieved. At least he wouldn't have to see him again. Not far from them, someone suddenly approached Kalia. She immediately asked if the person needed help, while Elon and Evan simply watched as they continued eating. It turned out that the one who came over was the leader of the noble faction, Marquis Filboid. With a face full of fear, he stepped before Elon and admitted his defeat. He even lowered his head, begging for Elon's forgiveness. Marquis Filboid's behavior left everyone in shock. Even Kalia and Loria were stunned. They knew exactly who the man bowing his head was, a figure at the very peak of the political world, the leader of the noble faction, and yet now, he was bowing before King Elon. Everyone understood that unlike the underworld, the political world revolved around cause and justification. To bow one's head was no small act. It was equivalent to handing over one's authority to another. Kalia stared at the scene in horror. She admitted to herself that King Elon truly was an extraordinary man. Even now, he remained completely calm, as if he had already known this would happen. As Filboid trembled with his head lowered, his mind kept replaying what had happened a few days ago. Back then, he had received a mysterious letter, one that bore a striking resemblance to a reform letter. Along with it came a magic orb containing a 5-second message. It was nothing but the screams of his associate, urging Filboid to respect the Great Moon. He quickly realized that the message showed Duke Rimgrave writhing in unbearable agony. And at the very end of it, a warning was delivered. Filboid would be the next target. Filboid had read the letter with shaking hands. He couldn't understand how Duke Rimgrave had ended up like that. After all, the two of them had only wanted to bring an end to this political conflict. He knew that receiving a reform letter usually meant the end of one's political life, but as long as the recipient wasn't truly heretical, their safety should still be guaranteed. And yet, despite having no connection to heresy, Duke Rimgrave had still suffered such a fate. Clutching his throbbing head, Filboid came to a grim conclusion. This had to be the doing of that damned Palacio. He couldn't comprehend how Palacio had managed to gain connections stronger than his own. But more than that, what truly terrified him now was the line stating that he would be the next target. Back to the present, where Filboid knelt before Elon. With a trembling voice, he said that he only wanted to live the rest of his life in peace.
He promised to withdraw from the political world and begged Alon to let everything end with just the reform letter. Nothing more. Alon, witnessing Filboyd's excessive behavior, was naturally confused. In his mind, he began to grow suspicious of the two women before him, wondering just what kind of scheme they were planning this time. It felt as though they were finally revealing the true nature of Asteria's masterminds. Meanwhile, Kalia and Loria continued to murmur in admiration of Alon. They smiled, acknowledging his greatness. Amid such a profound misunderstanding, the narrator explained that the suspicion that Altia and Zenonia had placed Count Palatio as the head of the Kalpa faction for their own benefit had now completely disappeared. Instead, their assumption shifted. Alon himself was simply worthy of leading such a dangerous faction. In short, 3 days after the Noble Conference began, Alon departed for the Eastern region to attend the Magic Conference. Alon and Evan were seen shopping together. In the middle of their stroll, Evan mentioned that he had heard Marquis Filboyd had also received a reform letter and was taken to Rosario. Alon himself was surprised. They had even captured Filboyd in the end. Seeing Alon's reaction, Evan grew confused and asked if it wasn't Alon who had sent the reform letter. Alon immediately denied it, saying there was no way he could do something like that. Evan became even more puzzled and brought up what had happened at the Noble Conference. At that time, Alon had simply left, saying that he would try to be more lenient. That statement had led Evan to misunderstand, making him believe that Alon was the one behind the letter. Seeing the misunderstanding, Alon could only respond with confusion. In his mind, Alon muttered that back then, he had only wanted to escape from an extremely awkward situation. The scene then shifted to Larthania, the city of labyrinths, a place with endless possibilities for exploration, home to 5 great guilds. One of those 5, the Iron Blood Guild, was seen traversing the labyrinth. A senior member tried to calm a junior, explaining that the guild leaders were practically superhuman. Their leader, Alderic, addressed the group, telling them not to place too much hope on this mission, as things wouldn't be that simple this time. One of the members confirmed whether their task was truly just to capture a monster on the 20th floor. Alderic replied that he had only accepted the request because of the large upfront payment. Normally, a 5-fold multiplier marked the safe zone, so this request was rather unusual. Even so, even if it turned out to be a trap, he believed he could handle it easily. After all, he had already explored beyond the 50th floor. He also made it clear that even if they failed, the upfront payment wouldn't be returned, as stated in the contract. Not long after, they arrived at the 20th floor of the labyrinth. Each of their steps echoed along the cold, narrow walls. One of them suddenly spotted something. He pointed toward the far end of the chamber and asked who the figure standing there was. Seeing it, his companion burst into laughter. They said it was just a goblin. They couldn't believe they had run into the weakest kind of monster in a place like this. All they needed to do was kill the ugly creature and take its belongings. They even found its Eastern-style clothing rather strange. Amid their noisy chatter, the figure they thought was a goblin slowly turned its head and called them out for being too loud. The mysterious figure casually swung its hand, as if slicing through space itself. In an instant, the group rushing toward it was cut down. Their bodies split apart, scattering through the air, leaving only Alderic, frozen in utter shock at what had just happened. He quickly drew the weapon from his back and dashed toward the dangerous figure. Launching himself from its blind spot, he raised his massive axe, ready to strike. But the mysterious figure merely raised a single finger without even turning around. A beam shot forth, piercing straight through Alderic's abdomen without mercy. The figure looked at them as if they were nothing more than insects, and the narrator declared,
the arrogant king of hungry specters, had begun his descent, a journey of scorn toward the world above. The scene then shifted to a towering structure that pierced the sky. Evan looked up in astonishment, marveling at the massive building before him. Even Alon hadn't expected the central magic tower to be this tall. He wondered if it might even surpass the height of the Eiffel Tower. Seeing visuals like something straight out of a game manifest so vividly in reality felt strangely surreal to him. Not long after, a group from the Red Magic Tower came to greet them. Leon approached with a warm smile, clearly pleased to meet Alon again. He explained that the official conference program would begin tomorrow, so for today, Alon was free to look around. Alon thanked Leon and asked to be guided to the library, as he was searching for a particular book. There, Evan wasn't allowed to enter, so he chose to head toward the lounge instead. Alon and Leon walked leisurely through the corridor. Leon mentioned that tomorrow the Green Magic Tower would present a new theory, followed by a friendly duel. Amid their casual conversation, a commotion could be heard from ahead. Alon turned his head slightly, while Leon let out a long sigh. He muttered in disbelief. Once again, an argument with the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower seemed unavoidable. Alon was a bit surprised to see that Leon knew the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Leon explained that the arrogance of that Blue Tower's representative truly knew no bounds. Up ahead, members of the Green Magic Tower were visibly furious, arguing with Fenya. Yet Fenya responded calmly, saying that even if 5 mages of their level appeared, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Naturally, that only made the Green Magic Tower members even more enraged, vowing that one day they would make Fenya regret her words. Not long after, Fenya's steps met Leon's. With a smug tone, she called Leon a rookie mage she had defeated the previous year. But the moment she noticed King Alon standing nearby, Fenya's body trembled violently. She immediately bowed awkwardly, offering her greetings. Alon returned the greeting and asked how she had been after 6 months apart. Fenya replied stiffly that she had been doing well. Alon stepped closer to the still awkward Fenya and told her she didn't need to be so formal. Without lifting her gaze, Fenya asked if she was allowed to speak casually. Alon told her to act as comfortably as she wished. The members of the Green Magic Tower were completely bewildered by the scene. They even wondered if it was some kind of illusion magic, because Fenya had suddenly changed, like a dog tamed by its master. Alon then offered Fenya some advice. He said that while it wasn't really his place, it would be better if she could get along with her fellow mages. In a flash, Fenya suddenly dashed forward, then lowered her head to the members of the Green Magic Tower, apologizing, and even asking to be friends with them. Alon praised her attitude and said it was good to see her again. Without hesitation, Fenya immediately gave him a sharp salute.
Without a second thought, that crazy woman suddenly leapt out the window, leaving even her companions behind. Watching such bizarre behavior, Alon simply rubbed the back of his neck. Somehow, he felt that Fenya's attitude only got worse every time he met her. A staff fell to the floor. The members of the Green Magic Tower were left speechless by what had just happened. Alon himself looked confused. He began to wonder inwardly, had he just made a mistake? Alon and Leon continued on their way. Leon remarked that he never expected that when Alon was around, that crazy woman would suddenly learn some manners. Alon simply muttered that he knew Fenya was a genius, but calling her insane felt a bit excessive. When they arrived in front of the elevator, they ran into someone from the Purple Magic Tower.
A man greeted Lian with a wide smile, even calling her dear. But Lian immediately brushed him off with an annoyed expression. The man then asked about the person walking beside her. Lian told him to mind his manners and informed him that the man was Count Palatio. The man narrowed his eyes. So this was Count Palatio, the one he had heard so many rumors about. He introduced himself as Baruch, the son of the Purple Tower Master. Alon simply gave a small nod. Inwardly, he felt like he had never seen such a strange man before. Calmly, Baruch placed a hand on Lian's shoulder and said that, eventually, he would make her fall for him. After that, he took his leave and walked away.
Moments after Baruch left, Lian told Alon not to engage with that man. She explained that although Baruch was only a 4th-tier mage, he was notorious for stealing other people's research just to humiliate them. Alon glanced at Baruch's retreating figure and murmured that reaching the 4th tier at such a young age already made him a genius. In his mind, he reflected that each tier carried a massive gap. The higher the level, the more overwhelming the difference became. The disparity between a 7th-tier mage and an 8th-tier one alone was already unimaginable. Alon then stepped into the elevator. Just before the doors closed, Lian told him that the library he was looking for was on the 38th floor and said she would see him again at the presentation. Not long after, Alon arrived on the 38th floor. Books floated through the air, and the moment he stepped inside, he could immediately feel the stark difference between the game world and reality. Now, there were 2 things he needed to do here. First, he would set the time to midnight, so he would only need to return when the full moon rose. Second, he had to find a black book with no title and no author, open the hidden space within it, and retrieve the artifact inside. After finding the book, Alon reached into it, searching for something. He could feel something hidden within. Then he pulled it out and found the item he was looking for. Ring of Radiance. Time passed, and the next day arrived. After the presentation ended, the event continued with a friendly duel on the field. As Alon watched leisurely, someone suddenly approached him. That person delivered a message. Baruch had challenged Alon to a duel. Hearing the challenge, Alon could only mutter in annoyance. There was always someone disturbing his peace. Still, he quickly realized that Baruch's challenge was most likely because of Lian. After all, she had once mentioned that Baruch constantly bothered her with talk of marriage. Not long after, Baruch approached and called out to him. Slightly lowering his head, Baruch said that since Alon had taken part in subjugating an outer god, he wished to receive guidance from such a great mage. After saying that, Baruch sneered inwardly. The real reason he proposed this duel was to gain more influence beyond his status as the son of a magic tower master. He knew that Count Palatio was currently being linked to the outer god incident, the betrayal of a Baba Yaga, and even rumors that Fenya had submitted to him. To Baruch, Alon's reputation as a mage was nothing but exaggeration. In his eyes, those who lacked the ability to properly judge had blown Alon's image far out of proportion, when, in reality, Alon was merely a 3rd-tier mage. In his mind, Baruch concluded that a mage who hid behind lies to preserve his pride would make the perfect stepping stone for him. After thinking it through, Baruch let out a light laugh and asked if Count Palatio was afraid to duel. He told him to relax, as this was only a friendly match. Being called afraid, Alon felt a spark of irritation. In his mind, he muttered, "If someone causes trouble for no reason, then you should give them a reason to." With a cold, expressionless face, Alon stepped forward and declared that he accepted the challenge. Deep down, he thought Baruch was just as foolish as he looked, completely lacking in manners.
and so he intended to teach him the courtesy he had clearly lost. Soon, the two of them stood in the dueling arena. The referee announced that lethal magic was strictly forbidden. The duel began. With confidence, Baruch raised his staff. Energy shimmered at its tip as he muttered to himself that he needed to end this quickly, before people realized how poor Elon's magic truly was. That way, he could use the surrounding rumors to elevate his own reputation. But the confidence on his face suddenly vanished as he felt the temperature around him drop drastically. Baruch frowned in confusion when his legs suddenly felt heavy. He looked down and saw that both of his legs had been completely frozen solid. The battlefield was now covered in ice. Anyone who stepped into that area would freeze instantly. Elon began forming hand seals, and on his index finger was the item, Memories of the Black Eye. At the same time, he activated his magic technique, Glory of the Snow Peak. But moments earlier, a member of the Green Magic Tower was seen shaking his disciple, exclaiming in disbelief that Fenya had apologized. He demanded to know if the disciple had studied so much that he had gone insane. The disciple, however, responded calmly that he wasn't lying. He explained that Fenya had truly behaved with remarkable politeness after seeing Count Palatio. In a hushed voice, the disciple added that perhaps the rumors about Count Palatio were true. Even he had grown curious. Just who exactly was this count to make someone like Fenya act that way?
After that conversation, the master of the Green Magic Tower arrived at the duel arena. He fixed his gaze on Elon, murmuring that he wanted to see Count Palatio's abilities for himself. Someone from the Red Magic Tower also expressed doubt about Count Palatio. From the energy Elon emitted, he didn't seem like someone of high rank. Even his mana capacity appeared small. Hearing the whispers filled with skepticism, Elon simply walked calmly toward the arena. The master of the Green Magic Tower narrowed his eyes. He muttered that knowledge was the most important aspect of magic, but having too little mana made everything difficult to comprehend. Members of the Red and Blue Magic Towers also chimed in, saying that it seemed all of Count Palatio's lies would be exposed today. But those doubts soon vanished. What happened next was far beyond anyone's expectations. The battlefield froze over under the weight of overwhelming magical energy. Those who had been full of doubt could now only stare with their mouths wide open in shock. Elon stood at the center of the arena, calmly freezing the entire field. There was not a hint of panic on his face, only a cold composure that pressed down on the atmosphere. The master of the Red Magic Tower watched in astonishment. He realized that Elon had nearly perfected the simultaneous use of 3 different magic combinations. The master of the Green Magic Tower immediately added that even a 5th-tier mage like himself couldn't perform such a technique. Naturally, confusion spread among them all, and a single question began to form in their minds. How is he doing this? Phrase after phrase flowed from Elon's lips. Crystallization, then rotation. Snow crystals began to form, glowing faintly as they filled the air. Seeing that, Baruch could only stare in stunned disbelief. Panic crept in, and he quickly raised his staff again. He knew he had to act, now. The masters watching the duel began to grow uneasy. They realized the situation was becoming dangerous. One of them shouted that Baruch was about to unleash a lethal spell unique to the Purple Magic Tower. The floating ice crystals detonated all at once. At the center of the attack, Baruch grimaced in pain, struggling to endure it while still trying to maintain the ultimate spell he was about to release. The spectators outside the arena
could only gape as the scene unfolded. Baruch, the challenger, was completely frozen within a massive block of ice, like a piece of art displayed in the middle of the arena. With that, the referee immediately declared that the winner was King Elon Palatio. As soon as the friendly duel ended, people rushed toward Elon, showering him with praise. The master of the Green Magic Tower asked enthusiastically how Elon had managed to control magic in such a way, though he quickly apologized, realizing it might be Elon's personal origin magic. Another chimed in, saying he had glimpsed traces of an ancient practice, the use of hand seals as a medium for casting magic. Elon himself looked slightly puzzled. In his mind, he muttered that he knew those chants and hand seals came from ancient times, but he was still surprised to see how unfamiliar they seemed with such methods. After thinking for a moment, Elon told them that he was actually just a third-tier mage. The masters burst into laughter upon hearing that. They said it was impossible for him to be only third tier and told him to stop downplaying himself. Sensing the situation growing too overwhelming, Elon quickly excused himself and slipped away before the masters could stop him. Moments later, he arrived in a quiet corridor. He stopped and let out a long breath of relief. Elon looked at his index finger, where the item rested. He had already expected that this thing would prove incredibly useful. The item, Memories of the Black Eye. It was an artifact specialized in sustaining magic. It could store one of the user's spells and release an enhanced version of it. When the stored spell was Frozen Lands, its normal usage would already consume 3 out of the 5 available magic slots. But by activating Frozen Lands through the item on his finger, not only would its power increase, Elon would still retain the ability to use his remaining 5 spells. As he walked calmly through the corridor, Elon began to grasp something about the skill Glory of the Snow Peak. Its effect was to freeze the surrounding air once the manifestation of the spell was complete. He recalled the words of the black figure from Kahara, that phrases were the key to approaching the world. Thinking back on that, Elon began to realize that if he used those phrases while truly understanding their meaning, he wouldn't just be altering the characteristics of magic. He might even be able to manipulate the laws themselves.
Elon admitted that at first, he thought phrases only served to strengthen incantations. But now, as he began to truly understand the concept, his curiosity toward their actual application only grew stronger. After grasping all of that, Elon made a plan. Once he had rested, he would retrieve something he had prepared for tonight. In short, night fell, and Elon returned to the library. The moment he arrived, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, saying that it seemed Elon had come at just the right time. The unseen figure praised him for successfully solving the puzzle. Hearing the disembodied voice, Elon immediately looked around and said that he had come here to solve the next puzzle. Slowly, a figure began to emerge from a faint, glowing light. Remarking that it hadn't expected Elon to remain calm upon hearing its voice. Then, it introduced itself. It was the executioner feared and revered by those who disrupted the order of the world. The Eternal Fear. Yet, among mages, it was also known as the Chalice of Beginnings. Elon's eyes widened the moment the figure fully appeared. He knew exactly who she was. After the forgotten era of the gods, she was the first mage to reach the 8th tier. Archmage Heinkel. The mysterious mage revealed herself completely. A woman wearing a distinct witch's hat. Swallowing hard, Elon immediately put himself on guard. He knew that even the slightest misstep could put him in grave danger. Players had even nicknamed Heinkel the Retry Witch. To obtain her item, one had to choose the correct dialogue options. A single mistake meant instant death. Worse still, if a player happened to notice anything unusual about her, Heinkel would kill them on the spot. That was why she was also called the Angry Milk Witch. Alon could feel the overwhelming danger radiating from her. For now, he quickly cast a defensive spell to avoid being instantly killed. Heinkel let out a long breath. But suddenly, she saw them, blue one and black one, appearing before her. Those massive eyes stared straight at her. Alon spoke calmly, saying that he was now ready to solve her puzzle. Yet instead, Heinkel let out a panicked scream, her body trembling violently. Alon merely rubbed his eyes lightly. In his mind, he admitted that he had only ever seen Heinkel sitting in the game before, but he hadn't expected that the Archmage would actually be so short. He even suspected that she only looked tall because of her oversized hat. With a shaky, almost childlike voice, Heinkel could only let out a single sound. Ah! Naturally, Alon was left confused by what she meant. And then Heinkel suddenly darted away in fear, stammering that she would give her item to Alon. Alon grew even more puzzled at her reaction, while the item he had been searching for was now already in his hand. Before completely disappearing, Heinkel hastily told him to leave at once. Watching her flee just like that, Alon felt relieved. He had even prepared defensive magic just in case. What confused him, however, was why Heinkel kept glancing behind him. When he checked for himself, there was nothing there. Still, Alon didn't dwell on it too much. What mattered most was that he had obtained the item he wanted with ease. Then, a day after the friendly match, Alon began attending the conference presentations, while also taking part in magical discussions. To him, it felt far more beneficial than studying alone. Unlike himself, who was more familiar with magic control, discussing things with Lian, whose mana manipulation was exceptional, truly gave him new insight into the art of handling mana. Filled with curiosity, Lian kept asking whether Alon was really certain that he was only a third-tier mage. Alon immediately reminded her that this was already the 15th time she had asked that question. In the end, Lian gave up, nodding helplessly as she let out a long sigh. Alon quietly muttered that perhaps he should try using 4th-tier magic now. Then came the 4th day, when Alon received news from Evan that an outer god had appeared within the Larthania labyrinth. Evan explained that the outer god had apparently altered the labyrinth itself. According to the Intelligence Guild's estimates, its appearance had begun about a week ago. Alon had already prepared a letter beforehand, and he ordered Evan to send it immediately before they departed for Larthania. Fenia was seen seeing Alon off. She even asked if he was already leaving again. With a flat expression, Alon simply nodded in confirmation. But Fenia suddenly responded that she already knew Alon was truly a third-tier mage. She would even swear on it. As the carriage slowly moved farther away, Fenia immediately lowered her head deeply and loudly prayed for Alon's safe journey. As Alon slowly left the magic tower behind, he began to feel strangely unsettled. Even though Fenia had come to see him off, she hadn't looked sad at all when he departed. In fact, that strange smile of hers continued to linger in Alon's mind for days after leaving her behind. Eventually, Alon arrived at the labyrinth city of Larthania. The carriage creaked softly as it rolled through the bustling streets. Alon and Evan were both stunned when they saw Rhine's residence. Back then, Rhine's tiny little shop had barely been the size of a speck. Now, it had transformed into a massive and magnificent mansion that stood prominently in the middle of the city.
Evan immediately informed Alon that he had heard Rhine had rapidly climbed into the upper ranks. Even so, he was still somewhat shocked that she had risen this far in such a short time. Alon could only stare blankly in disbelief. In his mind, he muttered that he had indeed heard that appraisers of magical tools held great influence, but he never imagined it was to this extent. Still, that was also why he wanted to make a request of his daughter. Alon and Evan approached the servant guarding the gate. The servant immediately asked whether Alon had an appointment. Alon explained that the situation was rather urgent and requested that the servant at least inform Rhine that Count Palatio had arrived. With a restrained smile hiding annoyance, the servant replied that this was already the 325th time today he had dealt with clients like Alon. Then he apologized and explained that since Alon had arrived without an appointment, it would naturally cost 3,000 gold coins. Alon grew uneasy, hearing a price equivalent to an entire mansion. He then asked how long it would take to meet Rhine without an appointment. The servant answered that, counting from today, it would take around 10. Hearing the word 10, Alon and Evan initially assumed he meant 10 days. But the servant quickly clarified that they would only be able to meet Rhine 10 months from now. That reality struck Alon and Evan like lightning from a clear sky, freezing both of their expressions instantly. Not long afterward, someone suddenly tossed a full pouch of gold coins toward the servant and ordered him to open the gates immediately. The short man standing there was Laval Greystone, the son of Larthania's ruler.
With a mocking tone, Laval said that people without money wouldn't be able to do anything. Seeing Laval appear while carrying a thick pouch of gold coins, Alon and Evan looked rather impressed. Meanwhile, the servant merely smiled while holding back his irritation, quietly muttering that the bastard had shown up again. The damned nepotism brat. The gates immediately opened for Laval. He walked inside alongside his guards, glancing back at Alon, who was still standing outside below, and told him to just leave instead of embarrassing himself any further. Naturally, Alon and Evan were annoyed by that. In their minds, the spoiled nepotism kid's attitude was completely unbearable. But suddenly, Rhine stepped out from inside the residence and immediately ordered Laval to leave. And here she is, Lur, Miman's waifu. Without mercy, Rhine slammed a punch straight into Laval's stomach, causing blood to burst from his mouth before she coldly told him to get out of her way. After that, Rhine gracefully lowered her body before Alon and politely welcomed him, saying that she had long awaited the arrival of the godfather. Seeing how respectful Rhine was left the servant utterly stunned. He knew that whether it was a prince from a foreign kingdom or just a random street rat, Rhine always maintained the same calm and indifferent attitude. Yet now, she was bowing respectfully before someone. Laval looked furious at the way Rhine had treated him so harshly. He even shouted that he possessed deep connections with the three councils, but Rhine paid no attention whatsoever to his non-stop rambling. While Laval continued raging uncontrollably, Rhine simply ignored him and invited Alon and Evan to enter the residence at once. Alon himself felt somewhat uneasy seeing how rough Rhine had been toward Laval, and he began wondering whether this might turn into a serious problem later on. The three of them walked through the vast and luxurious residence. Alon asked whether what had just happened would become an issue, since he had heard that Larthania's ruler greatly spoiled his son. Rhine calmly replied that Alon had no need to worry. In her opinion, there was a high chance Laval would no longer bother them again. Rhine then informed Alon that the letter he had previously sent had safely reached her. Hearing that, Alon immediately felt relieved, and in his heart, he muttered that this daughter of his was actually fairly reliable. They finally arrived at the guest room. Alon felt a little awkward because once again he was seated in the seat of honor, just like when he had visited Deus's house before.
Filled with curiosity, Alon asked Ryan why she called him Godfather. Ryan looked slightly confused by the question, since to her it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. Alon explained that the other children usually called him their savior, so he was simply curious why Ryan addressed him as Godfather instead. Ryan finally answered Alon's curiosity. Calmly, she explained that she simply felt Godfather was the title that suited Alon best. In his mind, Alon thought that Ryan was the type of girl who had grown up too quickly and become independent all on her own. He truly felt proud of her. After thinking that over, Alon finally explained the reason for his visit. He mentioned that he had already written it in the letter. He came here because he wanted to ask his daughter for help. He needed legitimate influence so he could go wherever he wished. That was why he asked whether Ryan could place him in the Outer God Suppression Squad. Ryan fell silent for a moment before explaining that recently, the Suppression Squad had indeed been in preparation. Alon lightly rubbed the back of his neck, then told her that if fulfilling the request became difficult because of what happened earlier, she didn't need to force herself. Ryan immediately asked whether Alon was worried about the son of Larthania's ruler. Alon admitted that he was simply worried Ryan might end up burdened because of him. Ryan answered calmly. She told Alon not to worry because she was very confident she could fulfill his request. While staring up at the ceiling, Alon said that he would leave everything in Ryan's hands. After the conversation ended, Ryan escorted Alon to his resting room and asked him to rest first after their long journey. The moment Ryan left, Evan immediately whispered that Ryan was truly incredibly mature. Alon gave a small nod and replied that it felt as though Ryan had grown up raised entirely by books. Time passed until nightfall. Alon lay quietly on his bed, letting out a long sigh as he remembered that Ryan had agreed to help him. For the moment, he decided to put aside the issue of Laval, the ruler's son. In Alon's opinion, the real problem lay within the Outer God Suppression Squad itself. He knew they were a group of stubborn people who solved everything through violence. Unlike back in the northern region, this time there was no need to rush. Because of that, Alon decided that he would approach things more calmly and carefully this time. Before he realized it, morning had already come. Evan entered Alon's room and woke him up, asking whether he had no intention of eating lunch. Alon himself was confused about when exactly he had fallen asleep. No matter how much he slept, his body still felt exhausted and heavy. The two of them prepared themselves and headed to the dining hall. Ryan was already there, seated before a long table filled with all kinds of luxurious dishes. As they enjoyed the meal, Ryan explained that she had already finished handling what Alon had requested. She informed him that there would be a strategy meeting later, and politely asked Alon to participate as well. Alon was fairly surprised, not expecting them to begin preparations so quickly. Ryan once again asked him not to worry about Laval anymore. In a calm tone, she stated that she had already given Laval a clean death. Hearing that, Alon simply nodded lightly and responded casually. But a moment later, the hand cutting his meat suddenly froze. His face immediately filled with confusion as the meaning of Ryan's words finally sank in. He knew Laval was indeed a parasite better off gone from Larthania. Back in the game, almost every subquest in Larthania had been tied to Laval. From the massacre of mercenaries on the 30th floor to monsters absorbing abyss entities, even living chimera experiments. Every single one of them had been Laval's doing. Even so, Laval was still the son of the ruler who governed this city like a prince, which meant Ryan had just murdered a member of the royal family. After thinking it over, Alon immediately put on a serious expression and asked about Laval again. Ryan explained that earlier, Alon had mentioned feeling uncomfortable around him.
Because of that, she concluded that Laval would only continue making Alone's life uncomfortable in the future as well. So, she simply erased him. She also reminded Alone that he did not need to worry about the 3 councils. Hearing murder spoken of in such a casual tone, Alone was immediately reminded that Rhine was one of the seeds of the 5 great sins. Even so, despite the fact that Rhine regarded him as her godfather, Alone still felt that her actions this time had gone too far. In his mind, he began to wonder, given Rhine's status as merely an appraiser, how exactly had she dealt with all the mercenaries guarding Laval? Rhine's gaze slowly lowered before she quietly asked whether this would become a problem. She admitted that perhaps she simply wasn't very skilled when it came to these kinds of matters. Seeing Rhine's eyes gradually darken, Alone became confused, wondering why she suddenly looked so downcast. Because of that, he quickly spoke up and said that he was only worried about her. Rhine immediately replied that she had already made sure everything was handled perfectly, so there was nothing left to worry about. Alone thanked Rhine and told her she didn't need to look so gloomy like that. Rhine instantly answered that she wasn't gloomy at all. Alone merely nodded slowly, while secretly wondering to himself whether Rhine was simply too embarrassed to admit her own gloominess. Then Alone asked Rhine not to do anything that could endanger the life she had now. He explained that Rhine had worked incredibly hard to achieve this kind of life, so it would be a terrible waste if everything were destroyed just like that. Rhine replied that she understood, but to her, it had been a duty. So she asked Alone not to worry. Rhine slowly rose from her seat and said that while Alone was here, she wanted to show him the eye of the stalker. They arrived at a room where the eye of the stalker was kept. Dim light filled the chamber. Rhine then explained that the collection of imprints had also been progressing smoothly.
Alon was fairly confused when he realized that the thing enhancing the artifact's power through black imprints was actually the Eye of the Stalker. As far as he knew, the Eye of the Stalker was merely a normal support artifact and shouldn't have possessed any other function. Now, Alon finally understood why Merd had become so famous. He also began to realize why Rhine had treated him so well from the very beginning. After thinking it over, Alon praised Rhine for making such excellent use of her artifact. Rhine explained that after reaching 400 stacks, the gathering speed had started to slow down. Even so, she believed she would still be able to complete the collection process within the next few years. Alon simply nodded at the explanation, even though he himself didn't actually understand what exactly Rhine was collecting in the first place. Rhine soon informed him that she had finished giving her status report. Afterward, she asked for permission to escort Alon to the meeting room. The moment they arrived, Alon finally met the Outer God Suppression Squad. A woman immediately pointed arrogantly at Alon, declaring that she had no intention of dragging along someone so sloppy-looking with them. In her opinion, the rumors about Alon had clearly been exaggerated. The black and white-haired woman was Mian, Guildmaster of Ancient Tracker. Beside her stood Maverick, Guildmaster of Terra Nomad. The man even bluntly suggested throwing Alon out altogether since he considered him useless. On the other side of the room sat Heman, Guildmaster of Arcadia, and next to him was a woman named Argonia, Guildmaster of Calamadra. Mian immediately drew 2 blades and pointed them toward Alon. With a sharp glare, she told him to stop ordering people around and keep his advice to himself. Seeing such hostility, Alon merely muttered quietly in his mind. He understood that mercenaries valued strength above all else, but he hadn't expected them to display their hostility this openly. Without anyone noticing, Alon had already begun preparing a magic spell in secret.
At that moment, he started to realize that he truly needed to earn their acknowledgement first.
Alon unleashed frozen lands, and in an instant, the room's temperature plummeted and froze over. Cold air spread rapidly, coating the floor with a thin layer of ice. Alon explained that there were two reasons he wanted to join the suppression squad. First, outer gods could not be suppressed with ordinary strength. Second, he needed powerful mercenaries who would follow his plans. So his intention had only been to show off a little strength in front of them. But instead, the situation only grew worse. Maverick raised his sword and shouted, asking whether Alon was trying to start a fight. Yet, with his usual calmness, Alon simply asked in return whether this wasn't exactly what they had wanted. He stated that they had nearly made a fatal mistake. Silence filled the room for a moment. Even though Alon looked cool on the outside, inside his fragile heart he was actually terrified, wondering whether the decision he had made was the wrong one. Alon slowly stepped back toward his chair. Then he sat down calmly and asked whether they were finally willing to talk now. In his mind, Alon explained that there was a reason he had provoked them like this. The current situation mirrored a special quest from the game, and events always followed the same flow. In the end, if Argonia acknowledged him, the fight would never happen. Deep in his heart, Alon desperately prayed that the tension would end here. Suddenly, Maverick lunged forward while drawing his sword, but Argonia immediately ordered him to stop. Maverick instantly turned around and demanded to know what Argonia meant by that. Argonia explained that the suppression squad had been the ones to underestimate Alon first. Hearing that, Maverick sheathed his sword with an irritated click of his tongue, glaring sharply at Alon with obvious dislike. Alon let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. The tension pressing against his chest slowly faded, and he immediately asked when the suppression squad planned to descend into the labyrinth. Argonia explained that the exploration would begin in 2 days. However, considering how chaotic the current situation was, she suggested continuing the meeting tomorrow instead. Alon agreed with the suggestion. He immediately left the room and said goodbye until tomorrow in his usual calm tone. Behind the closed door, Alon instantly leaned against the wall, his heart pounding hard as cold sweat covered his face. His breathing was rushed and unstable, as if he had just escaped death itself. He promised himself that he would never do something that dangerous again, because it was bad for his heart. The focus shifted back inside the room. With clear annoyance, Maverick asked why Argonia had simply let that bastard noble leave. Hyman quickly calmed Maverick down and told him that if he didn't understand, then he should stay quiet instead, because Argonia had just saved his life from something far more dangerous than he realized. Of course, Maverick didn't understand what Hyman meant. Argonia explained that she herself didn't fully understand either. But one thing was clear. The attack Alon released earlier could have killed Maverick at any moment if it had truly been unleashed. The focus shifted to Argonia's past. Back then, Argonia was still just a tiny dragon hatchling, and her mother once gave the little dragon a warning. She warned her daughter about the existence of mysterious black eyes that appeared in the night sky. She begged her daughter not to acknowledge them, and, if possible, to erase them from her memory entirely. At the end of her warning, she left behind an absolute prohibition that sounded like a final warning before disaster. Never oppose the terrifying being known as the Class Devourer. Remembering that warning, Argonia was now certain. What she had just seen was exactly what her mother warned her about hundreds of years ago. Silently,
she began to wonder just who that human really was. Long story short, the next day arrived, and Alon attended the Outer God Suppression Squad meeting once again. He had worried that the meeting would not go smoothly, but unexpectedly, the 4 stubborn people actually followed his plan, and the meeting ended with a unanimous decision without any major arguments.
Even Ryan was confused. Alon kept watching them in confusion. Mian, who should have looked irritated, was now unusually quiet and far calmer than before. Alon began to feel that his plan of using his game knowledge was finally starting to show results, little by little. Long story short, all preparations were complete, and the day of the exploration finally arrived. The exploration team, led by the suppression squad, began descending into the labyrinth while eliminating the monsters blocking their path. The sounds of clashing weapons and monster roars echoed continuously through the stone corridors. As Alon watched battle after battle unfold, his body trembled slightly when he realized that there was no way he could come to the labyrinth alone, even if he wanted the magic item on the 40th floor. To him, the monsters in this place were truly on a completely different level. The journey continued through corridors lit by torches along the walls. Mian approached Alon and asked if he disliked beast humans. Thinking that Mian was still upset, Alon replied that he had never intended to offend her before. He clarified that what he did was not discrimination. Suddenly, with a teasing attitude, Mian grabbed Alon's shoulder and asked if he wanted to make kitten babies with her. She even added that their children would definitely be very cute. Hearing that, Alon's entire body froze on the spot. His face turned completely stiff. He truly never expected Mian to casually say something so outrageous in the middle of a dangerous labyrinth. After all, the only thing he knew about Mian was that she was a useful party member while the player was still low level. Mian then confessed her love and declared that she already knew how strong Alon really was. Hearing that, Alon immediately realized that cat races like Mian truly valued strength above everything else. After thinking about it, Alon immediately rejected the indecent invitation with a flat face filled with inner pressure. Mian looked disappointed and said that her heart had been pounding ever since Alon showed his strength, then asked once again if he truly didn't want to exchange thoughts with her. Instantly, a cold aura surged from Ryan after Mian said something so shameless to Alon. A thin pressure of mana began spreading through the narrow corridor as Ryan asked Alon whether Mian should simply be eliminated. Alon immediately told Ryan to stop before the situation turned chaotic. Long story short, the exploration entered its second day. Loud impacts continued echoing between punches and weapon clashes, reverberating throughout the dark and narrow labyrinth corridors. They all looked disappointed as they kept finding nothing worthwhile. On top of that, they had to search and explore each corridor one by one without any clear clues, causing exhaustion to slowly build up. Alon himself also looked tired. It had already been 2 days, and they were still on the 4th floor without any meaningful results. Alon explained that in the game, players could continue as long as they fulfilled the requirements by defeating the boss on each floor. But now, they had already spent half a day just searching for the entrance to the next floor. Looking carefully at the labyrinth structure, he couldn't help but wonder how such a massive place could even exist. Not long after Alon waited, Argonia called out to the others and informed them that she had found the door leading to the 5th floor. They entered the 5th floor, and the atmosphere was completely different. What had once been dark corridors was now replaced with ruined stone structures filled with bright green grass and calming gusts of wind. Ryan explained to Alon that every 5th floor was considered a safe floor and was usually used by explorers to rest. Alon quietly muttered that in the game, the 5th floor really did function as a save point. Argonia, standing at the front, explained to everyone that once maintenance was finished, they would begin preparing for the next plan. She mentioned that the outer god had been seen on the 12th floor a few days ago, so they should still have plenty of time before encountering it directly. Each soldier was busy with their own conversations.
while Maverick watched Alon, who sat alone, looking exhausted as he tried to steady his breathing. Maverick clicked his tongue and wondered to himself what was so impressive about a man who became out of breath from walking a little. A gentle breeze drifted between them, swaying the green grass around the ruins. But amidst that calming wind, Maverick suddenly noticed someone's presence. An invisible slash suddenly cut through the soldiers who had been casually chatting moments ago. In an instant, their bodies split apart. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the green grass and ruined stones red. The peaceful atmosphere turned into hell in the blink of an eye. The figure finally revealed itself and immediately slaughtered everyone before it without the slightest hesitation. Mian instantly leaped toward Maverick with a tense and wary expression. Meanwhile, Maverick himself was still confused, wondering if that terrifying creature was a goblin. The green figure coldly pointed at them and asked who dared to look at him without permission. His voice sounded thin, yet the air around them instantly became oppressive. The invisible slashes were unleashed once again, followed by chunks of ice appearing to block the attacks before they could strike the soldiers. Alon immediately called out to Maverick, who was still frozen in panic. In a hurried tone, he told Maverick to calm down and focus on the fight. The moment Alon's magic struck the green figure, it shattered into countless pieces, as if it had collided with something far stronger. Cracks of ice scattered in every direction. Then the green figure praised Alon, saying that for an insect, he was rather interesting. Alon stared at the green figure and called him Kalis. In his mind, he explained that although Kalis had originally been insignificant, he continued seeking knowledge until he eventually broke the laws of the world itself, causing his divinity class to evolve into the King of Starving Demons. Kalis slowly brushed back his hair and smiled with interest. He called Alon an insect worthy of praise for knowing his name. Alon explained that, based on the reports, no matter how fast Kalis was, he should have only reached the 5th floor after 3 days. He couldn't understand why the situation had developed differently now. Kalis slowly swung his hand forward while saying that he was in a fairly good mood today, so he would show mercy to the people around Alon. He told Alon to leave and promised to spare his life. Seeing that the attack was about to continue, Alon immediately told the suppression squad to prepare themselves. Argonia instantly raised her sword high and ordered all the soldiers to fight. Alon muttered inwardly that although the situation now was different from when they fought Altolrus, the mercenaries seemed to have made fairly solid preparations. On top of that, Kalis's incarnation form had not progressed very far yet. Everyone looked upward, staring at Kalis standing atop a ruined tower while looking down on them with contempt. As he swung his hand, Kalis declared that if they truly intended to drink poison, then he would gladly feed that poison to them himself. An invisible blade shot forward at high speed and slammed directly toward the soldiers before him.